reserves were at 2 weeks of import cover. We've progressively built reserves since 2023 all throughout, and we had about 4.5 months of import cover of reserves. I mean, what that means is that today, if there's a crisis in the economy and everything is at a standstill, we can run this economy for 5 months. Yeah. Basically, we can run this economy for 5 months and ensure that the imports come in.
All the essential imports.
All the essential come in to deliver.
It appears the Bank of Ghana
on economic activity.
Confidence based on whatever data that you are seeing about the inflation outlook. And you're talking about 10%. I mean, there are some within, some economists, some government officials that are even projecting that we could even hit the single-digit target even before the end of this year. Does the bank support that those projections and extrapolations being put out, since you talk about 10%?
Yes. So at the beginning of the year, when we did our projections going forward, the expectation was for the bank to get within that single-digit mode in the first quarter of 2026. But we've seen a rapid disinflation. The disinflation has come in faster than what the models were predicting. And where we sit today, that forecast of inflation getting to within target in the first quarter of 2026 has been pushed forward to the last quarter of 2025. So we are getting there in the last quarter of 2025, based on the numbers, barring any significant shock in the economy. I think we should be there in the last quarter, or even pretty faster than that.
It appears that played a major role in your 3.5% cut in the policy rate.
Well, it's one of the factors. It's one of the factors. It did, yes.
It means that you're quite optimistic that we wouldn't have any headwinds or turbulence that could throw things out of gear.
So we also did look at the external side. And the external side is also a key source of shock to the Ghanaian economy. Historically, if you look at our data and the way our economic situation evolves, the two key main sources of shocks are those that are transmitted from outside our borders, external sector shocks. We have commodity price shocks, and then fiscal shocks. Three key shocks that normally disturb us. We can discuss each of these shocks. We can discuss fiscal. We think fiscal policy is being run well as we said. So that surprise from the fiscal side to introduce uncertainty into the whole economic discourse, I have discounted it for now. On the global side, the commodities are in our favor now. Gold is on the upsurge, crude oil is down, and then cocoa is also up. These things are favoring us. But of course, there are also risks there because those things can turn around within a short period of time. And then the other geopolitical shocks that can also kick in. Am I worried about those geopolitical shocks? For now, I'm not too worried about those geopolitical shocks. And therefore, in my mind, I think we are in a pretty good spot now.
I still want to get to in the mind of these monetary policy committee members. Treasury bills rate was around, I stand to be corrected, 10-11% there. You're looking at policy rate 25%. I don't know whether I'm using the right expression. Did the committee feel under pressure from the fiscal side to respond by also dropping your rate significantly down, so that when government goes to the T-bill market, they could get some oversubscription there?
No, I don't think the committee is pressured. And if the committee was pressured to do something like that, it could have
away.
It could have moved. It could have moved the rates down at a go, boom, and we are done. But the committee is looking at the data in a gradualist approach, in a gradualist manner, and deciding as we move along and as the data comes in. I mean, if you look at what we've done, we did 300 at the last policy meeting. We've done 350 now. So far, we've done 6. We'll be looking at the last set of data in November to see whether that data set will materially affect our view of the economy looking ahead, say 6 months. And given what we will decide at that committee at that time, another decision could be taken at that point in time.
So, Doc, I get from you that there wasn't any subtle pressure on the Bank of Ghana to respond to the Tigo rates cut so that at least that real interest rate gap can be closed, that when government goes onto the market, they could see these investors come to buy their bills instead of going for your automobiles. There wasn't any subtle pressure.
The gap now is 10 vis-a-vis what? Where are we now?
Yeah.
We came down 3.5.
1.5%.
Yes. So if you look at that gap between the T-bill rates and where we are, the gap still exists. Nobody is being pressured. No subtle pressure.
Official saying that we are going onto the market, we are not getting our bills, we are not getting what we look for. Bank of Ghana, do something about your policy rate.
So let me explain. When we talk about the independence of the central bank, it comes in 2 forms. The first form is whether the central bank is free enough to use the tools that it has to deliver on its objective. Okay? Nobody tells the Monetary Policy Committee what to do as far as interest rates is concerned. So let's rule the subtle pressure thing, underlying pressure,
body pressure, signaling pressure. This is PM Express Business Edition, engaging the head of research at the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Philip Abrodoetu, as you look at the policy rate cut, the CD, and the economy. Appreciating and understanding the policy rate decision of the Monetary Policy Committee of the Bank of Ghana, getting some deeper understanding on PM Express Business Edition. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to PM Express Business Edition as you look at the recent cut in the policy rate, what that would mean to you if you're servicing a loan or you intend to take one, and how would that impact on the current pressure on the Ghana cedi. the economy and even inflation as well. Engaging the Director of Research at the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Philip Abrodotu, who is my guest on PM Express Business Edition. Doc, there's always been a question about transition mechanism. There were a lot of businesses.
Transmission?
Mechanism.
Okay.
People have complained in the past that bring the policy rate down, bring it down so that cost of credit can be felt. From the bank's own extrapolations, the modeling that you put together, the research department, when should we see these commercial banks respond? Is it that their next monthly rate adjustment, the Ghana reference rates and all those things? When should that market woman in Mankibi who walks into a savings and loans to take a loan feel the impact of what you've done right now?
Now, if you look through the data pack that was published prior to the MPC press conference, you realize that following that 300 basis point adjustment that was done, all the other rates have aligned. So you see that the lending rates, the average lending rates, they've gone down by 260 percentage points, and the process is still working its way through the system. So lending rates have responded. We've done another 350. I was encouraged to see the lending rates go down following that 300 basis points, and we expect more. A 350 has been done. I expect another 350 to be done to lower the cost of credit for businesses. That in itself is a transmission. The way I think about the transmission from the central bank to the real economy, it happens in two stages. The first stage is from the central bank to the commercial banks. And then the second stage of the transmission is from the commercial banks to the real economy. Normally, the transmission from the central bank to the commercial banks is full. It's always 100%. Then in the second stage, at times it gets a little bit quirky. It gets a little bit tough because of probably the conditions of the commercial banks, and they try to risk profile their clients, and in the end, the rates don't pass through well to the rest of the economy. I've seen this first cut that we did pass through already to the rest of the economy, and I think as we go down, as the banks continue to operate profitably, as the banks continue to operate in a well-capitalized environment, they'll begin to pass on some of these to the rest of the economy.
The 300 resulted in some 250 basis point cut in the banks, the commercial banks responding to businesses, right?
Yes, I saw.
Are you going to see about some 300 this time round again?
We should. I think we should.
All other things being equal,
we should.
Should the impact be felt in somewhere in October, maybe November?
Yeah.
I'm looking at that person again, maybe Anomabo, who is watching us right now and say that I want to walk to that rural bank to take credit. Should she wait till middle, if it's a viable rate, middle of maybe October, ending October, maybe first week in November to feel this impact of about a 300 basis point cut?
No, it should. I think by the next time the next round of data comes through, we should see that impact already out there.
So somewhere in early November or maybe?
Yeah. We should.
Do you think that the commercial banks will really pass on this to businesses and consumers? There have been always arguments sometimes that when this thing is passed on to the commercial banks, we don't feel that much impact when it comes to lending.
Do you realize that suddenly they are beginning to advertise for people to come in for loans?
I've not seen that one.
Oh, okay. So it's happening. And I think we are slowly getting to a point where the banks will now begin to fight for
Things
customers. Yeah, I think so. They will begin to advertise for people to come for loans, because the real money for the banks is going to come from how much you can lend. How profitable a bank will be as we move and go through this adjustment phase, it's going to depend on how you can get customers on board and lend and make money from them. So lending is going to take center stage, and I think this is where we are headed.
Do you think that the environment would also help these businesses to repay on time? Because there's also a question about the NPLs, which was also captured in your data that you released. That is a bigger concern there, whilst we push for cost of credit to be reduced as well. What is the current condition these businesses are working in that they be able to?
I think the data that we published, we saw the NPLs around 21-22%.
That is still high.
That is still high.
Very, very high.
That is still high. But if you go behind the numbers, again, you see that these NPLs they are concentrated with a few people, with a few firms. The question is, are the banks profitable enough to absorb these NPLs and then bring the NPLs back to normal? I think yes. If you adjust the NPLs for these few individuals and few firms, some of the issues are legacy issues that have crept into the NPLs. I think when we clean up all these things, we should have much lower NPLs. The NPLs are high because of a lot of these legacy issues and some of the people behind these facilities that have stayed on the books of the banks for quite a considerable length of time.
The flip side to this NPL thing is about it impacts on the cost of credit. So whilst you are trying to reduce policy rate for it to have some impact on the cost of credit, you have this elephant in the room, NPLs, which could also erase all this good thing you're doing.
Yes, so that's why the NPLs are being restructured as we speak, and that is exactly what I'm talking about. There's a process of cleaning up the NPLs with the banking supervision is working on currently. They'll be taken off the books of the banks, and it should allow them to then begin to price credit appropriately.
I've looked through your books. They're quite very tough measures, even blacklisting, recalcitrant borrowers and all the rest. I mean, the rules are quite tough. I mean, for the commercial banks even.
Is it bad? Is it bad?
It's not bad, but again, the free market argument comes in as well. You know, it's these rules in trying to correct these NPOs not too tough and harsh?
No, they are fine. I mean, central banks all over the world need to be very tough. They need to move the hammer where they need to ensure sanity. I think it's in the right direction.
How would you, again, I go back to your data, how would do you think the banking sector is quite robust? Do you think is quite tough? Is it quite doing resilient to shocks and all those things going forward based on what you captured in your MPC data?
Well, so there's an aspect of the banking sector analysis that we do that looks at the soundness of the banking sector through stress testing. So we stress test the banks for a variety of indicators, a variety of shocks. And when you do that, they withstand these shocks all the time. You know, the banks here are the most profitable in the sub-region and elsewhere.
High interest rates, of course, very high interest rates, and that plays a factor.
So they are strong. Our stress tests do show that they can withstand shocks, and I think they are in that position. As interest rates decline, as inflation behaves, for me that is the key indicator. As inflation behaves and as it drops, interest rates everywhere will begin to come down, and the banks will now need to rethink their business models and engage more in lending activities to support the operations.
You are under an IMF program. I mean, if I read the monetary policy side of their statements they put together, the fund is quite excited about a lot of things that you've done. How does the bank take some of these terms up, even recently with your Forex actions, even with how you've gone about the inflation targeting and all the rest?
Or did you read the press conference that was put out, I think, last week?
By Julie Kozak, when she talked about the Forex issue.
Kozak, I mean, yes.
What does it tell the team here, the committee, the governors, when you look at some of the things that the fund has said about the monetary path?
Well, look, it emboldens us. It's always good to get the feeling you are being watched from outside and you're being told that you're on the right path. So it emboldens us. It tells us that we're on the right path. It tells us that we should continue doing what we are doing currently to deliver on our key objectives. So yes, it's good. We are emboldened and we are happy about that.
How do you expect investors to also respond? I mean, with these policy rate cuts, the offshore investors and all that. I mean, now we are not that heavy on the international market, but there is still some secondary round of interaction when it comes to these offshore investors. I mean, when I saw the real interest with it being high, some are saying that is good for these offshore investors. You're closing the gap. Should that be a concern for an offshore investor if I am one?
Well, but you know that ever since we got off the international bond market, our interaction with these investors, have gone down, and they are not heavily present in our market these days. So there's no issue about these investors taking advantage of the high interest rates here to move in resources. Lately, we've had investors come in, and you know what their interests are. They're a little bit excited that interest rates are going down. They're excited that the macro is coalescing well. So they are thinking about the kinds of investments, hard investments that can be brought into the economy, not hot money. That interest rate is associated with hot money, which moves out hotly as it came. But this time they are thinking about coming in with hard investments through GIPC, working with Ghanaians. So we've had some investors come in lately. We've also had the opportunities to ask them how they feel about us. And their response is consistent with the thumbs up we got from the IMF in their recent communication interview that they had with other journalists.
I mean, Doc, as you try and wrap up on this interview, there's a concern about the monetary side as well, post IMF program next year after May. Together with the team here, Monetary Policy Committee, governors, and all the directors, especially those at the research department, what assurance do you have for the market about that monetary discipline, that post-IMF program, when it ends in May 2026, there's a strong fear out there about how things will look like when we exit this program?
Well, I think things will continue as they are. Monetary policy will still continue on this path. We've always done this. We've never shifted. Fiscal policy will also continue to do what it's doing currently. There's a fiscal responsibility law that is coming on board. And I think when we have the monetary and the fiscal well situated, I think the two should work together to deliver our goals.
You talked about the fiscal sector. What is the relationship like between the fiscal and the monetary? They've been always concerned about sometimes fiscal dominance. How's the situation right now? in terms of that relationship between the monetary side. I mean, I remember one time Dr. Dufour explained where there were times when he has to bounce check coming from the Ministry of Finance as well. What is the relationship when we talk about the monetary and the fiscal side, as well as assessing your independence?
Well, I haven't seen checks being bounced in a very long time.
Okay, because there's no financing, zero financing. Is that being enforced as we speak right now to the letter?
Well, so ever since we started the IMF program, it's been a key indicator that is monitored all the time, and that is being enforced to the latter. So since we started the program, it's been zero financing all throughout, and that is being forced. The thing about fiscal and monetary policy is that, see, these two institutions need to talk together so that their policies are well coordinated to deliver the goals on both sides. That is being done. And there's a vehicle that allows us to meet and discuss policies and then look at the consistency in policies. And this is the EPCC. The EPCC is the Economic Policy Coordinating Committee. And this is a committee of the Central Bank and the Ministry of Finance. They meet 4 times in a year, once every quarter, to look at policy issues. Last week, we just had one with the Ministry of Finance. And we looked at all sorts of things on the fiscal side. They also look at all sorts of things on the monetary side. Then we try to ensure that both of us are consistent.
I like the consistency and the reassurance you give me, but some market watchers will look at Tigo's rate when it was around 10% and OMO rates being around the 20%, I stand to be corrected, as a typical example about whether the fiscal and the monetary side working together.
Convergence is coming. The two will converge.
It has taken quite a long while, some would say. That raises questions about whether the fiscal and the monetary side are working together.
Well, but George, it has taken a very long time for inflation to get to where it is now. We hit inflation almost close to 60. Then we came to 23, and we stuck at 23 for 2 years. And now we are now tail spinning back into single digit modes. 2 years, inflation at 23, it's a very serious matter. Okay, so then the question is, both the T-bill rates and the monetary policy rates, there need to be some convergence.
It's taking quite a long time, though.
It's coming, it's on its way.
It's taking quite a long time, and that's what people are worried about, whether
it's coming.
These two strong institutions are working together.
We are working together, and I don't see any friction.
I mean, again, going forward, some will say that, so what assurance do you have for the market? I mean, when we look at all these things, and there is still some, I mean, Dr. Johnson Ishima mentioned anxiety. He doesn't understand. There are some who still look at these numbers, look at the city, and they are still not convinced that we are getting out of the woods.
I think what the governor...
From the monetary side, what assurance do you have for the market, for the businesses out there, to try and deal with this anxiety thing that has fed into the city? And those who are saying they're still closing, they are asleep, but they still have one eye up seeing what is going to happen on the monetary side.
On the monetary side, we'll continue to work to deliver on our objective, which is inflation. I think that is the key thing. When inflation is cool, all these other indicators will fall in place. So we'll continue to monitor the space. We'll continue to talk to Ministry of Finance. We'll continue to tread on our coordinating mechanisms that we have in place to ensure consistency in policies, and we'll continue to ensure that we build enough reserves to help us deal with volatilities in the exchange rate as and when they occur. I think there's a lot of fixation on the exchange rate. It is one of those prices that we have in the economy, just like any other price. It could go up, it could come down. I like it when it goes up personally, and I like it when it comes down, Because you know what? When it happens that way, and agents understand that anytime it goes up, it can come down, and anytime it comes down, it can go up, these agents don't tend to look too much at the exchange rate in pricing their goods and services. So it informs their pricing behavior. The exchange rate then becomes not a key element in their pricing behavior. The ups and downs, to be honest with you, George, personally, I think they are good.
So those business...
I mean, George, look at what happened to the appreciation. We had an appreciation, and some segments of the economy were not too happy with what had happened. It's had an impact on fiscal revenues in one breath. In the other breath, importers think it's fine, it's cheap for them to bring in the goods. So we need that exchange rate that will satisfy both sides of the economy, and in that way we can have that equilibrium real rate of interest that will satisfy every facet of economic life.
So for those businessmen out there, the assurance is that the worst is over.
Well, for those business, the assurance is that we are doing whatever we can to ensure that there's stability on the macro front. That's
Dr. Philip Brodoto, I appreciate your time so much. I'll come back again if there's any pressure on the local currency or there's some challenges out there in terms of coming back to you to say that, what happened. And I know you voted on the committee. What did you vote for?
Well, I did indicate at the beginning that it was unanimous. It was unanimous in the sense that all the committee members thought that we needed a reduction in the policy rate. There were differences in the magnitude. So I was biased towards bringing the interest rates down, but I won't tell you how I voted.
The report will come out, so we'll know the members, and not by name, but how the members voted in that document, right?
Oh yes, you see the variations.
But Doctor, based on what you told me now, I'll be looking out for your notes in that report.
Thank you very much, George.
But Doctor, again, the Federal Reserve rate has dropped as well
by 0.25.
Yeah, some who think that people could be moving to, some of these offshore investors could be moving to our market, and even for gold as well. And the record performance of gold, some are saying, is quite interesting.
Yeah. I mean, there are those who are even saying that the latest reduction in the Fed rate bodes well for
economies like Ghana.
And there are those who are saying that, well, the dollar will continue to weaken. Yes. And therefore, what happens when the dollar weakens? There is some realignment that goes on in other currencies. Will the city gain? These are all the issues.
There was something I tried to, and as we try and wrap up on this interview, Doc, apart from the gold hedging program as well, what other initiatives is the Bank of Ghana undertaking to ensure that the good returns that we are seeing? Because you remember the governor said that some of these strong external reserve positions that we've had has come from cocoa prices and gold. What are we doing with the hedging of the gold and other programs so that when there is any global shocks, at least we can manage those shocks?
Well, George, I think apart from the hedging,
which should happen very soon. I mean, you're almost through with the model and everything.
Yes, we also do invest our reserves elsewhere, in other instruments elsewhere in the world, and all these things come in to give us some additional reserve buffers. And then the question again is, then do you also want to limit the way you intervene on the market to preserve the little that you have for a rainy day? Is that how they say it? For a rainy day? Yes. So there are so many ways of going around this.
Doc, I appreciate your time so much, and I'll definitely come back again for a second round effect interview on all these policy measures that you put in place. This has been PM Express Business Edition, engaging the Director of Research at the Bank of Ghana as you look at the recent cut in the policy rate, its impact on inflation, the Ghana cedi, and even the larger economy. I know the debate will still go on in your homes and your offices about whether the Bank of Ghana could have done more, maybe 500 basis point cut in the policy rate, or maybe 600. This has been PM Express Business Edition. Have a great day.
Hello everyone, you're welcome to Health and Vitality with me, Dr. Hannah-Lisa Tete. Today's episode is as a result of feedback from one of you requesting to know how they can use yoga to enhance their sleep. Join me after the break to find out how. Welcome back. So today I have with me
Coach Ben from the University of Ghana Sports Directorate.
And he tells me that he gets a lot of complaints about people who are unable to sleep, and so he helps them with some yoga techniques.
So roll your shoulders slowly, exhale, in, exhale, and then you form prayer pose. In prayer pose, you set your intention. So for today, our intention is to have a good and enhanced sleep.
Yeah.
So you talk to yourself that, okay, this is what I want to do. Set your mind. Whilst you breathe in deeply in prayer pose, exhale. Also be grateful for the day. Inhale deeper and exhale. Exhale slowly to your chair pose, okay? So actually exhale to your chair pose, good. 5. For our chair pose, we have beginners, intermediate, and experts. Beginners can go on your toes like what Madam is doing, or you can go on a flat foot. And then slowly place your palm down. Good. And then you shoot and goes up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Switch. Step into your pulse. Extend the right leg to the back in a lunge. Again, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And then slowly send your chest and chin down in puppy pose.
Imagine a family without a home. Imagine a song without a voice. Imagine a church without prayers. Imagine a government without citizens. Imagine democracy without journalists. Imagine a world without the media. Life is full of issues and stories about people, communities, and governments. Stories that have to be told by well-trained journalists. That's why you can't imagine news without JoyNews.
Hello, good afternoon. It's news today. I am Emefa Akosiadeti. We are live from our studios here in Kukumlimli, Accra. We're also live on DSTV channel 421 and Go TV channel 125. This afternoon, high treatment cost, late diagnosis and weak health system keep childhood cancer survival rate low in Ghana, where 1,200 children are diagnosed each year. We have details as only 2 in 10 Ghanaian children survive cancer, despite a global cut of 80% in high-income countries. And as well in the news this afternoon, scores of parents and students besiege school resolution centers seeking to secure a place in available senior high schools. As our President Mahama warns that without regional solidarity, the threat of terrorism could spread across West Africa. More, as he says, ECOWAS is maintaining dialogue with the 3 Sahelian nations that have withdrawn from the bloc to form the Alliance of Sahel States. In the next minutes, here on News Today, we have all the package for you. JoyNews, independent, fearless, and credible. Please stay. Here are the details for today. Now, Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Gold Board, Sami Gyamfi, has dismissed claims that the newly established body is promoting illegal mining, popularly known as Galamsey. Speaking on Joy FM's Super Morning Show, which discussed the government's commitments to fighting Galamsey, Mr. Gyamfi said it was wrong to blame Gold Board for a problem that troubled the country for many years. He explained that Galamsey existed long before Gold Board and had already reached a worrying level before the company was set up.
In stipulating our functions, Parliament said impression, but the impression they are is that Gold Board is promoting Galamsey. You see, and my simple question to them is, how can a 5-month-old statutory corporation, Gold Board, be responsible for an age-long Galamsey problem? Galamsey has been with us for decades. Galamsey has been with us for decades. This is last year there was no Gold Board. Yet we saw a lot of protests against Galamsey because Galamsey had reached unprecedented and alarming levels. So how can you say that a corporation that was established barely 5 months ago is the one to blame for Galamsey? I mean, nothing could be further from the truth. Okay. Then, again, Gold Board, before you went on a break, you wanted to find out if the Gold Board Act even provides for the fight against Galamsey and all that. Gold Board was established to support the promotion of sustainability initiatives and environmentally friendly mining practices. If you look at section 3.1, I believe G and H of the Gold Board Act, we have that function. So Gold Board is rather supposed to come and support. We don't have that mandate. The mandate is that of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources and their allied agencies like MINCOM, supported by the Ministry of Environment. They have that statutory obligation to fight Galamsey.
Also, Mr. Gyamfi stressed that Gold Board's role is clearly defined in law to promote sustainable and environmentally friendly mining, not to take over statutory fights against Galamsey. According to him, the direct mandate to combat illegal mining lies with the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources and its allied agencies, highlighting the corporation's achievements so far. Mr. Gyamfi said Gold Board has already made a difference within its short existence.
In stipulating our functions, Parliament said, Gold Board, since you will be in that space trading, you should support the fight. So, and in less than 5 months since our establishment, we've done what no institution in Ghana has done. This National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat, which was formed to be a multi-sectorial, central coordinating body for this Galamsey fight, for us to optimize resource. They didn't have money. They didn't have vehicles. In less than 5 months, Gold Board has given them 5 million Ghana cedis and 5 Toyota Hilux vehicles. And we plan to give them more vehicles. And since we gave them that support, we've seen the renewed fight all over the place. Colonel Boa, the leader of NAMOS, was in my office thanking me. That's, it's not been easy. Getting results to sometimes getting even fuel to move and all that is challenging because the work entails a lot, and no matter how much we are allocated, it's just not enough, and so we need people to support. So how can the same Gold Board that is supporting the fight against, established to support the fight against illegal mining, and is actually supporting the fight against illegal mining by putting in resources, be accused of promoting Galamsey? Now, the third point, before I come to your question, is that there has always been a market for gold anywhere in the world, including Ghana. Have we ever woken up to any news that there is stranded gold in Ghana? People have gold and they don't have people to buy.
There's always demand.
There is always demand. There is always a market. People always buy. So before Gold Board, gold had a market.
Now, still on illegal mining, the Ankobra River is dying, and the government says it's war after witnessing firsthand the shocking extent of pollution by Konadu. The Land and Natural Resources Minister have announced that a permanent military base will be stationed along the river to stop illegal miners and protect one of Ghana's most vital water bodies. Correspondent Natalia Kwanza has the details.
From Pristia to Sangoma, where the Ankobra River stretches, it's 190 kilometers. For the past 3.5 months, our main concentration has been on the land and then on the river. But I want to stress that our interest is on water bodies and forest reserve. We've done a lot of operation on the land, and we have shifted now on the river.
What was meant to be an hour canoe ride on the Ankobra River turned into more than 2, a journey that revealed the scars of illegal mining deep on the Ankobra River. The Land and Natural Resource Minister at first hand along the Ankobra River. Instead of a clear water, the river flowed thick and milky brown. Just minutes into the journey, the team encountered a galamsey makeshift hub made of wooden and plastic structures, known as Chinese Town. Now, a galamsey hub carved out of what was once a cocoa farmland. Women and children were left behind as miners fled at the sight of the delegation.
You see all this crowd right here. Nobody is planting any food. Everybody here is focused on destroying the water.
Further upstream, devastation spread wider. Hundreds of champagnes clogged the river. Pumps, pipes, and heap of sand lined the banks like monuments to destruction. So behind me is a pit dug by these illegal miners. Just few minutes walk from the Ankobra River. This is to remind us that this war is not something that we should just be playing around with.
The people who are doing this have declared war on the people of Ghana, period. They are not simply looking for gold. They've decided to completely decimate the Ankobra River. And they don't care what happens to anybody else. I think this is one more reason why we have to put our money where our mouth is. And I hope I can bring the Minister of Finance, my good friend, here to understand that we need to mobilize all the security forces to stay here permanently.
Now, let's turn our attention to another serious matter in this country. Now, in Ghana, about 1,200 children under 15 are diagnosed with cancer annually, yet only 20% survive, compared to more than 80% in high-income countries. Globally, childhood cancer is one of the leading causes of death among children and adolescents, while 8 out of 10 children in developed countries survive. In low and middle-income countries like Ghana, less than 3 out of 10 are cured. Experts say most childhood cancers are curable if detected early and treated properly, but delays in diagnosis, prohibitive costs and also limited facilities mean many Ghanaian families face impossible odds. As part of our special series on childhood cancers, we put the spotlight on young Lassa, who bravely battled leukemia. For many children, access to treatment and support remains out of reach, but Lissa's story was different. She received significant support from businessman and philanthropist Ibrahim Mahama, who sponsored her treatment abroad. Despite the effort and care she received, Lassa sadly lost her battle.
It's about 5 a.m. Sunday, and little Lassa is wheeled to International Airport with her loved ones following in a convoy. The 10-year-old once lit her home with laughter, but she's now locked in the fight against leukemia. Her family sold almost everything to save her, until the CEO of Engineers and Planners and Jata Cement, Mr. Ibrahim Mahama, stepped in to cover the over $100,000 treatment costs. At the airport, her family gathers for prayers.
We thank you, and we know everything has done.
Amid hug and whispered words of encouragement, her mother struggles to hold back tears.
My girl has a chance to life again, because all hope was lost. We didn't know how we were going to be able to raise that amount to treat her and to pay for all our bills, our accommodation, everything. We are very much grateful to Mr. Ibrahim Mahama. She's excited. She's looking forward to the treatment. She wants to go back to school. So she's very happy and very optimistic.
Among those at the airport is the man who made it all possible, Mr. Ibrahim Mahama. He has personally come to see Lassa off, ensuring she had the emotional support she needed. Doctors advised that Lassa is given specialized care and safety of an air ambulance and expense Mr. Ibrahim Mahama fully covered.
Well, what does the data show? Lead data and research analyst here at JoyNews, Isaac Kofi, is in studio. Kofi, what have you been digging?
It's rather unfortunate that Lisa is part of the statistics. It's not just about numbers, but people's lives being lost. And in Ghana, if you look at our situation as far as the the WHO is concerned, about 1,200 children suffer with cancer every year. And that simply tells you the statistics you spoke about. I mean, if you look at this number of diagnoses, just about 20% are able to get, survival. So it simply means that if you select 100 of our children who are battling cancer, different forms of cancer, just about 20 of them will survive. About 80 of them will end up dying, especially because the cost of treatment involved here is very, very expensive. If you look at Lisa's case, for instance, she needed about over $100,000 to do that sort of treatment. And that usually becomes a bane on families, and it's a difficult situation for them. But unfortunately, although you have some, children getting access to treatment, just about 42% have access to cancer treatment in the country. And we understand that the president under the Mahama Cares, program is hoping to enroll children with cancer on this, new, health card that will help to treat, children. Because even those who get that form of treatment, only about 85% of them are able to go through the entire process, which means that with that 42% who are able to get the treatment, not all of them are even able to go through the process, and many of them end up dying. And in fact, if you look at treatment and diagnosis, we are still stuck within this threshold of 20 to 30%. It means that about 70% of the cases are not able to go through diagnosis and treatment. And you ask yourself, these children will end up dying without even knowing the cause of their death. And that has been our situation. And that's why we are putting a spotlight on this, because it's not just galamsey that is killing people, but also childhood cancer is also killing people. A lot of children are suffering from leukemia. And it's unfortunate that if you select 100 of our children who are battling this, cancer disease, about 80 of them will end up dying, and just about 20 are likely to survive the situation.
Largely because of cost, late detection as
Absolutely.
well. And they are not able to access the full round treatment because of cost again.
Unfortunately.
Well, thank you so much, Kofi. Now, away from that, President John Mahama says ECOWAS is continuing dialogue with the 3 Sahelin countries that have withdrawn from the regional body to form the Alliance of Sahel States. Speaking at the Jubilee House after receiving Germany's new ambassador to Ghana, President Mahama stressed the need for solidarity in addressing the challenges faced by the countries, particularly growing threats of terrorism. He warned that if the region does not unite in confronting these issues, terrorism could spread further across West Africa. The new German ambassador commended President Mahama for what, he described as remarkable leadership in regional and national affairs. Joining us via Zoom is Presidential Affairs Correspondent Maxwell Agbagba. Maxwell, which other ambassadors have you been have been presented today? We'll try again to see if we can get more from that. That's just happening at the Jubilee House or the presidency now. Maxwell, I'll try again. If you can hear me, which other ambassadors' credentials have been received today? Well, we'll try and bring that back to you later in the bulletin. But away from that, climate change continues to devastate communities across Africa and Asia. But a new approach known as locally led adaptation is proving that sustainable solutions are best driven by the people who live with the crisis daily. The Climate and Development Knowledge Network has been assessing the impact of the strategy with some of its partners, and MFA Etiama early reports. But quickly, before I bring you that story, I'll take you back to Maxwell as I've been able to reconnect with him. Maxwell, what more can you report from the Jubilee House?
So far, we have had the Commissioner of Kenya, the new High Commissioner of Kenya to Ghana. We've also had the Ambassador of the Kingdom of Norway to Ghana. Others will be present also, the Ambassador of Denmark the ambassador of the Republic of Sudan, the ambassador of the Republic of Pakistan, the Republic of Senegal, the ambassador of the European Union to Ghana, ambassador of the Arab Republic of Egypt to Ghana, the British High Commissioner, who is currently in that meeting, who just presented his credentials to President Mahama and is interacting with President Mahama. But during the interaction, especially during the interaction with the ambassador, the new ambassador of Senegal to Ghana, President Mahama mentioned that Ghana will be seeking collaboration, with Senegal on how to especially promote our tourism industry. He also mentioned in that conversation about collaboration with Senegal on how to prevent violent extremism, from spreading from the three Sahelian countries, to West Africa. He said he's committed to sharing ideas and intelligence on how to help the three Sahelian countries resolve the challenges that they face. During the conversation with the new Sudan ambassador to Ghana, he mentioned that he's hopeful and praying that the conflict that has bedeviled that country currently, there'll be a peaceful resolution to the conflict in that country to bring peace to the people of Sudan. So as we are speaking right now, the UK's new ambassador, new High Commissioner, I should say, to Ghana, is interacting with him. He just finished presenting his credentials. So in total, 10 new ambassadors and High Commissioners are presenting their credentials to the President today.
Thank you so much, Maxwell Agbagba. You're watching News Today, and I'll take you back to that report by Emefa Etiamwa Eli on how climate change continues to devastate communities across Africa and Asia. But a new approach known as locally led adaptation is proving that sustainable solutions are best driven by the people who live with the crisis daily. The Climate and Development Knowledge Network has been assessing the impact of this strategy with some of its partners.
Scorching heat, rising seas, failed crops, and recurring floods. These are the realities many communities face daily. For years, climate experts have prescribed solutions from afar. But how sustainable have these truly been? That question brought together over 45 participants from across Africa and Asia to Kenya. Hosted by the Climate and Development Knowledge Network, they reflected on how communities themselves are shaping change through locally led adaptation. From modern sanitation projects in Bangladesh, forest conservation in Cameroon and Benin, to science-based climate education in Ghana, participants discussed innovative solutions built with local ownership. But perhaps the strongest evidence was in Machakos County, Kenya. Faced with erratic rainfall, residents built a stone barrier across a river, creating a reservoir that now provides irrigation for more than 5,000 people. Pastor James Maria is the chairman of the World Climate Change Planning Committee in Machakos.
We also involve the community. For example, in a particular area, we might go in a particular area, see the area, and maybe call the community. What would you want us to do for you from this area? And they will say it. Then we write a proposal, particularly on what the community is interested in. So that it is accepted. Yes. Because if you bring something they don't know or they don't accept, it will be yours.
For farmers like Jacqueline Kambua, the impact has been life-changing.
The situation here was worse, but when we got this where we got water and everything is okay. We had no water before this well was constructed. We had no water. Actually, we were fetching water from far, far away to get this water. So I think this project, we have been benefiting so much.
Young people in the community say they find purpose and steady work through irrigation and farming.
This afternoon, opposition New Patriotic Party is accusing President John Mahama of authoritarian rule alleging he's abusing state power to harass political opponents. Speaking at a press briefing in Accra, National Youth Organizer Salah Mustafa said the administration is weaponizing the newly announced software by the Signal Bureau to monitor and suppress dissent. President Mahama, in his maiden media engagement, indicated that the Signals Bureau has acquired new technology that will be able to trace IP address of individuals using hate speech on social media. But the National Youth Organizer says the use of the technology will lead to a silence culture in the media. He also challenged the Inspector General of Police to produce evidence of the claims made by Sir Obama on the possession of firearms, pointing to recent attacks in the northern region as proof of sophisticated weapons being used. My colleague Stephen Mensah was at the briefing and has joined me via Zoom to give me more details. So, Stephen, the party has announced its intention to demonstrate. When is the protest expected to happen?
To happen on Tuesday, 23rd September 2025. The party supporters and all individuals are admonished to join the protest. They'll be marching through the principal streets of Accra. They say they'll be starting from the Obra Sport all through to the police headquarters and end their march at the Jubilee House. And they're demanding one thing. They say President Mahama is promoting a silence culture. You recall that during his first maiden meet the press, he indicated that the Signals Bureau has acquired new technology that would enable them to trace IP addresses of individuals who use hate speech on social media. Salah Mustafa says this will be incorporating or enhancing silence culture on the media, social media.
Well, Steve, the party also claims that there have been a series of targeted attacks on its members. Did they cite any examples?
Yes, they cite the most recent being Abronya DC. They also cite the famous musician Shatawale. They say the president and officials are using the bail conditions as merit for remanding individuals.
Right. Thank you so much for speaking to us today or bringing us that report from the press conference. You're watching News Today, and in other news, the West Africa is taking a united stand against laser fever at a West African Health Organization Laser Fever International Conference in Abidjan. Health leaders and scientists say the fight against the deadly disease must begin with homegrown solutions, stronger cooperation, and faster vaccine development.
Lassa fever is a deadly viral disease endemic in Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Liberia, Guinea, and other West African countries. It continues to strain fragile health systems, disrupt livelihoods, and claim lives across the region. Nigeria's coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali, says the fight must begin within the region.
Because ultimately, this disease is local to us. The solution is not going to primarily come from global. It is our problem. It is us that will rise up to invest, to mobilize our friends from the region and globally to find solutions to our local problem. That is very important. I urge us to focus all on actionable steps, outcomes, practical measures that will strengthen our resilience, protect our populations, and pave the way forward for the eventual elimination of Lassa fever as a public health threat in West Africa.
Health experts say a vaccine could save lives, reduce healthcare costs, and protect economies by preventing outbreaks. Fewer infections mean less missed work and less financial pressure on families and governments. The African Union's Commissioner for Health, Ambassador Ama Chum Amwa, called for cross-border solidarity.
Lassa fever does not respect borders. Neither must that. It is only through solidarity between our states, between our regional bodies, and with our global partners that we can protect lives, strengthen national security and prepare for the threat of tomorrow. Let this conference be the milestone. Let us ensure that the outcomes and recommendations shared here translate into action.
The Lassa Fever Conference was officially opened by Côte d'Ivoire's Prime Minister Robert Mambe, who reaffirmed his country's support for regional cooperation.
Est une excellente initiative de l'Organisation ouest-africaine de la santé et une occasion pour approfondir la réflexion sur la sécurité sanitaire liée aux maladies émergentes dans l'espace CEDEAO.
Over 800 delegates attended, including scientists, policymakers, and partners such as the World Health Organization, World Bank, African Development Bank, and CEPI. The goal is to strengthen health systems, improve diagnostics, and accelerate vaccine development. A report by Mohamed Nuruddin.
Also today, Minority Leader Alexander Afenyomarkin will this afternoon engage the youth of his constituency on a number of social and national issues. The program, dubbed Youth Common Forum, creates a platform for political leaders to address important issues of national interest, including politics, unemployment, among others. We'll go live now to my colleague James Aveji, who's joining us from Winneba on phone. James, what's it like so far?
Well, Emma, so as you have mentioned, this is a platform for political leaders as well as the youth, especially on issues of national interest, and the move create a platform to address unemployment issues as well. And so the first edition started in Accra at the UPSA, where the minority leader touched on a number of things, especially employment opportunities for the youth, as well as the matter of Galamsey, how it is eating deep into our environmental issues and the need for government to address that as soon as possible. Today, we expect him to touch on similar issues and also, tell the government on the issues of unemployment and how those should be addressed within his constituency. So we are here at the University of Education Winneba campus, where there is some high level of anticipation ahead of that starting in the next 30 minutes. So those are the key things we're looking out for on how some solutions will be proffered to government to tackle them in the near future. MFM.
Well, while we know that this is happening in his constituency, are we expecting anybody else, or it will just be him addressing the youth of his constituency?
We expect a number of political figures, especially from both the NDC and the NPP, as well as captains of industries, to also come here and share their insight on those two key issues to the students to close that gap between leadership and voters of constituents as well. So those are the two key category of persons we are expecting to speak here, but he is the guest of honor for the program.
Well, thank you so much, James. Now, public institutions across the country, including the Ghana Education Service, public and technical universities, and the Ghana Library Authority, have been disrupted as the Teachers and Educational Workers Union, TEU, declared a nationwide strike effective today. The union explained that the strike was necessary following the failure of authorities to address the long-standing concerns of non-teaching staff, despite exhausting all established procedures. At a press conference in Accra, TEU General Secretary King James Azotiba said members have endured neglect for too long and had no option but to declare an indefinite strike, adding that they will not back down until their demands are met.
The public universities of Ghana, the technical universities of Ghana, as well as the Ghana Library Board, the Ghana Museums and Monuments Boards, have been taken for granted. Our contributions to the smooth running of the educational system in this country is indispensable. Yet, we are constantly being sidelined. When it comes to welfare, when it comes to staff benefits, and more importantly, our conditions of service, which is rightfully our right as enshrined in the Labour Act, Act 651 of 2003. Madam Chair, the Teachers and Educational Workers Union, table of TUC, we have exercised a lot of patience. We have shown commitment to dialogue with our social partners. Unfortunately, the issues that have affected our members remain unresolved. And promises made to us have been left unfulfilled. This persistent neglect is nothing short of discrimination and unfair labor practices, which will not be tolerated. Unfair labor practices and discriminations are both in the 1992 Constitution of Ghana and the Labour Act, Act 651 of 2003. These are all forbidding acts that anybody is supposed to melt to a worker or a workers group. Sister Chair, it is for this reason that effective today, the 19th day of September 2025, the table of TUC hereby declares a nationwide strike with immediate effect.
This afternoon, scores of stranded parents and students have thronged the school placements and resolution centers nationwide, where long, winding queues stretched across venues as they scramble to secure senior high school admissions through the self-placement system. Now, out of the 590,000 candidates who qualified, more than 107,000 missed out on automatic placements under the computerized school selection and placement system. At the Nat Hall in Accra, some parents and students arrived before daybreak, clutching documents and waiting anxiously for the process to begin in hopes of securing a spot. Let's go live to my colleague Collins Frimpong. Collins, this morning you brought us some updates. Now this afternoon, how is it looking like at the Nat Hall?
So the situation is not different from our earlier engagements on the various bulletins that we have had here at the Nat Hall. This afternoon, the number of people that have trooped in is quite ×3 of what we earlier reported. Now we've seen that people are also trying to occupy the upstairs of the building, and when you come to the main auditorium here, the numbers are huge. But the Deputy Minister of Education, Dr. Clement Apak, just came here a moment ago that he engaged some of the parents and the students, and he apologized to them for the issues that the computerized placement system was facing, that at a point that the traffic, about 5 million people were trying to access the portal, that caused so much traffic that people were not able to access the system. And also, he also apologized on behalf of the government and the ministry as well as the GES with regards to the fact that over 107,000 have not been able to also secure automatic placements. And he assured them that they have put measures in place that they will be able to absorb almost everyone who qualifies and also goes through all the processes for their placements, and they will be able to meet the deadline for the school placements and also the reopening or reporting to school. So they should be rest assured there is no issue about that. But let's engage some of the parents that are here that we want to find out. Say, Dr. Clement Park, the Deputy Minister of Education, has been here and he engaged some of you privately and also publicly. We also heard him also speaking. First of all, let me know the issues that you came here with.
Okay, my name is Roxanne in the first place. My sister had issues with the school that she chose. So we want to do a placement to a convenient place. Yes, so I'm here to change the school that she had. So that's why I'm here.
But we know there have been issues. There are deadlines that they need to get the placement done before they can report. But the Deputy Minister of Education, Dr. Clement Park, has been here assuring you people that you need to be calm and things will be done. How satisfied are you with whatever he said?
Okay, I must commend the Deputy Minister for his assurances. I'm very enthusiastic that the statement he has given is assuring. And I believe they are also doing their best to fix all the issues that we are facing at the moment. So I commend him for his assurances, and I believe the issues I'm facing will be resolved appropriately so that my child and myself will be happy. So I'm very happy with whatever is going on here.
Grateful to you, thank you. So that's it, but let's get more. Say, good afternoon, welcome to JoyNews.
Thank you.
We've seen that you've been here for quite some time now, that you've been in the queue. So far, what's the issue?
It's about placement and change and all the protocols that goes with when students begin their new career. Since morning, there have been a number of people in, and I think comparably to last 2 years, I think this year looks more organized. I mean, they've segregated the work schedule, and the minister came some time ago and reassured us that they intentionally give a moratorium of 1 month so that, I mean, all these issues will be taken care of. I think so far so good. There are people who are working briskly. So I think we are satisfied.
Have you been able to go through the process?
When they are done with
how was it?
I mean, when you go there, I mean, the people understand what they are doing. They ask you the reason for which you are here. You explain your issues to them, and they tell you what they can do and take your details and promise to get back to you. Definitely.
I'm grateful to you. Thank you. So, MFR, this is the situation here at the NATO in the Greater Accra region. So, the Free SHS Secretariat and the Ministry, as well as the GES, have set up four different tables here. And here on my left, what you are seeing on your screen, on my left, that is the TVET table that any student or parent who is having issues with regards to TVET will move to that particular direction and also ensure that everything gets settled. And also here, the remaining three, right from my right to far end, also belongs to the general information, general issues. Anyone who is having issues with placement and it is not about TVET or STEM, you move to these directions and ensure that everything gets resolved. And we have 107,000 people, I must say 107,509 people in total who could not get automatic placement. But the point is that as at 7 a.m., the information that we had from GS is that since the portal was opened and people were able to access the platform, about 30,000 people as at 7 a.m. today have been able to secure placement. And also the remaining are also trying their best. You go to different places, every district at the Ghana Education Service Office, every regional Ghana Education Office or directorate, you go there. This particular exercise is also ongoing to ensure that all the people that have not been able to get their placement or also get them rectified. And there are people that they also got schools, but because of distance or due to one or two reasons, they are not able to accept those placements. They also move to these places that right here we've been engaging some of them that they tell us that to the point that some of them got school in Upper West that they did not even choose, even Upper East they didn't choose, but they are here and they've been able to rectify the information that about the Greater Accra region. almost over 500 people have moved in here today and are trying to get placement. Deputy Minister of Education, Dr. Clement Apak, has come here assuring people to calm down, students and parents to calm down, that they are going to make sure that everyone who deserves to be in school, who deserves to get placement, goes through the process and the person will get placements.
That's amazing. Thank you so much, Collins, for bringing us that detailed report from the Nat Hall. Now, the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, GTEC, has instructed Professor Johnson Nyako Bompom, Vice Chancellor of the University of Cape Coast, to vacate his position for remaining in office beyond the compulsory retirement age of 60. The Commission referenced Article 199, Clause 1 of the 1992 Constitution, which requires public officers to retire at age 60, as well as Statute 8.2 of the UCC Statutes 2016, which allows a Vice Chancellor to serve for a maximum of 2 terms, provided it does not exceed the statutory retirement age. Following this directive, the Pro-Vice Chancellor, Professor Dennis Walanyo Aheto, has been asked to act in the interim. GTEC has also directed the Governing Council of UCC to suspend the appointment of a substantive Vice Chancellor until the High Court in Cape Coast rules on a case connected to the matter. Copies of the directives were sent to the Minister of Education and Chancellor of UCC, the Council Chair and Registrar, the Director of Finance and Internal Auditor and Chairman of the Vice Chancellors, Ghana. You're watching News Today. Please stay. There's more.
How may I help you today?
We'd like to open a bank account.
Sign here, sign here, sign here, and here. And now you draw direction to your house. I need your thumbprint. And I'll need your birth certificate too. No, I need the original.
A lot has changed since you banked like this. So have we. We've made it easier than ever to open an account online and bank on the go through our mobile app, online banking, and more. EcoBank, a better way to bank your way.
Sign here, and here.
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
So, Charlie, the deal there, I almost get her.
Wow. Syntax pipe, as tough as it can get.
You're so sorry with your back, sorry. Oh, what am I doing? You was a thing. Hey, what the cat never won. We can catch him. Hey! Now, I'm pipe.
Between the kept high and cabo.
Hey, madam, pipe menu.
A syntax pipe. Me tono, Omukacham send a word them pa. Say a fee, say a foam. The other pipe we be a yannick gum.
Syntax pipe.
Why a leaky?
Come, madam. From today, syntax pipe in my pipe. No 2 ways.
We need a pipe ben abe use.
SINTEX pipe.
Syntax pipe.
In the carry water. No hala.
It's now time for business here on JoyNews today. My name is Winston Taki, and out of first business story. Export value for companies under the Ghana Free Zones Authority has hit $1 billion as at the first quarter of 2025. This was disclosed by the CEO of the authority, Dr. Mary Awusi. Speaking at the 30th anniversary launch of the Ghana Free Zones Authority, Dr. Awusi stated that she will lead a charge to ensure the completion of industrial zones in Wankra in the Asante region, Shama in the Western region, and other industrial zones.
With about 306 active licensed companies under its authority, the Ghana Free Zones Authority continues to champion industrial growth in the country. Comprising a blend of wholly Ghanaian, foreign and joint ventures, these enterprises contributed about $2.2 billion in non-traditional exports by the end of 2024. The Minister for Trade, Industry and Agribusiness and Board Chair of the authority, Elizabeth Ofosue-Jare, reiterated the ministry's vision of establishing specialized economic zones to promote industrial growth.
Over the years, Ghana has pursued bold policies to position itself as a competitive hub for trade and investment. However, ladies and gentlemen, to sustain the scale these achievements we have, we must evolve. This is why my ministry is championing the transformation from export processing zones to specialized economic zones, which has become imperative to embrace a more modern, inclusive, and flexible model of industrial development.
Highlighting the authority's contribution to socio-economic development, the CEO, Dr. Mary Awusi, disclosed that the non-traditional export value for companies under the authority hit $1 billion in the first quarter of 2025.
Together, these enterprises have lifted Ghana's non-traditional exports from $145.4 million in 1997 to $2.25 billion as at the end of 2024. The export value for the first quarter of 2025 alone stands at $1 billion.
She emphasized the need to develop additional industrial zones to support economic advancement.
I will drive infrastructure development to accelerate the expansion of our existing enclaves while opening new industrial zones to create greater opportunities for growth.
At the ceremony, the logo for the 30th anniversary celebrations was unveiled. The theme for the celebration is 3 decades of impact, empowering businesses, transforming trade in Ghana. Some of the programs outlined for the celebration include business fora, student seminars, exhibitions, and an awards and gala night.
We have more business update for you on the marketplace. Stay tuned after this break.
When I was young, I asked my mother the secret of her vitality and health. She said,
La Adeyemi. Now, every love story, every broken heart, and every celebration had a soundtrack, and often it was sung by Dada KD. Today, he's silent, but before the silence, there was a voice, a melody. Today, we remember him through the timeless songs that continue to speak long after the music stops.
He gave Ghanaians melodies that became the soundtrack of their lives. With a career spanning decades, Dada KD became a pillar of Ghanaian music. As Ghana prepares to bid him a final farewell this weekend, we remember not just the man, but 5 of the timeless songs, not just for his voice, but for the powerful stories he told through music. Here are 5 of his timeless songs. Mira, meaning my love or my person in a can. This romantic ballad celebrates deep, loyal love. With heartfelt devotion, Dada KD affirmed the kind of commitment that resonated strongly with couples. Fatia Fatankroma. A poetic love story comparing a perfect couple to Ghana's Kwame Nkrumah and Fatia. In it, love is smart, romantic, and unforgettable. Somuje, translating as come and take. This song is filled with heartbreak and emotional pain. It tells the story of a man surrendering a love too heavy to carry. Odomwe Nijebi. An uplifting track that celebrates the laughter and joy love can bring. Its catchy chorus made it a fan favorite, reminding us that love is meant to be danced to. Honey Love. A song that showed Dada KD's growth as an artist, blending smooth production with tender lyrics to express the sweetness of love and the desire to protect it. Dada KD may be gone, but his music lives on as Ghana prepares to say a final goodbye on September 20 and 21. We hold on to the songs, the memories, and the legend.
Well, of course, Dada KD may be gone, but we hold on to his songs. And that will be all for Showbiz. I am lawyer Sholademi. Emma Fadeti, do you have a favorite?
Of course, that I love Dada KD. I totally love it. But I hope that he's resting in peace. And thank you for bringing us that very nice report. And that'll be all for today. I am Emefa Akosia Adeti. Thank you for watching the news. Do log on to my Joy Online if you want more news. Thank you for watching.
When I was young, I asked my mother the secret of her vitality and health. She said, the right food, the right exercise, the right amount of sleep, and the right blood tonic. Nescafe Blood Tonic is effective for the treatment of anemia, lack of appetite, and stressful conditions in both adults and children.
Nescafe Blood Tonic, the right family blood tonic. Another quality product from Ernest Chemists. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Enjoy a stress-free shopping experience with unforgettable discounts and amazing prizes. This is the EcoBank Joy Business SME Fair, the biggest sales bazaar where buyers and sellers meet. Whether you're a small business owner, a bold startup, or just passionate about the future of businesses in Africa, this is where you need to be. 3 days of exhibition and networking. Over 150 SMEs and startups, ranging from food, textiles, fashion, consumer electronics, home decor and appliances, furniture, automobile and technology, and loads more, all under one roof. Hey, yeah, don't call me, don't call me. Don't miss out on the EcoBank Joy Business SME Fair from the 31st of October to November 2nd at the Gouda Park, Accra Mall, off the Spintex Road. Gate open at 8 a.m. each day. To register as an exhibitor or vendor, call 0500-238-383 or 0244-453-929. The EcoBank Joy Business SME Fair is powered by Joy Prime and sponsored by EcoBank, the Deepen African Bank, and MTN Business. Welcome to a new world of business. Media partners: Joy FM, Hits FM, JoyNews, and myjoyonline.com.
Hi, good afternoon. Welcome to the marketplace. Coming up, the Bank of Ghana projects a notable drop in the cost of credit and lending rates starting next month, following its decision to cut the policy rate by 350 basis points to 21.5%.
300 resulted in some 250 basis point cut in the banks, the commercial banks responding to businesses, right?
Yes, I saw.
Are you going to see about some 300 this time round?
We should. I think we should.
Also coming up, funeral tourism will discuss the economic ripple effects of the Asantehemaa funeral. My name is Darryl Kwao. Thanks for being with us. Details coming up. For being with us, everyone. My name is Darryl Kwao. The Bank of Ghana is projecting a notable drop in the cost of credit and lending rates starting next month, following its decision to cut the policy rate by 350 basis points to 21.5%. As part of broader efforts to stimulate economic activity, the central bank is also rolling out additional measures aimed at supporting commercial banks to improve credit access for businesses. Director of Research at the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Philip Abedu Otu, shared more insights on these developments on PM Express Business Edition.
350 has been done. I expect another 350 to be done to lower the cost of credit for businesses. That in itself is a transmission. The way I think about the transmission from the central bank to the real economy, it happens in two stages. The first stage is from the central bank to the commercial banks. And then the second stage of the transmission is from the commercial banks to the real economy. Normally, the transmission from the central bank to the commercial banks is full. It's always 100%. Then in the second stage, at times it gets a little bit quirky, it gets a little bit tough because of probably the conditions of the commercial banks, and they try to risk profile their clients, and in the end the rates don't pass through well to the rest of the economy. I've seen this first cut that we did pass through already to the rest of the economy, and I think as we go down, as the banks continue to operate profitably, as the banks continue to operate in a well-capitalized environment, they'll begin to pass on some of these to the rest of the economy.
The 300 resulted in some 250 basis point cut in the banks, the commercial banks responding to businesses, right?
Yes, I saw.
Are you going to see about some 300 this time round?
We should. I think we should.
Joining me on Zoom is Wilson Zilavu, who is an economic analyst with Data Bank Research. Good afternoon to you. So the Bank of Ghana has cut the policy rate by 350 basis points to 21.5%. From your perspective, is this aggressive enough to stimulate borrowing and investment?
Thank you very much, Daryl. Yes, from my perspective, I think to some extent it goes a long run to stimulate borrowing. considering where we are coming from, 25%, and then a 350 basis points cuts to 21.5%. A lot of it will be dependent on credit worthiness on the market and how best old loans are recovered. You have a situation where the NPL is hovering around 21.7%, indicating that is excluding provisional losses, indicating that loans have not fully been recovered from the market. So I think banks would have a cautious strategy to disburse loans, and we don't expect a direct impact soon. We expect a gradual approach to the disbursement of loans to aid in economic activity.
Yeah, we'll talk a bit more about loans, but the central bank, do you think they've got room to ease the rates further? Because, I mean, inflation is targeted to fall within a target band, projected to fall within a target band of 8+2, if I'm not mistaken, by the end of the fourth quarter. Talk to us about what we should be cautious about going forward in terms of fiscal pressures.
Hey, thank you very much, Dario. So basically, in my view, so currently the NPL is at 21.5%, and our projections, our data bank, we expect it to hover around 9%, plus or minus 2 percentage points. All things being equal, the committee can implement about 300 basis point cuts with real rates still in positive levels. What that means is that the returns on loans will not be completely eroded by the rising prices on the market. We don't expect demand pressures to resurface soon, considering what we are actually seeing on the market in terms of high NPL. On the side of fiscal imbalance, it appears fairly anchored. We've seen sharp declines in the risk-free rate, or should I say relatively risk-free rate, which obviously means less cost to government. And I think most importantly, what we should look out for is the CD's performance. All things being equal, if that is well anchored, and the outlook on inflation or inflation expectation is well anchored, it gives room for further cuts to stimulate economic growth.
Yeah, we had Dr. Philip Abredu to talk about his expectations that banks would respond to the policy rate cut. How? I mean, he's looking at next month at the earliest. How soon do you think banks are going to respond to this? And should we expect a drastic cut in lending rates?
Okay, so theoretically speaking, the idea is that as soon as you effect a cut, it anchors the GRR downwards, making loans softer. And that should translate into increased demand for loans and increased extension of loans by these banks. With the 91-day bill looking quite unattractive, we've already seen banks get creative with the disbursement of loans. However, it's still not a direct process. The multiplier effects do take time to ripple downwards. You have a situation, as I said earlier on, the NPL is still high. It will be heavily dependent on, credit worthiness on the markets and the credit score of businesses. So going forward, as I said earlier on, we expect a cautious disbursement of these loans in the market. We don't expect a fast pace. We expect it to be on a cautious tone.
Beyond the rate cut, we had the central bank talk about additional measures to support bank lending. What kind of tools or reforms would make the biggest impact on credit availability for businesses?
Okay, so in my view, I think number one, stricter management of non-performing loans to restore asset quality is one, and also enhanced regulatory oversight is also another one, and then tighter fiscal lending guidelines, as we've already seen, to sort of improve transparency and protect the borrower is also one of the guidelines that you can look at. So basically, these guidelines should improve, credit score of businesses, and that should, augur well for further disbursements in the near future.
Well, finally, how do you expect the rate cut to impact the trajectory of the economy, especially on SMEs and the informal sector?
Okay, so so basically it's a positive impact. We expect economic activities to boost in the long run. For SMEs, although this obviously enhances export business activities, to some extent, it is well anchored on adaptability, how best these SMEs can adapt to the changing economic environment because of the competition that is in the market. So basically, although these SMEs have in the past gotten softer loans, we should see further disbursement of these softer loans to these SMEs. But most importantly, their survival in the market will be heavily dependent on how quickly they are able to adapt to competition in the market.
All right. Thank you so much, Wilson Zilevu, who is an economic analyst with Data Bank Research. Appreciate your time. The Ghana Revenue Authority has held a grand dinner event to honor its retirees and former staff as part of efforts to promote a culture of dedication and excellence within the institution. The ceremony not only celebrated the remarkable contributions of past employees, but also served as a bonding platform between veteran staff and new members of the authority. Speaking at the event, Commissioner General Anthony Kwesi Sarpong commended the retirees for their exemplary service and encouraged them to continue offering their expertise and guidance to the GRA in various advisory roles.
The event brought together senior staff and management members of the authority to share goodwill messages and success stories of the Ghana Revenue Authority at various stages of their operations. Certificates of appreciation and citations were given to members who excelled in their times during active services. In her speech, Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority, Anthony Kwesi Sarpong, urged the retirees to make themselves available to provide some guidance to current members when necessary.
One appeal I would like to make to you is that don't leave us and just enjoy your retirement. I think, especially for our leadership ladies, take it upon yourself to take one lady in the authority and be a guide and mentor them. And for the men, take one young person you left in your last post, just one, and guide them, groom them, because experience comes with time. And you've gathered a lot of experience over the years. And I believe that even if it is 1 quarter, you have a conversation with one person in the authority and share your experience and provide guidance and give them direction. It is a way of continuing to give back, and it's a way of building the young people also to keep to the very work that you've done.
It therefore expressed gratitude to them for their service to the GRA and the nation as a whole during their active years.
So we are very proud of you. You did not just serve, but you rose to the rank of leadership to make sure that what you do matters for the authority and what you do matters for the state. So on behalf of our board of directors, on behalf of management, I stand here to sincerely express our appreciation to you for all these years of dedicated service.
The move is expected to boost the morale of 7 members as they continue to serve diligently.
All right, stay with us on the marketplace. We're taking a short break. When we come back, we'll discuss funeral tourism, putting the spotlight on the Asantehema's funeral.
How may I help you today?
We'd like to open a bank account.
Sign here, sign here, sign here, and here. And now you draw direction to your house. I need your thumbprint. And I'll need your birth certificate too. No, I need the original.
A lot has changed since you bank like this. So have we. We've made it easier than ever to open an account online and bank on the go through our mobile app, online banking, and more. EcoBank, a better way to bank your way.
Sign here, and here.
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
For amazing, B for big wins, C for cash in your wallet. It's the ABC game, as easy as ABC. Just dial *262# and pick 3 letters like WIN or FUN and stick as low as 1 Ghana cedi. With just 1 letter correct, you stand a chance of winning up to 1 million Ghana cedis daily and get paid instantly to your phone. And guess what? Even if you lose, you get 10% cash back. No wahala, no waiting, just winning. Try it now. Dial *262# because life should be as easy as ABC. Play responsibly. Approved and regulated by the NLA.
Adom TV, ye wazoye. Corporate Kumasi get ready. The much anticipated Love 99.5 FM Corporate Games is here on Saturday, 11th October 2025. All roads lead to the Padjo Park University as top corporate institutions in Kumasi come together for an action-packed day of fun, networking, fitness, and fierce competition. Expect exciting activities including football, CEO penalty kicks, female 5-a-side football, volleyball, table tennis, sack race, lime and spoon, flip the bottle, athletics, draft, pool games, and so much more.
Corporate Ghana, yours truly, Steve Zando here. My name is Melvin the Enigma of Love 99.5 FM.
My name is David Akwete.
Love FM Corporate Games to be staged at the KUSC Padjo Sports Complex. My CEO, what's the office one? Wakasasa, only more. Come show me to see.
I would love to see you there so we can have fun together.
Love FM Corporate Games, always bringing you closer to the action.
International. And welcome back to the marketplace. Time for our Showbiz segment. We turn our focus to a unique and culturally rich phenomenon, funeral tourism. In Ghana, royal funerals, especially those held in Asante Kingdom, attract not just mourners, but thousands of visitors, creating a surge in economic activity. We'll be spotlighting the recent funeral of the Asantehemaa, a queen mother of the Asante Kingdom, and exploring how it drew international attention, boosted local businesses, and reaffirmed Kumasi's role as a cultural and spiritual hub. Joining me on Zoom is JoyNews' Emmanuel Kweku to break down how these grand traditional ceremonies are becoming key drivers of tourism and a local enterprise. Good afternoon to you. So the funeral of the Asantehemaa was a major event. Can you paint a picture of the scale and the kinds of visitors it attracted both locally and internationally?
All right, so Daryl, if I should say the funeral of the Asantehemaa, the late Asantehemaa, Nana Konadu Yiadom III, was one that was a spectacle everyone probably have beheld or beheld yesterday. And in fact, This is not just an ordinary individual or a royal. This is the second ruler, or let me put it that way. In the absence of the Asantehemaa, the Asantehemaa takes charge as the ruler of the Ashanti Kingdom in the region. And so yesterday, and even from the start of the funeral, right from Sunday up until yesterday, Thursday, it drew a lot of attention from the locals themselves and even international visitors trooping to the Mesha Palace to observe this cultural history in the region. In fact, we had a lot of people coming, even the Asante man themselves, as I rightly mentioned, and even the international visitors also coming. In fact, at the beginning of the funeral on Monday, we saw some members of parliament, some local traditional leaders, and also the members of the diaspora coming to observe or pay homage or pay commiserations with the Asantehemaa. And so for yesterday, which was the climax, if I should put it, the climax of the burial rites for the Asantehemaa, we saw a lot of people. We saw locally we saw the president, that's John Mahama, also former president, Nana Akufo-Addo, the vice president, former vice president, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, also coming at this particular event. In fact, we had a lot of members of the diaspora. We have ambassadors from Peru, Mexico, Cuba, Zimbabwe, Sierra Leone, Canada, Italy, Switzerland, the European Union themselves, United Nations, Norway, and Togo, and even there are a lot of people at the funeral, the burial grounds of the Asante. So, in fact, we have a lot of people coming there, Darryl.
Well, beyond the cultural significance, what kind of economic impact do these royal funerals have on Kumasi and the broader Ashanti region? Who benefits the most?
And in fact, I would say everyone benefits from this particular funeral. You are talking about those from the food vending businesses to the funeral accessory makers. It had a positive impact on them. If I should go to the food vending businesses, although Mesha had prepared some meal for other people, those who be coming to the place freely, they gave it out freely. Other people had to resort to the food outside. So you have the market women, the food vendors around Mesha, benefiting from this funeral. In fact, we understand that the kuntunkuni, that's the black cloth they wear during these funerals, the market boomed for them because you had a lot of people trooping to KJTR or other places, Bonre and the rest, and looking for this particular cloth to attend for the funeral, and also that of the sandals that they wear, the slippers that they wear, that also had some rise in the market, the sales of the market. In fact, you know, these queen mothers also put on what we call the dancing fan. That's the hair, the haircut that they put on. At Asafo, we saw a lot of these queen mothers going there to have their hair do and all of that during the course of the week. So, in fact, the market in Kumasi really boomed yesterday, and even from Sunday up to yesterday, the market for everyone went well. Hotels are benefits and all of that.
Hotels, transport services, artisans, food vendors, all capitalizing on such grand funerals. Do you see the potential for Ghana to formally integrate funeral tourism into its tourism strategy, or would that risk commercializing sacred traditions? I don't know if there's talk in the Ashanti region about how they can capitalize on these funeral celebrations.
Well, in fact, I think for Mesha, even the museum that we have in Mesha, when you go there, they have managed to capture a bit of the funeral rites that is being done in the Ashanti region, where they have documented it. So once you go there, they are able to display it to the visitors there for them to see. But I feel that there are sacred parts that does not really necessarily have to come out for the public to consume. In fact, the funeral we are talking about is not any ordinary thing. We're talking about the passage of life, someone transitioning from the physical world to the spiritual world. And that would entail that the families would have lost somebody they love. And so we cannot really commercialize the sorrow that characterizes this funeral for people to actually look at them. However, we can actually look at some aspects of the funerals themselves. We can look at how the coffin workshop, in Ghana, there's a bit of how we even carve out our coffins. You have some of them giving us bicycles, some of them giving you a microphone. If the person was a singer, if the person was a farmer, they are giving the person a cocoa coffin. These are beautiful things we can look at. The textile weaving sector, so we can also look at those things and then capitalize on them and tell our story as African people to the rest of the world. Darryl.
Great insight. Thank you so much, Emmanuel Kweku there. I appreciate your time and your perspective. That's the marketplace, everyone. Thanks for watching. There is more news on our website, myjoyonline.com/business. Every city spend matters. BOG reveals how policy rate decisions are made. Also, Ghanaians are loyal to their pockets, not to brands. Expert says edges brands reduce prices to gain goodwill. myjoyonline.com/business. My name is Darryl Kwao. Thanks for watching The Marketplace. It's going to be a long weekend. Enjoy.
Our passion is to inform, empower, entertain, and inspire. JoyNews. Independent, fearless, credible.
In 2021, Dacia shook up the e-mobility market with its hatchback, the Spring Electric. At well under 20,000 euros, the Romanian carmaker offered a complete package no other manufacturer in Europe could match. Now, Dacia has unveiled a new version of the fully electric Spring.
What is the cheapest electric car you can buy on the European market right now? You don't know, but I do. It's the Dacia Spring Electric, which is standing right next to me. It costs under 20,000 euro, but how is it possible? I'm going to show you today.
Dacia has given the new Spring a fresh look, more new features for the interior, and more power under the hood. And the price remains reasonable, meaning the Spring costs far less than the competition, such as the Citroën EC3, which will launch in Europe in 2025. The new Spring also has a lot going for it visually.
Let's talk a little bit about the exterior design of this Dacia Spring Electric, and I have to say, I really like the design. I think it doesn't look boring. I like the color, I like these bronze copper mirror caps, I like this off-road trim here on the wheel arches, I like the off-road trim on the doors. It really looks great. It upgrades the car to another level. And in the front you have got LED lights, which is not cheap at all, I would say. You have got the Dacia logo, which really fits the car, and on the bottom of the lip you can see the urban design. Yeah, probably not everybody will love it, but I like it. But I don't see where the car is cheap from the outside. Maybe we will find out if we take a seat inside.
The new Dacia Spring also sports a significantly revamped interior design. The height of the new steering wheel, for example, can now be manually adjusted. Colorful decorative elements further enhance the interior and brighten up the otherwise rather drab black cabin.
Let's talk a little bit about the interior design, and I think, yeah, I really like it. I think it looks a little bit cheap in some parts. If you take a closer look to the steering wheel, it's plastic. You can take a closer look to the doors, it's hard plastic. Over here it's hard plastic. A lot of hard plastic overall, but you got some analog dials for the climate. I really like that. Then you have got a big infotainment screen where you can use Android Auto and Apple CarPlay, even without a wire. I think that's pretty cool. And you have got a digital driver's display which shows you all the information you need. You can switch through it so you can show the information you really need for driving. I think that's pretty solid. And all in all, I think the interior, yeah, it fits the price.
The new Dacia Spring can be charged at a fast charging station with an output of up to 30 kilowatts. But that's only an option on the more powerful versions at a cost of an extra 600 euros. If you only charge your Spring with a maximum of 3.7 kilowatts, you'll have to wait up to 8 hours until it's fully charged.
Let's talk a little bit about the driving experience here in the Dacia Spring Electric, and I have to say, yeah, it drives okay. It's not the most comfiest or most luxurious car, as I suggest. We have got 48 kilowatt of power, which is equal to 65 horsepower. This is enough to get us from 0 to 100 in 13.7 seconds. Of course, it's not the fastest. We can go 125 kilometers per hour max with it. I think it's enough to drive in the most of countries in Europe, because most of the time you are not allowed to drive even faster than 130. So it fits this car really well. And the driving experience, yeah, it's quite pleasant. It's not the most comfiest, as I said, but yeah, you can use it in every day. So I would say it's a big thumbs up for me.
With its crisp handling and 113 Newton meters of front axle torque, the Dacia Spring easily copes with everyday demands. But these are not all the improvements the Romanian car maker has loaded into the new Spring.
Dacia really upgraded the Spring Electric all in all, and you can feel it when you drive it all around the city or on the motorway, because it really feels more modern, it feels more agile, it feels more, yeah, I don't know, it feels more grown up. And I think this fits this car really well, and with its price of under 20,000 euro, this is really impressive.
The Spring starts at 16,900 euros for the 33 kilowatt version. If you want 48 kilowatts of power like the car we're testing, you'll have to shell out at least 2,000 euros more. But does that kind of bargain have its drawbacks?
A down point to the Dacia Spring Electric is its crash test results, because it only got 1 star in there. I think that's not pretty good, because it doesn't offer a lot of safety. Of course, it's not a big car, but yeah, if you drive with it, you want to be safe. I think usually most of the people don't crash, but I have to tell you, because it's a big point to me.
The Dacia Spring EV65 consumes 13.2 kilowatts per 100 kilometers, according to WLTP. In our real-world test, however, the car's consumption figures didn't live up to Dacia's promises. Nonetheless, the Spring does prove how efficient it is in everyday driving.
So my final verdict on the Dacia Spring for today, I have to say the Dacia Spring Electric ticks all the boxes you need for an electric car. Of course, you can get more luxury, you can get more comfort in some cars, but you have to pay more. And if you take a closer look at this car, I have to say, yeah, this is the right way of electromobility for the future, I think, because not everybody can afford big cars with big batteries, which are really, really expensive nowadays. So the Dacia Spring shows us, with its 200 kilometers of range, that it's enough for everyday driving to get you from point A to point B.
The future at Dacia continues to look exciting, with the Romanian car maker remaining true to its promise of offering drivers affordable mobility. We were particularly impressed by the Spring's price, improved design, and agility. What we didn't like quite so much was its poor crash test results, charging speed, low top speed, and all the hard plastic in the interior.
Welcome to the world's longest running motoring event, the UK's London to Brighton Veteran Car Run.
We think we have nearly half of all the veteran cars that exist in the world. It is absolutely incredible.
It's celebrating the pioneering women of the veteran car movement. From the women who broke barriers at the dawn of the automobile.
As a lady, I would have been allowed in England to drive this car. I didn't get the vote until 1918.
To the women who drove veteran motoring through the 20th century.
I think that she was a bit of a trailblazer. She wasn't just going to drive an easy little car. She wanted to drive a really difficult car, the sort of car that a man would really love to drive.
And the generations of women flying the flag for veteran motoring today.
Look at that! Yes, yes.
They're behind the wheel of some of the oldest cars in existence.
We've got 4 generations that have gone down on the Brighton Run. And how exciting is that? And they're all women.
Sarah Tunnicliffe has been taking part in the run since she was a child. Veteran cars have been in her family for decades, and she's now the driving force behind a 60-year veteran car run tradition, which has always seen women behind the wheel. It spans 4 generations, with Sarah's children all learning to drive at their family home, and her grandchildren waiting in the wings.
It certainly is in the blood, and I think that they feel very much part of it, and that helps to make you feel part of a special movement. You feel privileged to be able to do something like this, and I think and I hope that they feel that too. So there weren't many lady drivers, were there, when Grugga started driving?
I don't think I could think of almost anyone. No.
Sarah's daughters, Caroline and Bieber, are proud members of this female veteran car run driving dynasty. It was a tradition which started with Sarah's mother Ruth, known affectionately as Grugga. As the first and only lady president of the Veteran Car Club, Ruth was a driving force in the veteran motoring movement. She and her husband Brian took part in their first Brighton run in 1964. Not satisfied with being a passenger, Ruth, seen here in the 70s, quickly took the wheel. She became an icon of the run at a time when it was a mainly male pursuit.
I think that she was a bit of a trailblazer, and my father was very, very encouraging, which was wonderful. I mean, you could imagine some men not wanting their wives or partners to muscle in on the driving, because the driving is the best bit, it really is. And when you see shots of people driving veteran cars, inevitably it's the man driving and the lady sitting beside looking pretty.
Ruth drove a notoriously challenging 1892 Panhard Elevator, known by the family as the Little Panhard, complete with iron tyres and a tiller.
It was a very hard car to drive. She wasn't just going to drive an easy little car. She wanted to drive a really difficult car. And I have to say that also applies to me. I like being able to drive the large Panhard, the big Panhard, because it's a difficult car to drive, and it's the sort of car that a man would really love to drive. Run to me means carrying on what my parents started, and it also means a really fun day out if all the cars get there.
But with all the cars on the run made before 1905, getting there isn't easy. The annual 100-kilometre journey to Brighton takes the cars through inner-city London, past the capital's most impressive landmarks, where they're faced with busy 21st century traffic. They then head out into the twists, turns and hills of the English countryside, before ending in the bustling seaside city of Brighton. Without the features we take for granted in modern cars, it's a challenging drive. Sarah's 1902 Panhard is known as the powerhouse of the family's 3 veteran cars. But with 16 horsepower, hills can be tricky. Even more so for the 1902 Darroch with 9 horsepower, and the 1903 De Dion with 6. Despite the limited horsepower, the Panhard can get up to a very contemporary 80 kilometres an hour. Quite a speed without modern safety features, though there is a fire extinguisher for emergencies.
The main thing is the brakes, There are no ABS brakes. The second thing is no power steering. So manoeuvring the car is quite hard work, and you have to always be looking ahead and thinking, observing, so that you have plenty of room to stop. You know, if I had to suddenly stop, this person here would probably shoot out.
But even with experts like Sarah at the wheel, these old motors often have a few tricks up their sleeves on run day, as family friend Adrian, a veteran car run regular, knows well.
They do indeed have personalities. The Darrak can be quite testing for us at times. It always has been ever since we've had it, and we've enjoyed lots of difficulties at times with it, whereas the Dion is automatic in its gears and is a pleasure to drive. And the Panhard is brilliant because it just goes and goes and goes. I mean, they were founded on racing cars, so they really do go very well indeed. But we just don't know. I mean, they are all those, 120 years old, anything could happen.
Motoring. The start line, a symphony of the sounds and smells of some of the oldest cars in existence.
There's over 400 cars here, all of them built before 1905. So we think we have nearly half of all the veteran cars that exist in the world are on the run every year. It is absolutely incredible.
It's the women of the run who are proudly front and centre as it celebrates the 120th anniversary of the birth of the UK's Ladies Automobile Club, and the pioneering women who embraced the motoring revolution at a time when landmark steps towards female equality were still years away.
Our car is 1902. What's really exciting is in 1902, as a lady, I would have been allowed in England to drive this car. I didn't get the vote until 1918. So I've been driving as a lady for longer than I've been allowed to vote.
Starting with their first event in 1904, the club helped galvanise women's motoring in England, challenging those who saw it as a traditionally male pursuit.
You think back to 1904, the ladies were taking a very great interest in the motor car, in the technical development and also the social possibilities of the motor car. Of course, in that era, ladies weren't always encouraged to join in, so they went and formed their own club. And it proved very successful. Up until the First World War, the club became huge. Many thousands of members joined the Ladies Automobile Club, which is extraordinary when you think how early that is in the history of the car.
I'm talking to ladies today because it's Ladies' Day today.
The club was an important milestone in the history of female veteran motoring, paving the way for the growing number who drive the run today.
What's very interesting is we see the percentage of women in the younger participants is much higher. It increases every year, and that's a very positive sign for the future.
Nearby, Sarah and family are getting ready to join the dozens of women behind the wheel. But there's trouble already, with the Panhard's journey looking over before it's even started. Its engines being uncharacteristically stubborn. But with another go at the hand starter and a tickle of the accelerator, they're back in business.
Really exciting! Yeah, I'm just happy with the car making that exciting noise. Are we all going to make it?
Yeah! Back at the start line, it's the women naturally leading the way. The launch of the run signalled with a ceremonial tearing of flags. And with that, the first cars are off. While it may not be a race, speed is at the heart of this run, at least for those who make it off the start line. It's a more promising start for Sarah, Bieber and Caroline, as one by one they once again join the ranks of veteran car run women. With the children warmly bundled in the back, the adventure begins. It's a spectacular backdrop through London as the cars, and some braided penny farthings, pass through the city's most famous landmarks, living history on 21st century streets. The run celebrates a dramatic gear change in UK automobile history which shaped modern motoring as we know it. In 1896, new legislation raised the speed limit from 6.4 to a lightning 22.5 kilometres per hour and abolished the need for a man to walk ahead waving a red flag. To celebrate, early motorists drove from London to Brighton, sparking the more than a century-long tradition enjoyed to this day. And while men may still outnumber women, dozens are now driving the run, with Sarah, Bieber and Caroline looking strong as they breeze through the city. Safely out of London, Caroline and the Didion and Sarah and the Panhard pull over for a well-earned break.
We were here first. You were here second. Yeah, we were here first.
As they tick down the kilometres to Brighton, it's time for the cars and the drivers to rest and recuperate after a smooth first leg.
She's doing amazingly. I don't want to jinx it, but she's doing really well.
The car doesn't sound quite as perfect as I would like it to, but it's running very well, it's pulling away well, and really, as long as it's running well, it doesn't matter.
But as the other cars sputter to a stop, one is missing. And concerns growing for Bieber and the tricky Derek. Despite the challenges, the magic of veteran motoring's not lost on Sarah's grandchildren.
It's really fun. Like, I normally wave to everyone there.
With Bieber's daughter Cara, the latest in the female line to embrace this world.
Some of these cars just like go on show in museums, but to know these still work and they're like 100 years old is really cool. As the cars have their final checks for the off, the Derek finally makes an appearance. Some battery trouble almost ended its journey, and now even parking's proving tricky. But after some tinkering,
I'm pretty sure my husband wanted me to hold the spark, which would have given me a massive electric shock.
it appears to have been resolved.
There was a slight concern as we stopped thinking, oh no, this one's going to let the side down again. But at the moment, everything crossed, we should be okay.
With a bit of old-fashioned elbow grease, they're all back on the road.
Okay, so we're now on the motorway.
As the miles fade away, the busy roads turn to country.
I think this is our top speed. Whizzing along at 25 miles an hour. Do you like going fast or slow?
Picturesque villages pave the way to England's south coast, with hundreds lining the route to take in the spectacle of a bygone era. More than happy to put on a show is this 130 horsepower 1902 Fiat, making its debut as the most powerful car in the run's history. For car enthusiasts, watching the run is a must for their motoring calendar. And here in Staplefield, they've been out since the early morning, cheering along the cars and cyclists who've made it this far. For the women here, this run offers a particular cause to celebrate.
I'm a woman driver of classic cars as well, so it's great for us women to be up and out on the road and enjoying these beautiful classic cars. The fact that people are able and willing and happy to drive them, it's great because it keeps the history of motoring alive.
It's Sarah and her family's turn to pass through next, marvelling at the crowds as they pass. For the drivers here, showcasing these cars is about more than the run itself. It's key to keeping veteran motoring alive in a changing motoring landscape, maintaining its rich history for future generations.
Frankly, if people lose interest, then I'm afraid it's a sad day for us. If people aren't interested in the cars anymore, then I'm not sure that there will be a groundswell of opinion to keep them on the roads.
Out Out of Staplefield, Brighton's becoming tantalisingly close. But the biggest challenges of the route are just beginning. The roads are becoming increasingly hilly, and the cars are starting to struggle.
Look who's behind us! Oh my goodness, are they going to try and overtake? I think we're just faster!
As the hardest incline approaches, they're neck and neck. But it's too much for the Didion, as one of the stewards jumps in to push.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Sarah's more powerful Panhard is next up the hill.
Now that's some acceleration. Oh dear, oh yeah!
A brief struggle and they're up. The hardest part behind them, the Panhard's in its element, as it picks up speed for the final stretch. Sarah cruises into the outskirts of Brighton, alongside Caroline and the Didion, as the cars puff and push their way through the final kilometre.
Oh, well done.
This is the moment the cars of the run have all been waiting for. And there, in unison, Sarah, Caroline and Bieber, crossing a line first crossed more than 60 years ago by Sarah's parents.
I saw your mother drive the
little Panhard, yes.
When it had solid iron tyres.
Sarah and her daughters once again flying the flag for the women of veteran motoring.
We made it! So exciting and lovely to have all three cars achieve the run. We had a few little issues, as you know, but we all got here together, and it was lovely to have us all lined up on the finish line and to point out that it is a dynasty and that we've got 4 generations that have gone down on the Brighton run. And how exciting is that? And they're all women.
Like their mothers and grandmother, Cara and the boys are ready to add their names to this veteran motoring dynasty.
They're talking about which cars they're going to drive.
Yeah, it's such an amazing opportunity to have. I can't imagine anyone, frankly, if you're told, right, get in a car and drive from London to Brighton, and all the experiences along the way, why you wouldn't go for it.
Theirs is a journey through generations, with plenty of automobile adventures still to come, continuing a decades-old tradition of women in motoring.
And more automotive tales next time on Rev.
This voice speaks a lot of volume to me personally, because I feel like my forefather or my own father was killed here, and it's like a child who didn't meet his father, but you come and you hear that this is where your father was slaughtered, in a sense, or your father was killed. So anytime we come here, we feel like this is the home of our ancestors. here was the center where the plot to capture Otumfuo was initiated, and here was the center where he was captured.
To you, it matters to us. JoyNews, independent, fearless, credible.
The first time in about 20 years, a Ghanaian club participated in the semi-final of a CAF inter-club competition. The first time since 2007, a Ghanaian club won the CAF Under-20 African Cup of Nations title. And the first time since 2007 as well, a Ghanaian club won the WAFU Under-20 tournament. The man who superintended that success is Abdul Karim Zito, the head coach of Dreams FC, the head coach of Ghana's Under-19 national team. Today he's here on Prime Take to share with us his life journey and how he's gotten here so far. Coach, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
How are you doing?
I'm fine.
I like your cap.
Well, you know, we are working for Ghana. Yeah. So definitely you should look like a Ghanaian.
You look like... and then that outfit, you look pretty young in it.
Yes, you know, when you are able to look after yourself well, I think you will still look young till you go back to your God.
So how old are you?
It's my problem.
Oh, this is my problem. So when were you born?
Let's go through.
No, when were you born?
October.
October 1960, 1930, 1950?
60. 5/10/60.
Wow. 1960. Hey,
5/10/60.
Hey, Kochi. You look younger than that. You look younger than that. So, where were you born?
Well, I was born in Sawam, Zongo. Precise. School there. Started my football there. So I would say all my life, if it comes to football, all my life was football throughout. So I would tell you I'm a practical, genuine Zongo boy from Sawam.
Practical, genuine Zongo boy from Sawam.
Yes.
And you've stayed in Sawam all your life?
All my life till football takes me out.
And so which club did you start your football with? So yeah, just take that story from where you started your football with all the way up to the national team.
In Sawam, we have a coach team.
Okay.
And I play for one Mr. Opoku working at what do you call it? Canary, in some Canary.
Okay.
So along the line, you know, it was difficult for me when I was growing up. No money, nothing. Sometimes anytime I talk about this, I feel it. I feel today my father is alive. I'll go to school without job money. There was a time, my father is a Mason, a very intelligent Mason. He went and get a job and then charge less than what he's supposed to charge because he want to
do the job and get the money.
To get the money because of me. And he ended up in police station. They took him to court. And then when he narrated his story, the judge said, do you see this job and the money you give to this old man match? He said, no. I said, then you should go. Go and work and then pay. Do all because of me.
So he did the work and was not paid out?
No, the money he received was less than what he's supposed to.
He was supposed to get?
Yes, because he wanted to come and satisfy my needs.
Okay.
That was the issue. So later, when he couldn't get the money to pay back, and the work too, he couldn't do it because the money was less. You understand me? So he took him to the police station. They went to the court, and then he narrated his story.
So as in, he didn't finish the job he was supposed to do for the person.
So they said,
and the man took him to court.
Yes. So pay him more, and then let him go and finish. He paid, and my father finished the job.
So you're from a difficult home like that?
Very, very difficult home. And sometimes I even go to school without your money. While you go to work, then when you get something, you will send the boy to bring it to me in school. If not, after the recess, the afternoon, I'll go to my grandma in the market and then I'll eat. Nobody knows what is happening to me. Nobody. To the extent that, you know, Salah, they sold.
Yeah.
Like this year, he sold a nice trouser for me. The following year, I couldn't get money so I have to go and make some alterations. Then there was online here, black and yellow. So my friends started calling me a brass band trouser. And today I can hit my chest and tell I have more than 30 trousers. And those who said that, I've clothed them before. It wasn't easy. It wasn't easy for me.
How did that mold you to be who you are?
Well, in fact, anytime I look at my father, it gives me the hope to work seriously to save the family. It's a serious look. I was given 4 scholarships. I couldn't even go. When I went to Kwauma, then because of prospectus, I have to come back and finish Form 4. No money, nothing. Very, very clever. You see how difficult I grew up. But Alhamdulillah, we thank God.
One of the things I always say often, and one of my followers on my social media handles would say this. I keep saying that may our children never be proud to say anywhere that they came from a poor home. That's actually what you have been able to do. Your children will go like, no, my father provided for me.
I told them, and especially with the firstborns. When you are able to look after a firstborn well, it means the rest of the siblings will be okay. So the whole family, from the mother's side and the father's side, and the first grandchild. First grandchild.
Oh, so
and my grandmother was loaded, but she died quick, early. So it was like I have to go back to my father. When I went to my father, I've never seen my father and the mother staying. Before I went, they divorced. So I have to be with my father alone.
So your father and mother...
They were divorced before me, even I grew up. But still, even though my mother
we grew up with the fatherly love?
Yes.
Without the motherly love?
No. Seriously.
But did you ever meet your mother?
Oh, yeah. When I grew up, you know, because of them. I normally see them talking to the dad when she comes to us home. She comes to pay a visit. She talk, blah, blah, blah. There was a time he wanted even to bring her. I said, no, leave her where she is. And let's continue our life. You know, I'm very, very factual with myself. I try to be very honest. You know, I don't know what separated them. Why are you bringing her now? So leave her to enjoy her life somewhere.
Now let's go back to the earlier conversation, which was about the first club you started with and how you grew up to playing for Kotoko, to playing for the Black Stars and all that. Take us through that story.
Okay, as I told you, from school, playing the game, and then when I finished, then I was employed by a factory called Ganaka.
Oh, okay.
Because of the man I played.
Oh, okay.
So we were there and then playing for Asamenkese Eastern Stars. So you see that most of us working with the factory goes to Asamenkese to play.
Okay.
So the then manager thought, then why not
you just come there?
So we bought the slot from Asamenkese Eastern Stars to Ganaka. Then we qualified to the then Division 1.
Okay.
So that was the beginning. It was just the manager's brother qualified us. It was then that we brought CK, Agrifim, Kofi Paris, Ben Kusi, Ben Champo.
Those 1950s and 60s Black Stars players?
Because of Ohinja.
Oh, okay.
Ohinja brought me up.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I'm one of his pets. He likes me a lot because of my attitude towards the game. He likes me a lot. So he brought all these people to coaches. Then when we qualified to the Premier Division, then that was the year they changed it to Gio Stars.
The youngsters?
Gio Stars.
Gio Stars, okay.
Where they brought in, they went to various like industrial areas where the factories are. They brought a lot of players there because we were then playing departmental leagues. So I was retired. They retired me.
They retired you how?
Because it's even still there. You play a club, qualify the player to the Premier Division. They will go and buy more players, and then they will tell you to go. So I decided not to play football again. So one day I was at the factory. Then I had a call that somebody wants me at the gates. I came. It was a nice gentleman in street like this. He said it's called Mr. Bedu from Juapong, Texas. They've also qualified to the Premier Division, and he wants me to go and play. Then I told him I'll stop. I'll play football again. He came on the third time. Then I told my father, "Hey guy, go. You pass Pong before our town before you go." That was the motivating factor. Makes me go. When I went there, and that was the turning point.
That's how your career revived.
Straight. The following year, Kotoko came for me, and wonderfully, Kotoko.
Which was this?
That was 78, exactly with Fukunti.
Yes. Fukunti was your playmate.
Yeah, was your playmate and his best friend up to today.
Oh wow!
He's even a brother now.
I see.
Yeah, yes. All what you see me doing, people might say or will tell you, I'm very tough, but not rough. Very, very tough. All is because of Fukunti. When you touch him, you touch me.
I see.
Yes. When you touch him, you touch me.
Oh wow.
Yes. So we all met there, and then we started our life. We were more than 60 there. So it was difficult for you even to play 2 matches continuously. I think he said something about it, but it wasn't too deep down.
Yeah. So when I had Opoku on this show, he spoke about how it was difficult to get into the Kotoko team.
But you know that you are good. We were 17 that came, including Opoku from various clubs, captains and best.
Yeah, he told me he came from, was it Takwa United?
He's Takwa Pulu.
Yes.
So, and I was in Juapong. So Asasi was in Juapong. He made mention Asasi.
Yeah.
Yes, Asasi G.
Yeah.
He was even about to go to Hasselhoff. So when I was like weekend, I went to Nsawam. Then somebody came to me that is called Ajima. Yeah. And he's from Kotoko. And Sims there, you should come and I said, Sims, he said. Then we went to Sims. Then he said, you want me to come and play for Kotoko? I said, Kotoko, I said, I'll play. I said, I'll play. So from then, when he gave me the little, I think 500 for fee. It was
those days, old money.
No, our salary was 350. 3 cities, 50 pesos. Not 350.
But those
3 cities, 50. And you can use that 3 cities.
Money.
Yes, you can use it even to pay your room rent. I tell you. So when we gathered there, the first thing they did, they took us to West Region tour, West African tour. All of us. Well, our first match in Ghana was against Azakes. Oboguti scored a goal, 1 goal against Azakes.
Oh, I see.
Yes. So when we came back, Kotoko 1980 we lost only 1 game against Presiaman Star, where Kwesi Apia was there playing. Yeah. So after that, they brought him to Kotoko. So I'm his senior.
You are Kwesi Apia senior?
I'm his senior.
At Kotoko?
At Kotoko, I'm his senior. Today, but now he's my senior because he has been to the top coaching the national team, the senior national team. Yeah. So I've now come down for him to, for me to be his junior. But originally, I'm his senior.
So how many years did you play for Kotoko?
Well, it was 1980 to 80, I think 86.
So
and I left. Yes. So that year was only one year.
Oh, okay.
So I left to Kumapin.
Okay.
Yes, with Alan Jima.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So from Kumapin, then I went outside to play. But when I was in Kumapin, that was when I took my what do you call it, introduction coaching course.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I was playing. That was
so since the 80s.
88, under Coach Afrani and Ebetado.
The late Coach Ebetado. Late Afrani.
Yes. I took the course before even went outside to play.
Did you go to the 1982 AFCON?
No, but I started and I got injured. So it was even in the news. 2 promising stars dropped. That was myself and Akwi McLean.
Oh, okay.
The 2 of us dropped due to injury.
Oh, okay.
But I was part of it.
How disappointing was it for you not to be part of that team?
No, at that time, the value of national team wasn't too high like today. And sometimes they even call you to come to play for the national team, but you prefer to play for your club. Well, there's nothing valuable, there's nothing at stake. It's just like, look, when we started this, it was Kotoko who started the campaign. Has said no, they are not playing, and then it was Kotoko, and then Hazakes and Wise. 3 of us started this campaign before us came in. Because at that time, they don't add value to the national team issues.
But having won the AFCON in 78, 82 should be something that many people would be...
It depends on the leaders. You see, at that time, playing for your club is more enjoyable, more financially equipped than playing for the national team. What is in the national team? Nothing. Even people don't value the jersey like today. Now, we only saw the benefit after our generation. You wanna ask them, what were they giving? It was handshake. If all Ghanaians would be like you, footballers, Ghana would have done better than what we are doing today.
Opoku said, the president said, the only thing we can offer you is salute.
Yes, that's what he told us. It's a fact. And even when we won the 82, 83, the same thing he did to us. Salute. And you feel proud of that salute. Look, I remember we were playing, is it an African Cup or one? When the national team is being sung, you see us, weeping for hearing the national team alone. It's not about money, it's about you serving your country. But today is money.
That's very interesting. Opoku also said the same thing. He said those days football was about the passion and the desire.
It's now there. No, but we've never regretted playing football. Because up to today, we are benefiting out of the football we play. We gave our all to the clubs we play, to the nation, and we are benefiting out of it.
Did you ever play in any major competition for Ghana? Any major tournament?
No, I played there.
What about the 84 AFCON in Bawku?
No, I didn't go. But it was to 84. Oh, okay. And that was when they packed left to Bawku. I remember very well. So you see, there were a lot of players during that time. You can even be invited to the national team. You will just go there, sit down, eat, and come back home.
Wow.
Yes, because that time you don't have some sizable number. You can call all of us to go. And when you watch myself, Sedamti, Ofiansa, and then there's another guy in Wise. Yeah. So we were manning the 2 and 3. So it wasn't easy, but you'll be called, you play. And that time competition is about 3-4, then you play 2-3 matches, you are through. It wasn't like today you play a lot of matches for you. Yeah. So it was very difficult for you to play for the national team. So when you get even 2-3 calls, you are okay. It wasn't easy. So when you look at Lassa and Co, we were them very, very small. Very, around 20 or 21, like young boy like you, what are you going to do? But we were proud of ourselves when we were called.
You spoke about how you got into coaching very early. Why did you get into coaching that early?
It was engineered by Coach Zito. Because he's still alive.
This current Ibrahim Sunday?
He was our coach.
Oh, wow.
So it was like any time he brought an idea, our impact make meaningful to what he sees. Okay. So he sees the quality in me, and he works with me anywhere he goes. So at the end of the day, he said, it's better or it will be good for me to be a coach. Then it was then that I did the introduction on 1988 under coach.
The later Herbal.
With about 40 university students from Kumasi.
Oh, okay.
We had the same course at the same time. So that was the beginning of my education as a coach. So after I came back from playing outside. I gathered my community boys, and then we formed a club called Tough Guys. Why Tough Guys? The one who was sponsoring me, bring me booze, and was nicknamed Tough Guys. So I named the club Tough Guys, supported by Zongo Youth Association.
Oh, okay.
So they supported me to that level. So we qualified to the Middle League, and then against Max Beast. It was if Max Beast beat me, Kwabi will not qualify. So it was like when I beat Max Beast, Kwabi. So they promised me after we won the game, they gave me Kwabi as a coach.
Oh, okay.
That was when I left home to Esum, and there was no light.
But you created your baby called Tough Guys. Why did you leave the Tough Guys?
Because it was a second division team. Now
that's your baby?
No, that's my baby, but I want to germinate. Yes, to another level. So because now I'm beginning to take the coaching seriously.
Oh, okay.
Then because I spent a lot, when I came back, the little money I had, even though I built, I use it in supporting the team. As I told you, together with my colleagues, the Zongo Youth Association, and I decided to go and then continue the job there because I know with Winneba Charles, there's a big platform for me to progress. And seriously, he played a good role in my life as a coach. He allowed me to go all the courses that the GFA then. I did a lot of certificates. Is there? A lot of coach. So when I went to Kwabi, the very first year I qualified to Premier Division. Very first year. But because of lack of experience, I brought in Coach Ejepeli to come and help me. And Coach Eshentu came before I left. I was about to go to America. Then Coach Adi called me. I said, what are you doing? I said, I'm home. I've even been to the embassy once. I'm going for the... He said, no, you're not going. And that is the beginning of me staying.
What were you going to do in the US?
I was going to hustle.
You're going to hustle?
Yes. And then, but now, if you take me, I'll come back.
Then I'm thinking that you come back. But let's come back. You mentioned about playing abroad before coming. Which clubs did you play abroad?
No,
how many
it was what do you call it? In Benin. During our time, you can't go to any place apart from Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, Gabon, Nigeria. So we taught them football. They will just change your name and then you play as a Nigeria or this thing. So we taught them football. So Pokunti and Co, they all passed through that place before growing up. And so we all played. I played in Benin. Abedipele played the same club with him. And we have a lot of them that played the same. And then this Nigerian goalkeeper. There's one Nigerian goalkeeper, he also played in the same club with Mugas.
Okay.
Dragon. The club is. When I went with my under 17, he gave me the necessary support. Everything. We have a platform, and I'm part of. Even though he's French, but sometimes we manage to talk.
You manage to talk small. So, in other words, playing football in Benin was not as beneficial as football is supposed to be. Because if you wanted to go to the US and hustle, clearly means that.
It was after I came back home. I decided to go. When I came back, I said we did. Then I qualified to what do you call them? Kwabi Brim to the Premier Division. Yeah. So when I brought in these coaches, they make my life so terrible. You understand me?
How?
I don't know. They just, I don't know. It's like, come and let's work, and then they push me out. So when I saw that what they wanted to do, I just have to take a decision.
Did you regret bringing them on board?
You said?
Did you regret bringing them on board? Because
yes.
You brought them to work with you.
But you know, me, it was when I grew up and I realized there's no regret in my life. Because he telling me to go took me to, or he pestering me to leave took me to Wafa. And this is me today. So me, seriously, I don't have regret in my life.
So when you went to Wafa, they were fair not then, right?
They were final there. I qualified them to the Premier Division again. I was leading the coaching then. Even I persuaded Coach Adi to allow us to play. Before they were the senior side being coached by Hamo. Atu Hamo is dead. Yeah. Zalgado. So they did on 2 occasions they couldn't qualify. Then I said, Coach, we can do it. This young, they are small. I said we can do it. Then go. And that was how we managed to come to the Premier Division.
Wow. Wow. At what point did you get to Kotoko as a coach? Because I remember somewhere that is, you've coached Kotoko small or something, or you never managed Kotoko?
No. And I was in...
Or you were assistant coach?
No. Yeah, I was an assistant and later I took over.
Okay.
I was with final, I think 2004 to 2005. Then a message came from Kumasi that Malik said he wants me to come and assist him.
Malik Jabre?
Malik Jabre. I said, I told Coach Adi I won't go. He said, go. I said, I won't go. Then Broken said, you go. If there's anything you don't want, come back.
Come back.
So that motivated me to go. So when I went, Malik too, he gave me all the support I needed to work. And I took everything in me to support my boss. So along the line, it was a funny story. They decided to take him off. I didn't know. So he came to my house thinking I knew something about it. They said, have you been called at the office? I said, no, not yet. Nobody called me. We were there, then I had a call that I should come to the office. Then along the line, before we reach the office, it was time for training. I said, Johnny, then you go to the office and I'll go continue to the training. Yeah. And maybe if anything at all, when you come there. Then he went to the office, then he dropped and then I went. I was training the boys, then Opogo came closer to me. I pumped Malik, I said, I will not do it. And I became confused on the field. How can I take over from somebody who brought me to come and help you? I can't do that. So after the game, a message came after the training at officers' mess. Message came again that I'm needed in the office. Then I went to, they were sitting down, Kesby, I said, no, I'll never do it. They did everything. I said, I'll never. Then I said, okay, when the pressure was too much on me, then I decided to go. I said, they should give me the opportunity to go and see Malik first. So I took my car straight to Malik's house. He was there enjoying his fufu. I ate some. I finished. I said, Johnny, this is what I've heard. He said, go and do. I said, Johnny, I will not go. He said, you are there on contract. I said, I don't care. I won't do it. Then when he also pressurized me, I said, okay, what post do you want them to give you? If they give you any other post, I'll do it. I said, okay. He will do it when they give him the technical director. I said, okay. That's how came.
He became technical director?
But later he just left. He left me. And that was when I was leading the league with 3 matches to the end of the league. And I got this 19 years old injury. It's now 19 years. It was 19 years.
What happened?
Yes. Okay, I think Ofansa funeral. My best friend, my mate, they invited Kotoko. So myself, and then George Kennedy and somebody else, we were to come for the funeral. And then we are playing Liberty Professionals. I was then living at Kaswa, because I left final 2 Kotoko. So I still live in Kaswa. So I went to Kaswa. When I was coming back, a policeman stopped me and they asked me, then he saw it was me. Then I didn't bring the glass up, I just left it. When I reached Dansuman overhead bridge, Kwashima overhead bridge, then the traffic light. I said, somebody hit my shoulder, and I turned like this, as if he's talking to me. When I turned, another person was telling me they're taking something from the car. I said, no, why? Then when I went a little bit ahead after the green light, I stopped, came down. Then I saw them doing the same thing to the other cars. Then I took my phone, another phone, and I called, and the phone was ringing. Then I went to him. I took money. I said, look, how much do you want? Give me the phone. The phone is for me. Then in doing so, another one was coming behind me. Then this one, he spoke Ga. Then I spoke Hausa. My name is Then he was about to run. I got hold of him like this. Then from my back, I see, pa, here. Then I.
So you use a machete to hit you?
No, yes. Then it's short one. It was here. Then I did, what have I done? No, papa. Then it seemed to me that something fell out of my, and I know I'm not holding anything. Not knowing the vein that control the sense of touch off. So it was like this. It was saved by only this vein. And blood was flowing like just you cut a cow.
That's too bad.
But I forgave him. When I woke up after the operation, I just said, may God forgive him. May God forgive me. So that's it.
At what point did you get into Dreams FC? The dream story, how is it? I hear you're a member of that family.
Yeah.
How did it start?
No, okay. It was Bimbo, Alaji Bimbo, who manages me during that time. There was no Dreams FC, it was Midland.
Yes, Midland,
yes, and I was with Kwabi Bring. He took me to Kwabi Bring, Alaji Bimbo. So when I left Kwabi Bring, he managed to bring me back here. So when he died, so it was the same Alaji Bimbo, Kate, took me to Accra Asafo. Plus my godfather, Jones.
Jones Abu?
Yeah, and Jones is a friend to Bimbo. So they took me to Accra Asafo. So from the Midland, gradually, the way he died, so there was some fracas between the owners. So Gigi and Co have to part way, yes, and then they form the Dreams FC. And I can't go here. Definitely I have to go with them because we were together before this thing happened. So that was how the family, more than 30 years since, and they do everything. If you want me to come and coach for you today, I don't have to talk to you. You rather talk with me, Gigi. If you say go, I go. I had a national team call from Somalia. He said no, so I gave it to Bashiru. Benin, they also called, he said no, I gave it to somebody. If I know him.
So when Bashiru Hayford went to Somalia?
It was through me.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, ask him, it was through me. I called him. It's one coach I like best in this
space
in Ghana. He's somebody I like. He makes me happy. He makes me laugh. So you know.
He's a good friend, right?
He's a good friend.
I see.
I'm part of why he went to Heart of Lion today.
I see. That's a good one. And you spoke about the under-20 AFCON 2 where you won. In fact, the first few matches, many people were not impressed. You were seriously criticized.
Yeah, I know. So when you came to meet me at the airport, I also gave it to you. The same person you criticize now, you are coming to say welcome.
I'll just stay around this. How disappointing was it for you people not to go for the World Cup?
Big, but as I told you, I don't have regret. Maybe God knows why. Anything can happen, assuming you've been there. So if the COVID stopped you from going, why should you worry yourself? But the bottom line, I've qualified. And I'm happy I've qualified to the World Cup.
Let's come back, reverse, to the comment the person made to you. Does it suggest that people do not rate you as a coach?
Man, I don't know his mind. I don't know why he said it. I don't know. It was there still, Kurt, remember. So I don't know his mind. You understand me? But he said this, and I also laugh over it.
No, but generally, when you are criticized, because people often throw so much criticism, and in fact, people say I am biased when it comes to local coaches. They say I defend local coaches blindly, of which you are a beneficiary. Kwesi Appiah is a beneficiary. Ibrahim Tanko, Maxwell Konadu, Didi Dramani. For whatever reason, I don't know. But indigenous coaches, I've always believed that when they are given the opportunity, can do what foreigners would pay would do.
Yeah.
So sometimes I'm accused of being biased towards indigenous coaches. But one of the things I want to understand is whether you feel that people do not appreciate you people enough, or you are underrated.
Yes. I will feel it. If you have coaches of our caliber in the system, what should we be? We should try to encourage our own. Senegal did it, And you tell them, why can't we do it? Sise, this one, Piso, when this
Piso Mosamani?
Piso in South Africa, I'm telling you a story.
Yes, yeah.
When this DSTV, they wanted to go into academy.
Yeah.
He was brought here, Wafa, he worked under me. I taught him the grassroots.
Yeah. He spoke about working with Samade.
That day, he came to me because I was doing the grassroots. Even at the end of it, I went there to assess him. And this is him. He was being encouraged by his country. Now, assuming after all this achievement I took, and then Ked gave me the nationality, what will happen in Ghana?
No. But do you often feel that, okay, let me ask this question in two folds. First, people often believe you get national team jobs because Ked is the FA president.
He came to meet me there. I was given the national team coach by Antechi when he was a committee member. So, what is the story?
But at the under 20, they said.
No, you are talking about national team.
Yes.
If it is about national team, I was there before he came.
But do you often feel that Ketu is protecting you by keeping you
in what ways? Look,
he's just giving you under 19 job.
Look, let him tell you. Do I deserve to be given that job or not? Pay your assessment.
I just spoke about how I'm biased towards indigenous coaches.
You see, he didn't give me. That's what I told him when I won the cup. I said, Ked did not give me this work because I'm his boy or I'm part of. No, he gave me because of my ability and capability as a coach. I told them at the airport. He didn't just. So he doesn't want result. He wants an insult. He wants people to be insulting him. No, he also wants the best.
But why does he keep switching you? He's moved to under 15.
Because of my ability.
Under 17, under 20, now under 19.
In Ghana, I can hit my chest and tell you that there's no coach like me in terms of grassroots coaching. Basic coaching.
So without you, Ked couldn't have found any other person.
No, if you have if you have the person, why should you go? Why should you go hunting somewhere? You have the person in that. Now you fall sick and the paracetamol is in the house. Then you go out to go for paracetamol.
No, it's not about that.
I'm telling you that. Look,
that analogy does not
let me tell you, say I'm a licensed A coach in Ghana, and I learned this trade in Europe. I went to Europe. I've been to Europe about 8 to 9 times learning this trade, not to go and enjoy myself.
Only youth football?
Only youth. He took me to Germany. When I came, I won the G8 for him. Took
G8.
Yes, and they took. I started by
in Cape Coast,
taking these people from relegation entire life. You remember?
Yeah.
4 tough matches. I was able to survive them, and then we continue to win. Look, if you are somebody who is capable, I will use you. If you are not capable, if you are my son, and I'm going to call for the national team, and you are capable, I will use you. If you are not, I will not use you. I will not get job money to the house. Yes, because you can't play.
But do you think that Kotoko ascending to the position of president actually is the reason why people often abuse you when you are given national team roles?
In the first place, I was assisted by I was assisting Coach Malik. We qualified for the All African Games.
Yeah.
We went to Congo.
Yeah.
Kurt wasn't there. Then it was through that lawyer Eya. Yes, he managed and got me this under 17. Whilst Kurt was an ESCO member. You understand me? And per my work with, I didn't know there was time this DBRC chairman. Yeah, he came out and talked to me my ability and capability when he was with me. He knows what I can do. Then through that they gave me the under 17 and I reached the finals and lost by penalty.
Yeah.
You understand me? Before he changed me to under 20 and I won both Wafu and Africa. Qualify for the, what do you want me to do again? Until you want me to kill myself before you see that?
No.
No, if what makes you a good coach? Results. Results make you a good. Assuming I did not win this car for the, you call me to do what? You won't call me. You may call me because I'm a old player. You may call me because I'm this. But now we are standing. You started campaigning with CAF Confederation because I did well. So results makes you a good coach.
Okay.
So if I've been if I've been offered a job outside, why? Because of my result here. You understand me? So it's not about Kurt. It's about what I can do.
I remember someone spoke after you reached the semi-final of the CAF, of which we talked about briefly. Someone said you were qualified to manage the national team, the Black Stars. Yeah. That person spoke on this very show, Mohamed Polo, because you have achieved a result. Yes. Would you say that you've never been considered for the national team before Kurt?
Yes. Why? I didn't even apply. Why? Because it came at a time when we failed the AFCON and insult all round on Kurt. And Aldin, what do you call it, sort of a mini. Then again, they hear Zito has applied for Blaster. Kurt will die. He's a human being. So I decided I don't want him to die, so I have to say no to my own, to the detriment of my life.
But if you was not president, you would have applied.
No, I will have applied. Why not? I qualify all the criteria they brought. I've qualified. Look, I was into coaching from 88 to me. Even those who brought the criteria, they were so what do I need again? Look, Coach Ade, Afrani, they all like me when they. You understand me? When they had the Blaster issue, why Maxwell had, Tanko had. So if me too, if it is qualifying, I'll qualify. But this is Ghana for you. You also have to think before you apply for anything you want.
Oh, that's a very good one. Now I'm coming back to ask about something. You did not apply. Otoado was given the job.
Yes.
Like, what was your take in that decision of the FA to give him the job?
Very happy.
Why?
The Otoado I know is very, very disciplined and have no fear to tell you his mind. He has no fear to tell you this or that. And a coach has to be bold in taking decisions. You understand me? A coach has to be bold in taking decisions. And he's one of those who are bold to take decisions. You understand? Yeah. And in the initial stage, he decided not to work. He decided, even when he came in for the World Cup, he said after the World Cup, he will not work. It's not that he said, now we accepted the job, we do it. So to me, he's qualified.
So why would he change his mind within a year and come?
He knows why. Maybe the buyer should convince the seller, or the seller should convince the buyer. So that's why I'm happy.
Okay, I get your point. Now let's go to. In fact, what kind of you've mentioned Kurt so many times? What kind of a figure is Kurt? You have known him for 30 plus years. What kind of a figure is he? Is he like? Do we have misconceptions about him out there?
Yes, sir. Very knowledgeable. He always wants 120% of your commitment in whatever job you give to you. He doesn't fear to tell you his mind. He's very honest with himself, honest with the job, honest with the people he's working with. I'm telling you, this Kurt. People say they are assuming he talks. He said, look, in the coaching ethics, a coach should be an open, inquiring-minded person. What does that mean? You go to talk to me, but the decision is mine. Listen to people. Look, anybody doing a mind job, you can't say, if I don't say one, can you say two?
So that's the kind of person Kurt is. So were you happy when you became? Okay, you were just about to say something.
Look, Kurt will help you to achieve, but he will never help you to fail. Because at the end of the day, he will feel the heat more than you. Look, when I won this cup, he wept. The AFCON.
And AFCON.
I said, why are you? I told you I win the cup. I told you I win. You understand me? So sometimes it is even nice for people to go against you. Because me, it's rather energized me. When you said no to me and I want to prove something to you, I'm ready anyway in Kuala. You know, look at how ready.
So what, you were happy when he became GFA president?
Very, very happy. Why not?
So what were some of the underground dealings you put it to make him president? They said there were so many underground work.
No. Underground work is, you know, you go to see this, you go to see that, you go to see that.
So did you campaign for him?
Only once.
About if you one,
only
2 or 3,
the rest I'm home.
Every campaign.
No. I campaigned. Why not? He's my boss.
Yeah.
He's my brother.
Yeah.
You understand me? Put work aside. But when it comes to work, he's dealing with me the way we deal with you. We do fight too. We disagree to agree. You see, we disagree to agree.
Okay, I'm running out of time. I want you to talk to me about the success in the CAF Confederation Cup semi-final. You had a very good run, right? You got to the semi-final. A semi-final, Baba Sports Stadium was packed with hopes. I watched the game with hopes, and all of a sudden, you took 3.
Yes, it started against Mali. The nose diving started against Mali, but people didn't see because we won there. We won there. It was fatigue started setting in. You see, the moment we land, they will say, go and play the league match here. You take a card, this, and then by the time we finish the outstanding match, Africa is there waiting for you.
Yeah, I don't know they call it when traveling to Doma.
No, so it was, look, this Africa has taught me a lot of lessons. If we want to make, during our time, when Kotoko qualified for Africa, there is a time when the FA will come with a letter at the airport, we say we won't play the FA. Just concentrating on Africa. You understand me? Yeah. Yes, because in order to get full time and rest to you dream and playing Africa League and the knockout in Ghana. It's not easy with 25 and look at our recovery rate. Look, against Mali, many you didn't know. If I watch the bench like this, I want to do change. I shake my head till I brought Simba. You see, there was injuries and so forth. So we start dropping in Mali, even though we won. So when we came to Mali, look at, they gave it the first goal. We struggled to equalize it, and then we qualified. So all along, it has set in, and then there's no time for you to go and rest. Whilst I'm doing this, I'm also thinking about the league. When you see where I was lying at that time, due to the outstanding matches, though, because it's even very difficult when you pile down outstanding matches. Yeah. It's very, very difficult. And then we are playing.
So the FA didn't help you to achieve your course?
No, it is the way it's being run. We have to look into it more. The way it's being run.
They didn't structure it way to benefit dreams.
And maybe to my way of, he said something about it. You go here, you palanculate here, you did here. There was a time we even slept at the airport. And there's no place to sleep. When we were on our way to Tunisia, Morocco, and there was a small place given to us. So when you just wake up to go and urinate, somebody will come and sit down there. I'm telling you, if he's the only person.
Enumerate what the challenges were playing in Africa for me. This has just got to me interested.
Look, we don't have money. We're being sponsored by only one person. Remember, there's no money. He just told you what the government gave to us.
So it was...
No, he just told you what the government gave to us. He just told you. Look, somebody wanted to follow us to Tunisia, and it was $1,700 ticket. He said no. He's not going to Europe. He said he won't go. $1,700 per about 20 players contingent. Imagine. Hey, it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy. So we also have to sacrifice for the benefit of what we wanted to be in future. So this is how I motivated the boys. Don't talk about money now. Let's go. And many of the journalists wanted to know why, the secret of why they've not heard about money outside.
No, but
I control that either. Not you.
I'm not even sure some of us actually were interested in the monetary aspect.
Some were even calling to ask, and I warned them. Anybody who opens his mouth, you go out of the team. They just want to see the negative side, and they are not getting. So they started.
But did he eventually get some of the money?
No, what the money? No, we got it.
Yeah,
we got. You see, the issue here is
very good money.
Very good money, and they were all happy. Very good money. Me, when I saw it in my accounts, I said, wow, all these things. Yes. Oh no, I'll tell you. No, you know.
30,000.
No. We are dealing in cities. We were not dealing in dollars.
No, but it's cities. But if you convert
look, all this expenditure, were done by Kurt. So definitely after I think.
So Kurt, Gigi, and then Prince Hamid.
The board. So it was like this is $750,000.
Yeah.
So they will subtract and then the rest is for.
Wow, that's what they did.
Yes, even the woman, cleaning the office got money. This Kurt.
Oh wow, that was actually a good thing. I remember many people actually admonished that if they can take out some of the expenses that the club incurred and then give the rest to if they did that was a very good
one. No, they did it.
That's a very good one.
Before even we arriving at that situations, he had been giving us money. Once a while, you see, you bring the money, back, and you see the boys very happy. And one guy that also helped in our success was Joy Entry.
Your decision to bring him back?
Yes, he has the experience, and then sometimes even financially help these boys.
Wow!
I'm telling you, we travel. Maybe the food is not as what he will use his money. Oh, he did a lot.
Oh wow, that's a good one. Then he's a family member.
Yeah, he's a family member. We stayed in the same house with him and Kurt for several years.
Oh really?
Yes, before he traveled.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
My final question is this: you let go many players after that success. You couldn't qualify again to go back because you missed out on winning the FA Cup, and then finally into what we should expect from Dreams FC this season. You are moving your home ground from Dewu to Tuba.
Yeah.
Tell me. Just
it's the safe courses. You know, we have a concept. The team has a concept. We develop these young ones and then we let them out. They also develop themselves to help their family. Just as I told you, I started as a poor man child, and today through football I've been able also to save their life. So we are doing the same thing to this one. Some even we buy their ticket to them until they go improved before the money comes to us. You see how we do our things. So we allow me winning the Ghana Premier Division League without selling one player is nothing to me. Yes, there's a value on it, but I would prefer me selling a player. You understand me? And getting money. So it's not that I don't add value. I add value to the league. But it will be better you sell and then you get a cup than only the cup without selling.
Okay, that's a good one. What should we expect from Dreams FC?
We are going to compete at the top, with the top. So now I think the way people were seeing us, they should change their mind on that concept. Now we deserve to be also added to the elite clubs. Yes, we are coming all out to compete for the top.
You've changed your venue from Dewu to
yes.
How would that have an impact on the team?
No, positive impact, because I don't see the positive side of Dewu. They don't watch games. They don't care. They don't even like us. I'm telling you, they don't like us. They won't pay money. They will go and climb the trees and then they will be shouting at us. So if they don't like you, when you marry your wife,
you've been there for 8 years.
Yeah, because I don't have any place to go. You've got to be patient with your landlord until you get yours.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Ivory Zito. Ivory Zito has been our guest here on Prime Take. Continue to enjoy the rest of our programs.
Hello beautiful people, welcome once again to Home Tips with Mira. I am already excited because I'm come to share a new set of information with you. In today's episode, we are looking at herbal teas. Of course, they are not your usual teas, but they are beverages made from steeping the flowers, roots, bark, or even leaves of plant in hot water and taking. So today, I just want to take you through some quick herbal teas because they have a lot of nutritional benefits for the body. The The first tea we are looking at is lemongrass tea. So I have my lemongrass here. I have washed it and I have cut them into pieces like this. So I'm going to crush them in my mortar using my pestle so that the aromatic flavors and the oils can be released. After that, I'll put it in hot water and I'll steep it for 10 minutes so that all the nutrients will be seeped into the cup of tea. Lemongrass tea has a lot of benefits when you take it because it helps with, digestive issues. If you have any manner of bloating in your tummy or indigestion or anything that's got to do with digestion, it helps a lot with it because it contains vitamin C. So from time to time, in between your meals, you can also take lemongrass tea, and you are sure that aside from all the nutrients you are getting from your main meal, this one is there to also support to give you other essential minerals. Peppermint contains a certain substance called menthol, so it gives it this aromatic flavor, and we are going to use it for the tea. So I'm going to still crush it in my mortar to release the essential oils, and I'll steep it in water, and then I'll tell you what peppermint tea does for the body. So when you are plucking, be sure to pluck the healthy leaves, and when you are done plucking, one thing you can do to the stem is that you can propagate it. You can put it in the soil and it will surely germinate and bear new set of leaves. Better still, you can keep it in water and it will surely also germinate. So now let's set to crushing it. I'm pouring my hot water on it to steep it. I can already smell the aroma. I'm so much in love with my peppermint tea already. Now we are going to steep it for 10 minutes. So these are male pawpaw flowers, and in my previous episode I told you that you can use it for tea. So I'm going to steep it in hot water and then I'll tell you the benefit after we are done. It's now time for garlic ginger tea. Do you love garlic and do you like ginger? Well, you can combine these two for tea, or you can separate them depending on your preference and your taste. I am going to combine the two because they have a lot of benefit for the body when you take them. Please do not peel them because the bark of the ginger also contains nutrients. So just make sure you have washed them clean and then you crush them. Likewise the garlic. So I'll just crush them in my mortar to release the essential oils, like I always say, and the flavor, and I'll steep it in hot water. You can separate them or you can do them together. Ginger is a kind of tea that is consumed globally because of its health benefits. And, for pregnant women, when they experience morning sickness, that is when they feel like vomiting, you can just crush ginger into warm water and drink, and it is good for you and it is also good for your baby as well. It also helps with indigestion. So if you have indigestion after eating, maybe there are times that you can go and party, eat all the food, chew all the meat, and then in the morning you wake up, you feel that you are tired, you have bloated tummy, you have indigestion. Just crush some ginger into hot water, steep it for a while and take the tea, and you are sure that it's going to soothe your indigestion problems. Lemon tea is what I'm going to do now. It is so simple to do. It's just lemon and warm water. So the lemon is a bit hard. I'm going to knead it in between my hand and the table so I can get more juice from it. If you don't have the manual squeezer, you can just squeeze it into the glass and then add your warm water to drink. But make sure that you don't consume the seed. Ideally, just half will do, because if you are new to taking this tea, I wouldn't recommend that you take one full lemon. Just use half so that as time goes on, you listen to how your body reacts when you take the tea, and then you can increase it to one full lemon. When you have cold or flu, one thing that you can also take is the lemon tea. You can add a teaspoonful of honey, or depending on how you like it to sweeten it, you can also add ginger, crushed ginger, and add it to your lemon tea. It helps a lot with indigestion. You know, when you take this tea, it really will do you a lot of good. It's time to add my warm water. Ideally, you should take this tea immediately you are done. Don't steep it, don't keep it down for even 1 minute or two. Just consume it fresh. And please do not add milk to lemon tea. One thing about lemon is that although it is acidic, when it enters your body, it becomes alkaline. So you can take it early in the morning when you wake up on an empty stomach. In fact, you can take lemon water every morning and you'll be amazed at what it will do to your body. Cheers. Well, this is all time will allow us for. If you want to know more on herbal teas and how I prepare them, please go on my YouTube page for an extended version of this episode. Until we meet again, it's bye-bye from Home Tips with Mira, and stay positive.
This Friday on Personality Profile, Africa's first ever Professor Extraordinaire in Supply Chain Management, Governance and Industrialization, Professor Douglas Boating.
I'm one of the few that did social sciences. Okay. And at a master's level, I did engineering.
With over 90 publications, multiple global lifetime awards, and a daily wisdom series,
I see myself as a servant of the unborn African child. And whatever I have to do to inspire the generation that is coming after me and after me to really contribute years to society.
Don't miss a story of leadership, impact, and purpose on Personality Profile this Friday.
Do you know Shatawale?
I know Shatawale, but I don't know the music that well.
Okay. Prof, say pa, 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 pa.
Pa, 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 pa.
This week on The Sages.
I got married the first day of my teaching.
Oh, and
So-
this was at what age?
Well, when I married, actually, my wife was 18, and I was 22.
Wow.
Because I didn't want any distractions. I didn't want any problem from schoolgirls and whatever. So I married very early, you know. Perhaps in the future, there might be some African history to teach. But for now, there is none. There is only the history of Europeans in Africa. The rest is darkness. And darkness is not a subject of history.
this Saturday, 12 p.m. on JoyNews.
I've watched almost every single interview she's ever done. There's a lot of knowledge I've gathered from her. Somebody I've admired. If you're having such a conversation with smart, intelligent people, then you know for sure that you're going to have a very rewarding conversation. Please show some love for somebody we all respect, Dr. Zaneto Ajiman Rollins.
The National Science and Maths Quiz is produced by Primetime Limited.
Hello, good afternoon and welcome to the Pulse of the Nation. We're coming to you live from our studios here at Kokumlemle. We're live on DSTV channel 421, GoTV channel 125 and around the world on myjoyonline.com. This afternoon on the Pulse, a sense of relief for stranded parents and students as government assures of a smooth self-placement process for senior high school across the country. After anxious families flock to computerized placement resolution centers nationwide, having missed automatic placement, we're live on the ground to engage with our reporter who is currently stationed at the resolution center. Also this afternoon on the polls, Ghana's educational sector grinding to a halt from today as the Teachers and Educational Workers Union, TEU, declares an indefinite nationwide strike. We speak to TEU and government for the latest on negotiations to resolve the impasse. An opposition New Patriotic Party criticizes President John Mahama's administration, accusing it of authoritarian rule and abusing state power to target political opponents. We have details of these and more here on The Pulse. The Pulse, as always, is brought to you by Deaf and Drill Cough Expectorant. Deaf and Drill, breathe easy, feel better. My name is Faustina Safo. Please take a seat, be my guest. Thanks for choosing us. We are your home of independent, fearless, and credible journalism. This afternoon, there is a sign of relief for stranded parents and students as government is assuring them of a smooth process to secure self-placement. Scores of parents have since this morning thronged to various computerized placement resolution centers across the country, hoping to secure self-placement for over 170,000 students who could not gain automatic placement into selected schools across the country. Well, the Deputy Education Minister, Dr. Clement Park, told us yesterday that he was assessing the situation. And today, during his visit to the processing center at Nat Hall in Accra, he stated that although not all students will get their school of choice, every issue will be addressed before the school reopens. Let's listen to him. We'll be back with more.
They are here, the services being provided, and to reassure them that as a ministry and a government, we will do our best to meet our needs, but also to remind them that we have limited spots, particularly in the top tier schools, the grade A schools, and the numbers seeking those schools are many. So it is not possible that everyone will get the school of your choice. But equally, other schools are important and capable of meeting the educational needs and aspirations of their wards. So my visit is to reassure parents on behalf of the minister that we will do our best and to have a first-hand experience on what is happening here and how well our team is performing with regards to helping the parents and the students to resolve the reasons why they are here.
So having been here, what's your assessment? What is the priority here?
Well, I think so far it is going well, and I'm expectant that even if we are not able to solve every problem, we will be able to solve most of the problems. As I said earlier, the reporting date is 18th of October. We set the date deliberately to allow for ample time so that we can iron out all these challenges to make sure that by the time students are due to report, these issues will have been properly resolved. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It's enough.
Let's cross over now live to Nat Hall, where my colleague Collins Frimpong is on standby. He's been monitoring the process all morning. Collins, what's the situation as we speak?
At Hall, the situation has not really changed compared to what we've been reporting since morning. But the only increasing every minute by minute. Just a few minutes ago, we went outside there to have a feel of what is happening there, and to my shock, outside there who are trying to gain access to the main auditorium. I'm referring to the NAT prevented, and few of my engagement with them suggest that they were already inside. that they went out to print some of their documents and including some of their resource, but because of the number of people secretariats or the coordinating secretariat is trying to manage inside there, they are being prevented from coming in. And so the situation outside there is quite a bit chaotic. Some people struggling to come in. Right, one of the entrance just behind me, that from my view, they are there, and also even the exit door, some people are still there. Right here, as you can see, there's school placement, 205 school placement, where the banner is one of the exits. That about 5 policemen are being stationed there, and just behind them are a number of students and also parents who are also trying to gain access to the main auditorium. In the morning, when we go here around 6:40, number of parents were already seated in some of the tents that were erected by the secretariat, that they were ready to gain access into the main auditorium and ensure that they get placements. What we know so far, as now that I'm speaking to you, the information that I picked from the Ministry of Education suggests that 52,000 out of the 107,000 students who have not gained placement so far have been able to access the portal and have secured their placements since the last 48 hours the portal was opened. And the people here that they've not been able to access the portal or having issues, some of they already have placements, but because they want changes, that's why they've moved here. But I have some of the people here that I want to engage. Sir, good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
Please, what's your name?
My name is Samuel Fiave.
So far, how's the process for you?
So far, I think they are doing very well. But comparing this year to the previous years, I realized that the previous years, in fact, things move faster than as we are seeing it now. You can see that there are a lot of people here. Some are still standing outside, waiting to come inside and then have the process done. So looking at it this year and that of last year most smoothly, when you come, you'll be educated on how to select the schools. You choose 3 schools of your preference, then you write it on a placement form, then you submit it, the course you want to do. If you want to change status, that is either changing from boarding house to day school, you do. You want to change your course, you do. You want to change school, you do. So you can't be just submit it and then you go. But today what we are experiencing is that you have to join the large queue, as you can see. You go to the table before you be taken through the process. So looking at it this year and that of the previous years, I suggest the previous years, I mean, things move faster than we are seeing it now.
So for what issue did you even come here with?
Exactly. So what I'm here to do is I mean to change placement of school. So I've already written it. Supposing they came for it, and I would have gone a long time. I left school around 11 a.m. and as you can see, it's almost getting to 4 p.m. but we are still hanging around.
We've seen some of your colleagues, I mean some students and also parents who are stranded outside. I don't know what you've been picking. You are in the auditorium though, but I know some people who have been coming in. I'm sure you've been speaking to some of them.
Sure. The problem is, with the large number that we have inside here, they are to attend to these people to a level before they can allow the outsiders to come and join us. The crowd will be too much for them to handle. So I think that's what is happening outside there, as you can see.
But what recommendation would you want to make to improve the hosting?
Exactly. So my recommendation as well as suggestion is that I would suggest they go by the previous system, whereby its parents will be educated on how to select the schools. And if you want to do placement or change of placement, change of status or change of course, you write it at the back of the placement form, you submit it, then you go your way, rather than the way things are going. If you are not careful, by the time we're back here on Tuesday, the crowd will be large to the extent that it cannot be controlled by the officials in charge.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
So firstly, he is one of the stranded parents who is trying to change things for his ward, and the situation, as he narrated, suggests that there is a long queue here. They are trying to navigate the whole situation over here. Let's get more people here. Daddy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I've seen you standing here for quite some time now. I don't know, what did you even come here? What's the issue?
Yeah, I came here. Sorry, I came here to check to change the school of the placement. Yeah, where my son got is the third choice, which I don't is far for me. So we are trying to see if we can change it to the first or second choice.
Right. We know that before they even wrote the BECE, they were given the opportunity to select some schools that they wanted, and even after the results came out, they had the opportunity about a week to go through the whole process again and select if everything is fine. I don't know if you had the opportunity to check all these things to ensure that all the schools that you selected for various categories were your choice, that if they get access, won't be a problem for you.
Yeah, we check it, but the third choice is it the last five choices that is where the problem came from, because from that side we didn't check it proper because we were thinking about the first and then the third choice. So that was what have brought the problem to me.
But where you were standing, just around the pillar, there is an exit there that we've seen a number of people stranded there. We've seen policemen also there who are trying to control the crowd from preventing them from coming in. I don't know if you have any information. What really is the situation?
Well, they were some of them were trying to come in. I think they wanted to come in, but the police were telling them not to come because that place is not the entrance, it's the exit. So I think that is why they were asking them to go out, but still they are trying to come, because for me I see it as come and verify. You just have to go through the process. So I just came in and then I passed through the entrance and then we came in.
Grateful to you. So firstly, this is what is happening here at the NATO movements. Currently, we have a huge present here, but quick one, before I hand over to the studio, let me run you through what really is happening. There are that far end, the remaining 3 is also for those with general information. Aside from that, the Secretariat have set up 4 different tables, and the tables that you are seeing are short is for those who are having general information, based general information on the placements. And the last one also is for TVET, those who are facing issues with TVET that they are addressing them. So this is what is happening here. Monday, they will not be working because it will be a public holiday, but they will resume on Tuesday and ensure that all people who are having issues will also be addressed. But what we have been told, according to the Ministry of Education, the information that I picked from them is that so far about 52,000 have been able to self-place using the portal since it was opened in the last 48 hours. So this is what is happening here at the NATO First.
Thank you, Collins from Pong, just giving us update as to the current situation at that resolution center here in the Greater Accra region. Parents are there to address the concerns. He's giving us updates that so far 52,000 students have been able to use the self-placement platform, and government is assuring that their concerns will be addressed. Well, still on education, Ghana's education sector is grinding to a halt from today as the Teachers and Educational Workers Union, TEU, declares an indefinite nationwide strike. The union's members donning red armbands and chanting sorrowful songs today at a news conference say they are distressed by government's persistent silence on their plight. At the news conference today in Accra, TEU General Secretary King James Azotiba said members have endured neglect for far too long and had no option but to declare an indefinite strike, adding that they will not return to work until their demands are met.
The public universities of Ghana, the technical universities of Ghana, as well as the Ghana Library Board, the Ghana Museums and Monuments Boards, have been taken for granted. Our contributions to the smooth running of the educational system in this country is indispensable. Yet, we are constantly being sidelined when it comes to welfare, when it comes to staff benefits, and more importantly, our conditions of service, which is rightfully our right as enshrined in the Labour Act, Act 651 of 2003. Madam Chair, the Teachers and Educational Workers Union, Tigo of TUC, we have exercised a lot of patience. We have shown commitment to dialogue with our social partners. Unfortunately, the issues that have affected our members remain unresolved. And promises made to us have been left unfulfilled. This persistent neglect is nothing short of discrimination and unfair labor practices, which will not be tolerated. Unfair labor practices and discriminations are both in the 1992 Constitution of Ghana and the Labour Act, Act 651 of 2003. These are all forbidding acts that anybody is supposed to melt to a worker or workers group. Sister Chair, it is for this reason that effective today, the 19th day of September 2025, the Tigo of TUC hereby declares a nationwide strike with immediate effect.
Well, let's explore this further here on The Pulse. Join me in the studio is King James Azotiba, General Secretary of the Teachers and Educational Workers Union. We appreciate your time here on The Pulse. I just want to start with an understanding of your key concerns. Yeah. You're raising concerns of your conditions of service, but flesh it out for me. What exactly are your expectations of government?
Thank you so much, and then my best regards from the leadership of the Teachers and Educational Workers Union to all your listeners nationwide. The expectations that we have from government is very simple. We are part of the working class in this country. Our contributions to education is immeasurable. We are a very critical group. We are the educational support personnel. We support education delivery in this country. And so what is currently happening is a little bit of a sign of discrimination of labor, a sign of unfair practice. We're saying this because we work in the same educational environment like in the public universities, the University Teachers Association, the Senior Staff Association of the public universities. Their conditions of service have been signed. And that of my members who are the junior staff members of the public universities and the public technical universities are left unsigned. We feel seriously slanted on that. When you come to the Ghana Education Service, the total employee strength of the Ghana Education Service is 400,000 workers. And these workers include teachers and the non-teaching class. The teachers unions in the Ghana Education Service, we have 4 unions. The Ghana National Association of Teachers, the National Association of Graduate Teachers, then we have the Pre-Tertiary Teachers Association of Ghana, formerly CCT, and then the Teachers and Educational Workers Union, Tigo of TUC. The 3 teacher unions have a total workforce of 350,000 teachers. Their conditions of service have been signed for them. My members are just about 50,000. And yet, since 2020, our conditions of service are pending.
And I recall this is not the first time you've raised concerns about it. Last year, November, you also withdrew your services over the same demands, and it hasn't been resolved.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the key details. When it comes to condition of service, I know it has to do with your leave days and what have not. What are the key new amendments in that service that you want government to append their signature to?
Oh, okay. So the condition of service is a total document that includes all the contract of service that we as the unions negotiate for our members with our employers and the employers' agencies. And so when we talk about the employer agencies, hitherto we used to negotiate with the vice chancellors in the public universities. So we go to University of Ghana, we meet the vice chancellor, we negotiate. Then later on they change to a committee of vice chancellors, so it rotates. So if it goes to Tech, we go to Tech and negotiate for all the universities. Now the system has changed. The Ghana Tertiary Education Council, GTEC, is now in charge of everything in education, including negotiation of salaries and conditions of service. And so they will have to sit. The Director General of the Ghana Education Service will have to sit. The Executive Director of the Ghana Library Authority and that of the Museums and Monuments Board, they have to sit. And then a rep from the Ministry of Finance.
And that has already been done?
Yes, we have had a fair sitting and we have signed the rules of engagement. So what is just left is left with just a little of the financial component of it, which the fair wages and our employers' agents have done the calculations and submitted to the Ministry of Finance. So for them to just give them the go ahead to sit down one day, within 5 days, all the 5 conditions of service will be concluded.
What are the rules of engagement?
Rules of engagements are when you submit your proposals to the government for negotiation, that is the condition of service, they will look at it and then they will come out the laws of negotiations. What you can do during negotiations. So if like we're on the table, I cannot go on strike. If we're on the table negotiating, I cannot write a red band. But if you call us for rules of negotiations in June 2025, and you are given a mandate by 28th of August, you should conclude negotiation with me and let us report back to the National Labour Commission. August has ended. We are in September. They are not getting even the permission to call us. Because when they call us back to the table, we have to negotiate and conclude.
But as leadership, you have been engaging the key players in this, the Education Ministry as well as the Labour Ministry. What assurances are they giving you and what explanation really have they made for this delay?
Unfortunately, they are helpless. They are helpless. The only help that can come from the Ministry of Finance. Until then, I think they want us to stay at home.
So there are financial commitments to some of these conditions of service.
Sure,
allowances? Tell me about them.
Yeah, okay. So the only allowance, which is nothing to talk home when we do comparative figures. In the case of the Ghana Education Service, it's a one-time allowance that we want. That is a continuous professional development and skills allowance. Continuous professional development and skills allowance. And this allowance is just a one-time of 2,400 in the whole year. And so when they say, okay, if you think you can't gather all that money at a go for 400,000 workers, why don't you pay it monthly? Which will be less than 200 every month.
Is that a proposal on the table?
Oh, yes. But they want to pay it at a one-time payment every year. So what is happening is that on our condition of service, it started from 1,002, it has moved to 2,400. So what is on our condition of service is 1,002. The review one is 2,400. The teachers enjoyed 2,400 last year. And if they should do the payment today, they will get 2,400 and we'll still be at the 1,002.
But that's like 100% increment.
Yes.
And what's government's concern? They don't have the money, do they?
Oh, I don't think they don't have. If they can cough that money for 350,000 teachers, I don't see why they cannot get that money for 50,000 education support personnel. I don't know. I will become more than confused if they tell me they can't get the money. I don't think that is the issue. And okay, maybe the other issue is that it's just that they don't even have time to just sit and they don't take us to be serious.
Have you tried engaging the finance minister's leadership personally?
You know the system in this country. And we in the trade unions will work according to our sector ministerials. Yes. And so my sector is under the Ministry of Education. Closely, I work with the Minister of Employment and Labor Relations. And we just, this afternoon, when he heard of our strike, he also called us, and we went to him. Well, they all promised to pick up the matter with the Minister of Education. They all have to pick up the matter with the Minister of Finance, and then he will give the clearance for the Chief Executive for the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission to continue with the negotiations with the S.
I'm quite interested in the details of this condition of service.
Okay.
Let's take out the financial implications to government.
Okay.
What are some of the key reliefs you're seeking when it comes to your leave days and what have not?
So we leave days, we have number of leave days that we enjoy. So 32 working days for the junior staff and 34 working days plus 2 traveling working days. We have maternity leave arrangement for the gender, the ladies who are also workers. And these days, globally, we have also come out with a new leave called the paternity leave that we are also introducing, that when your wife gives birth, at least as a father, you should stay home at least 1 week or 2 weeks. And for our proposal on the paternity leave is 2 weeks, just some 10 days to give first-hand support to your new baby and the mother. At least family care is very, very important because we men, we get so much engrossed with our work. And so if you don't get that opportunity of a paternity leave until you get your annual leave, and then you will never get it until some time that your partner in the house might not even need it. Okay, we also have in the condition of service disciplinary rules. So we try to categorize the disciplinary rules so that if there's an offense in the office, we try to classify it into minor offense, major offense, and a very critical offense that demerits an outward dismissal. A minor offense might warrant a warning letter. But without these things, somebody can just do a minor offense, somebody can just look at you, shout on you, and when you return back, you are fired.
Let's listen to the Labour Minister, and I'll come back to you for a reaction to that. He says that government has taken notice of your key concerns and he's working to address them. Let's listen to him. We'll be back to get the reaction of Theo on this.
Taking notice of their demands. They had come over to my office. They had discussed their challenges. I made arrangements and had a meeting with the finance minister. We discussed it extensively, and he proposed ways by which he would tackle it after comprehensively looking at not just their own, but the other proposals sent to us by various organizations who are also threatening strike actions. We think that as a government, to tackle them individually will create much more problems for the labor force in Ghana. And rather than doing so, we thought that we have a comprehensive approach by the Ministry of Finance to their demands. So in the end, it will be seen as solving the problems. I am looking out to have a chat with them to give them assurance that what they are asking for temporarily.
Tewu has warned that any attempt.
Well, we just heard from the Labour and Employment Minister. Has he engaged you?
Yes, immediately after our press conference. In fact, last night he called me and he was wondering why we have not come to his office or we've not reported our grievances to him. we also made it known to him that several letters to both his office and then the agents under his office, most of these letters are written to the agents, Fair Wages, Labour Commission, and then our sector minister, Director General Agritech, GES, and then we copy to the sector minister of Education and Employment. And so we had that discussion. He gave us some assurance that he would try to lace up with the colleague ministers of finance and others. And we had this assurance we keep on hearing every time. And we pray that this is going to be different.
What will it take for you to go back to the classroom?
What will take us to go back, for me to be able to go back with my team, is if we have the full assurance and the proof of financial clearance from the Finance Ministry to the Chief Executive of the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission and our employer agents to go back to the table. That is the only thing.
Until then, Aluta continue.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you're still watching the polls. When we come back in the studio, we'll tell you what the opposition New Patriotic Party is up to and the key concerns they have about this administration. Please stay with us.
How may I help you today?
We'd like to open a bank account.
Sign here, sign here, sign here, and here. And now you draw direction to your house. I need your thumbprint. And I'll need your birth certificate too. No, I need the original.
A lot has changed since you banked like this. So have we. We've made it easier than ever to open an account online and bank on the go through our mobile app, online banking, and more. EcoBank, a better way to bank your way.
Sign here, and here.
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Enjoy Estra's free shopping experience with unforgettable discounts and amazing prizes. This is the EcoBank Joy Business SME Fair, the biggest sales bazaar where buyers and sellers meet. Whether you're a small business owner, a bold startup, or just passionate about the future of businesses in Africa, this is where you need to be. 3 days of exhibition and networking, over 150 SMEs and startups, ranging from food, textiles, fashion, consumer electronics, home decor and appliances, furniture, automobile and technology, and loads more, all under one roof. Hey, yeah, don't call me, don't call me. Don't miss out on the EcoBank Joy Business SME Fair from the 31st of October to November 2nd at the Gouda Park, Accra Mall, off the Spintex Road. Gate open at 8 a.m. each day. To register as an exhibitor or vendor, call 0500-238-383 or 0244-453-929. The EcoBank Joy Business SME Fair is powered by Joy Prime and sponsored by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and MTN Business. Welcome to a new world of business. Media partners: Joy FM, Hits FM, JoyNews, and myjoyonline.com.
When your appliances fail, your reputation follows.
Why you carry my tomatoes too again?
To Burkina Faso, to Kobne's house, of course. His blender doesn't sound like dying goods.
Every day, Konadu, Konadu. Should I call him to marry you too?
Thank you.
How come your things not they break? How you they manage your house?
Simple. Ayuda. It's an app. You just click and they send you trusted artisans and professionals for all your emergency fixes at home and in an office.
Good morning, sir. I get your request. I see say your AC they do and the fan there they sleep. That's why I came here to bring peace into your house, eh? You be palm guy,
You get all the plots. I wish I get your DNA song.
Oh, you can even request to do a DNA test on Ayuda.
Hey, Bawku. Services, babe.
Download the Ayuda app now on Play Store and App Store.
Fatigue. This could be signs of intestinal worms. Get rid of them with Absol albendazole tablet. Effective, fast, and restores health. Absol albendazole tablets restore your family's health. For bulk purchases, locate Rapid Improvement Pharmaceuticals at Coastal Junction off Spintex Road. You can also contact us on 0536 661 432. Not recommended for children below 2 years and pregnant women. This advert is the FDA.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up and in no time our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the Eco Park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown crane, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults, this price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
So congratulations to you and everybody that won on the bonus ticket. Okay. Yes, we hope that next year you get on the luckiest again and win bigger than you won this time. Okay. So congratulations. Yes. Wow. From the luckiest to you as one of the winners on this ticket. So congratulations.
Luck is everywhere for everyone, yeah. The luckiest. Luck is everywhere for everyone, yeah. Money we define every day.
Thanks for staying with us here on The Pulse. Now, the opposition New Patriotic Party is this afternoon accusing President John Dramani Mahama of authoritarian rule, alleging he's using state power to harass political opponents. Speaking at a news conference in Accra, the National Youth Organizer Salam Mustafa said the administration is weaponizing the newly announced software by the Signals Bureau to monitor and suppress dissent. President Mahama, in his maiden media engagement, if you recall, indicated that the Signals Bureau has acquired new technology that will be able to trace IP address of individuals using hate speech on social media. But the National Youth Organizer says the use of the technology will lead to a silence culture in the media. Let's listen to him. We're back with more.
Today, I am scared to say that the narrative is changing. The story is becoming bleak, gloom. And I am not a prophet of doom. But if we continue on this parallel road, then we are on the way to Damascus. But all we patriots stand shoulder to shoulder with each other to say that we will not allow this country to be taken down a dangerous road. We have seen in the last period an evidenced pattern of gross abuse of power by the NDC government. Selective justice is taking center root in our society And this is dangerous to the democratic ethos that we all believe in. That is why, as a party, our forefathers who started the fight against colonialism, will not sit and watch this country thrown under the bus. Ghana is a democracy and not an autocracy with a supreme leader. Today, I am scared to say that the narrative is changing. The story is becoming bleak, gloom. And I am not a prophet of doom. But if we continue on this parallel road, then we are on the way to Damascus, His Excellency. The culture of silence is coming back. The dreaded culture of silence that the antecedents of the NDC took us through in the dark days is beginning to be reintroduced in Ghana. Today, people are getting scared to free their minds, to go on social media to write, or on TikTok to have conversations. Because the president has told us that today they have technology that they will use to crack down on citizens. However, Your Excellency, the Signals Bureau that President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo established was for a good purpose.
Well, thankfully, I have with me the NPP National Youth Organizer, Salam Mustafa, in the studio here on JoyNews Prime on Pulse. I beg your pardon. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, for those of you who watch Prime a lot, you understand what just happened. Don't worry. We're doing the Pulse this time. But then I can see you have a lot of concerns, really. Let's take them one by one. You feel this government is targeting the previous administration. Why exactly?
Thank you for having me, and good afternoon to your viewers. Rightly so. I didn't need to say the evidence is out there. Almost every now and then, there is an arrest of an MPP person. I don't know if you have ever heard since this government came into office that someone affiliated to the NDC has been arrested.
But if you have issues with the law, and no one is above the law.
Exactly. Nobody is above the law.
Mm-hmm.
That is
why
a court cannot tell us that before the law, some are more equal than others, and that we are in an animal farm. Sorry to say, we are not in an animal farm.
You're referring to the court's verdict with Abroyan DC's case. Is that the concern?
Absolutely. There are plethora of cases that the state, the national security system, if they were fair, would have handled it the same way they go Rambo style arresting MPP people. We went to Ablekuma North for a rerun of some polling stations. We saw the attack on Howard Kumsin and our deputy national organizer. We ID'd all of them. We know where they are. Alajo here, Mamobi, Nima. They were not arrested because they're NDC people. The communication officer for the NDC in the Bawku North constituency, North or South, one of them, in Akwitia, threatened the life of the minority leader, Ghana's parliament, the minority leader, that if he had, met him, there would have been a by-election in Efutu. To which he would have killed him, threatened the life of our national organizer, Nana B, threatened the life of the minority chief whip, Anodompre.
And you petitioned the IGP on it? We petitioned
the IGP, yes. Signed by the General Secretary.
Any response?
Zilch. Nothing. The guy is still working free man. Because he's NDC. We saw NDC Vice Chairman Azoka attacking our third Vice Chairman.
But the police tells us he was arrested.
No. Forget that charade.
You don't believe the police service?
It was a charade.
Oh, they put out a statement. They tell us that they arrested him, was invited for questioning.
Minutes after that, Azoka posts a video of he sitting cozily with his boys and laughing.
After his arrest?
The so-called, release when it came out. That was what happened. That was the reaction to it. It tells you that there is a certain clandestine behavior being put up. Intolerance by the government and quest to kill dissent is so high that they have targeted NPP activists who speak out or heavily criticize the government.
And this is alleged by you?
I have lived it almost every now and then at the police or the court. In fact, now basically, I know almost all the people working at the circuit courts, from court 1 to 9, police CID virtually. Now I know almost all of them working there because of the rampant, visitation to the facility. It's been so consistent that they shouldn't even be ashamed that we are so perverse and bad, that the picture is becoming so clear.
But the concern really is that if your members have done something that is against the law, they ought to be invited.
Nobody has a problem with that. Mm-hmm. We are saying we have a problem with selective application of the law. Selectivity, there's selective justice going on in the country. If our people so-called misbehave, in the case of Obama, the misbehavior, misconduct, is that he posted a picture. So because of a picture, they went and broke down his door in the middle of the night and bundled him out into police custody. That's all. That was all his crime. In the case of Adenta Kumi, he was the same Rambo style. Heavily armed men stormed his house at dawn, took him into custody because he sent a petition to His Excellency, the President. In the same manner, others petitioned the President to remove the Chief Justice. He also has, he has a different opinion and uses the same channel to write to the President to say that, no, we cannot do this. Then he is a subject of arrest. Okatechie Frifa Mensa went to school and wrote an exam on his way home. 3 fully loaded pickups, armed men, pack, and they rushed on him. They won't ask him anything. They won't show any proof of who they are. They just took him, threw him into the pickup, and bolted away, where they wouldn't tell anyone until lawyers went out searching for him. For a reason nobody can tell. Gordon Asaribediakon, your colleague journalist, was picked up, taken to the police station, held there. Was no question, nothing, no reason.
But today they are all walking free, so why are you still hitting the streets?
Good. The danger it portends is the gross abuse of human rights. And it is a danger to society because if a government, a democracy, all of a sudden forgets itself and begins to mimic an autocracy with a supreme leader, it's not just me who is not safe. You are not safe as well.
President Mahama says he's not a supreme leader.
Your journalist was beaten, Carlos Caloni, for going out to do his work as a journalist. He was beaten. So it's not just about MPP people. If they finish arresting MPP people, molesting us, abusing our rights as citizens of Ghana, they believe that we are second class, when they finish with MPP people, they'll come after you.
Some people feel that this is just political talk, really.
It is not political talk. It is real. It is happening. Shatawale was recently arrested.
Invited by Yoko.
Shatawale is not a politician. But what they were doing to the politicians was extended to Shatawale. And if we are going to go into, if we are going to look at Shatawale's case in its totality, you begin to see the spokes of politics piercing through it because they are looking for someone.
But if that is the argument, Shatawale has done songs for the NDC administration.
In the past. Doesn't mean that they can't turn and come after you. That's why I'm saying that it's not really, a political thing. If for whatever reason they can throw anybody under the bus, they can do it to anybody. That's what I'm saying, that if we allow this to fester, take center route, then our democracy is gone. Because our democracy thrives on the sharing of opinion. My opinion, your opinion, let's amalgamate them and work with it. Or see whichever is superior and work with. Today, how come this government is so intolerant that free speech is a problem in Ghana? That a judge can tell us that freedom of speech I can guarantee. Freedom after speech I cannot guarantee, quoting Idi Amin, who was a dictator in an autocratic environment, being quoted in a democratic setting to make a point. Okay, we'll put the law aside and deal with you just because people feel you are less of a person because your party is not in office. And that even when NDC people misbehave and we take petitions to them, they will not arrest them. Even when you catch them live on TV, like what they did to Hawa Yakubu and Hawa Kumsin and Chris Lloyd, when we ID'd these people and even told the police where these people are, they also not arrest them because of politics. And now let me tell you the last one. There's this boy called Raf, something.
Yeah.
Yes. He broke into the Rich Hospital, beat up a nurse. Nobody arrested him.
Committee was set up to look into that. You're not pleased with that approach?
Why didn't they use the CID? And after the committee finished its work, why was he not arrested? That you can assault people and go scot-free?
The committee's findings, we got
the committee only went and sat down
of it.
And drank tea and came back and threw some jargon, some balderdash on the table and went away.
They said the nurse in question wasn't actually assaulted.
That is why they should have given it to the CID. They should go and arrest him, investigate him. If they come to the same conclusion, then he can walk free. But because he's an NDC person, not once has he been thrown behind bars. And I'm telling you, if it were an MPP person, they would have gone Rambo style. Did you see how they took Chairman Abronya to court in a grand style?
Stay with me,
in a
Salam.
Black Maria, which is a moving cell.
Stay with me, Salam.
Like
Let me bring in Shamima Muslim. She is Deputy Government Spokesperson. Join us live here on The Pulse. Shamima, we appreciate your time. You've just been hearing the key concerns put out by the NPP administration, that this administration is seeking to gag free speech. How do you respond to that?
Good evening or good afternoon to you and your viewers. Indeed, I just got a call from your producer asking me to respond to some baseless claims that were being made against the government. My initial thought was to not respond to those baseless claims because my thinking is that the media in and of itself, beyond serving as purveyors of he said, she said, has the ability, and JoyNews more than most have the ability to establish whether or not this government, His Excellency's government, can be described in the terms that your guest in studio is describing it since His Excellency assumed power in January of 2025. Whether there is any base to come to the conclusion, as those conclusions were made in the 8 years of the Nana Bawumia administration, where independent agencies declared boldly from facts and statistics that trust in accountability institutions had been eroded because of the tinkering of Salam Mustafa's government, that the judiciary had been reduced in the image of the judiciary had been reduced in the public eye. because of these same tinkering, that the media had been stifled, that freedom of speech had been stifled. I would wait for the Afro Barometer next round of surveys to come to those same conclusions before I can begin to take Salam Mustafa seriously for those baseless claims. Do you see it? This country is turning a new direction. Whether or not the NPP will sit or won't sit, we all know that they have been crying and praying that this government fails. Former member of parliament told all of us that it is not in their interest for the John Mahama government to fail. Those are enemies of state. Those comments are not political comments. Those comments are comments about and around people who do not wish this country well. So while the NPP continue to behave in the ways that have reduced them to the numbers that they have in parliament, while they insist that they will continue to be a nuisance to the forward march of this country, while the media allows them grounds to make these sometimes baseless claims without accountability, we will keep our eyes focused. His Excellency will continue to build this country, together with whoever is willing to build this country. Look, this thing that they are doing, they did it from 1966. I was just reading, I have these books that I'm reading, and in 1966, after conniving to oust Kwame Nkrumah, the newspapers was rife with headlines. Nkrumah was a fraud, they said. Politics affected discipline, they said. They did a lot of things. They tried to annihilate the legacy of Kwame Nkrumah. These things are tools from their toolbox. We know them too well, and this government will not be detracted by them. And for the record, His Excellency is not one who gives in to wanton abuse of his powers, as he has shown since January. He is not a vindictive leader who ensures that his opponents or even members of his own government who disagree with him face his angst. He is not of such. And that is why we had seen this new turn in our good governance indicators. Because this government, when they need to turn the spotlight on their own, they do that. And since January, the examples are there to show. So they have a right as an opposition to behave in a responsible manner and to engage in responsible opposition as they try to recover their party, or they can decide to be a nuisance. It is really their choice. At the end of the day, we hold the good people of Ghana in high esteem. We will continue to communicate to the good people of Ghana the actions His Excellency is taking to reset this country for jobs, for accountability, which they are running away from, and for shared prosperity, not a clannish group that would appropriate our collective resources for a few. To that end, as we speak today, the GES is working to place our students in our schools. They have set up a center for all redress and all challenges that parents are going through. Ministers are meeting their constituents and explaining to them government challenges. Even with the vexed matter of Galamsey, we are openly, transparently, accountably speaking on government actions to solve this environmental terrorism. Please, next time, invite us on real issues of development for this nation. When a policeman slapped a journalist, you reported instantaneously the action that the Ghana Police Service took to remove that police officer from operation and to let that police officer face scrutiny and investigation and consequence. When members of the NDC, in responding to the presence of an MPP person who sprayed pepper spray, when we reported and we all saw the condemnable reaction, even though the NPP, Hawa Kumsing, had no right to hold pepper spray in an election inner perimeter. We condemned, right-thinking members of our country condemned the excesses. As we speak, those particular individuals were brought before the law court and they faced their fines. These are the actions that show a departure. Abronye and the comments that he made, if the IGP exerts his right to bring him to book with regards to the claims that he made, very irresponsible claims that Abronye made. This is not the first time Abronye has insulted anybody. Abronye has been insulting people. You see, it is not a battle between angels and demons. Within our both political parties, there have been excesses, and there will always continue to be those hawks in parties, those that do their things differently. But however different you want to be, you must always work within the boundaries of the law, because when you breach the law can choose to come to you and for you. And so when leaders who must know better, who must do better, who must speak better, find themselves trying to project self-seeking behaviors, then you know that there's a long way to go. But the light at the end of the tunnel is that the invitation that His Excellency John Mahama keeps getting from the opposition New Patriotic Party, the provocations that they keep bringing his way, he knows them too well. He will not give in to them because he's focused. He knows what he's doing. He's building this country, and he will do it with or without the New Patriotic Party coming on board and engaging in responsible opposition, as by rights they should. Calling us and expecting accountability is what every citizen must do. But not lies, not fake news. An MP published a fake news card that I had said an MPP MP just 2 days ago. But at least he had conscience when his attention was brought to the fact that this fake quote card was published by their fake news machinery as far back as January. He pulled it down and apologized. So there is hope within the New Patriotic Party that there are some elements that when their attention is brought to their own Zandam, they would come back on apology just so we build this country.
Thank you so much, Shamima. We appreciate your time here on the poll. So I'm wrapping up with you, Salam. We've just heard from government. They're concerned about your approach. They say this is just one of your tools from your box. It's not new, is it? It's all political for you.
If this is the thinking of the government, then there's a problem. Something is wrong. And I was quite amazed listening to Shamima and her choice of words. Frivolous. People were thrown into jail, remanded into police custody, their rights taken away from them, and you call it frivolous? Really?
You're walking free today.
I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about Obama and co. 2 young ladies whose rights were abused for crying out loud. 96 hours behind bars before they were put before a judge in a court of law.
So
it happened in
you're
Ghana
still hitting the streets? When exactly?
Hit the street.
When?
On Tuesday, 6 a.m. we are at Obra spot, all the way to the police headquarters, where we present a petition for police and national security. Detour, come and use the 37 road and stop in front of the Jubilee House and present a petition to His Excellency the President. And that it is not frivolous when you are abusing people.
Okay, thank you so much,
Salam.
Salam.
Don't use the words like we want to provoke the government. Nobody wants to provoke the government.
Thank you so much, Salam. At this point, we have to go. You're still watching The Pulse. When we come back, we have a conversation on Ghana's National Association of Local Authorities of Ghana and some of the key concerns they are calling for. I'll give you details after this break.
So, Charlie, the deal there, I almost get her.
Wow. Syntax pipe, as tough as it can get.
You get so sorry with your back, sorry. Oh, madam, you was a thing. Hey, what the cat never will be with the Hey! Now, I'm pipe.
Between the high and carbon.
Hey, madam, pipe menu.
A Syntax pipe. Me tono, Omukacham send a one day pa. Say a fee, say a foam. The other pipe we be a yen gum.
Syntax pipe.
Why leaky?
Come, madam. From today, Syntax pipe in my pipe. No 2 ways.
When you know, pipe ben abe you see.
SINTEX pipe.
Syntax pipe.
In a carry water. No hala. This September, Too Cute Entertainment House, in partnership with EVV Foods, present 3-time Best Stand-Up Comedian, 2-time overall Best Comedian, Ghana's finest comedy export. It's Lexi the Comic, FBI.
I miss Papa J's era. Sometimes I picture his relationship with Atamel where they are now. I wish I could interview Atamel. My dodging. If they get it, why by heaven, I'll be a poor.
Funny Boy in it, performing alongside Lexi, Chris Mapani, and KG Mokhad, all from South Africa. General Ntatia, Parrot Mao, Ben Sao, James Brown, Jeffrey Norte. Ticket 200 Ghana cedis regular, 300 Ghana cedis double, 300 Ghana cedis VIP, and 500 Ghana cedis VVIP. Star 714 star 800 hash or the front desk of Joy FM. Funny Boy in it. Sponsors South African Airways, Asempafia Graphics, Mpabwara. It's all going down Saturday, 27th of September 2025 at the UPSA Auditorium, 7 p.m. sharp. Media partners: Joy 99.7 FM, Hit FM, Adom FM, Adom TV, Joy Prime, JoyNews, and JoyOnline.com. This September, Lexi is the FBI you know. He's a funny boy in it.
As soon as my son gets back from school, he's going to scatter everything.
As soon as I walk in, my daughter is going to pounce on me and talk non-stop. She's developing a fever.
Mommy, my head aches.
When aches, pain, and fever bring your children down, trust E-Panel to help them bounce back. E-Panel paracetamol syrup provides relief from aches, pain, and fever amongst babies and children from 6 months to 12 years. Tough on pain, easy on the stomach, great taste with quick results.
She's back!
E-Panel, no pain, happy again. Also available in strawberry flavor, manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advert is FDA approved.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, Mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again? Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late? Of course.
luckiest. Kofi from Georgia be luckiest. From not the block, she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter why you're lucky, everybody go be that luckiest.
That's Kwamio!
Send your God down for boom. If you're poor, what's that? So would the coming of the Son of Man be.
Hey!
Is that his car?
Everywhere.
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Rites platform.
Ghana, the wait is over. The grand finale of the Energy Commission Senior High School's Renewable Energy Challenge is here. Watch as 6 outstanding schools, Presbyterian Boys SHS Presekli Gone, Adidome Senior High School, Ahantaman Girls Senior High School, Ola Girls Secondary School Kenyase, Damongo Senior High School, and Dabopa Technical Institute compete for the ultimate title of Ghana's Clean Energy Champion. Join us on Tuesday, 7th October 2025 at the Accra International Conference Center at 10 a.m. Who will rise to the top? Catch the thrilling finals live on JoyNews at 10 a.m. prompt. The Senior High School Renewable Energy Challenge is powered by the Energy Commission and the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition in partnership with the Ghana Education Service and the Ghana TVET Service, and with support from GIZ, Ashes University, Volta River Authority, Greenfield Ambassadors, Star Oil, and the PURC. Media partner JoyNews.
In Ghana, West Africa, the mornings are somewhat, if not for the perfect companion. What a good day to start. It's always smiles knowing we are together. Work is always effective with NASCO home appliances. If it not be you, then who go there? No wahala. If the sun is up, we there for your appetite. Never a dull moment to go for something chill. And Nijepa, I want NASCO fear. NASCO, bring home happiness.
So, Charlie, the deal there, I almost get her.
Syntax pipe, as tough as it can get.
You get so soft with your back, sorry. Oh, what am I doing? You was the thing. What the cat never won. You can catch it. Hey! Now, I'm pipe.
Between a pie and carbon.
Hey, madam, pipe menu.
A syntax pipe. Metono, Omukacham send a one day pa. Say a fee, say a foam. The other pipe we be a yen gum.
Syntax pipe.
Why only key?
Come, madam. From today, syntax pipe in my pipe. No 2 ways.
When you know, pipe ben abe use.
SINTEX pipe.
Syntax pipe.
In a carrier. No hala.
Thanks for staying with us here on The Pulse. Well, to other stories now, the National Association of Local Authorities of Ghana is calling for legislation to support John Mahama's led administration initiative of providing allowances for assembly members. The association says that while the initiative is commendable, backing it with law will elevate the concerns among members and ensure its sustainability regardless of the party in power.
Speech to us.
As part of his campaign promise to enhance decentralization, President John Dramani Mahama pledged to provide allowances to all assembly members to assist them in their work ahead of the 2024 general elections. This initiative aims to support assembly members in fulfilling their responsibilities effectively. During a national conference and training for presiding members at the Institute of Local Government Studies in Accra, the association's president, Alfred Asiedu Ejay, noted that this step fulfills a political promise and therefore requires formalization.
But this one is more or less a monthly statutory something. Now, what we are advocating for is that
this was a political promise which has been fulfilled, not backed by any law. Okay, not backed by any law. So maybe the president can wake up one day that, oh, I'm not going to fulfill it. You can't hold the president responsible for this. Or maybe when there is a different government, you can say that I'm not going to fulfill it because it wasn't a promise that I made to you. So what we are fighting for is that it should be backed by law. Okay, it should be backed by law. We have all the laws and everything. It should be inscribed in our constitution so that we know that as for this one, it has come to stay forever and ever.
In response, Bernard Ahiafo, the first Deputy Speaker, a Member of Parliament for Akachi South, stated that Parliament would be prepared to pass a law ensuring the initiative remains binding for future governments if it is presented before the chamber.
I do not see him revoking that particular decision because I have known His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama to be a man of his words. Whatever he says, he does it. And I don't think he's going to reprobate and approbate by giving them the allowance with the left hand and revoking it by the right hand. That one, no. So the fear might be that in the long future, if there is a change in government, and there is no law backing it, and that government wants to change that particular policy. So against that backdrop, whilst President Mahama is in power, I think it is in the right direction to formulate it into law so that it will be binding on every successive government.
Approximately 261 presiding members from across the country gathered in Accra as part of efforts to enhance local governance and improve understanding of the local governance system. The training held under the theme Empowering Local Governance Actors and Institutions for National Renewal under a New Dawn provided members with a platform to voice their concerns regarding the challenges that hinder their effective operation. Jacinto Andrews Kwaku, the National Dean of the group, urged the government to provide them with vehicles instead of motorbikes to improve their service delivery.
We are about 261 assemblies, for that matter. Should we provide colleagues with vehicle, I'm sure the presiding member's office, it is going to help because we have the oversight responsibility. And anyone who has oversight responsibility means that you must be moving at all time. Sometimes I will tell you that with the motorbike, because of the rain, I'm limited, because of the terrain. But however, once you are mobile, especially having a vehicle, just like other officers, the technocrats and others are doing. You know, you see them doing some more. We are always giving an excuse that maybe because of the rain, we are not able to do much of our oversight responsibility because ours is about oversight responsibility. So I realized that we're handicapped.
Fatao Bayaga, JoyNews, Accra.
The Ghana Medical Association says it will not shield any bad nuts within its ranks. Now, acknowledging that there are challenges with some doctors alleged to be struggling with drug abuse, they say that they would ensure that they do their best to provide the necessary quality health care. This decision follows the Dental Council decision to suspend 51 practitioners across the country over drug addiction and mental health concerns. The council says, though painful, the decision is necessary to protect patients and safeguard standards in the health sector. There's more in the following report.
Of the Medical and Dental Council, Dr. Divine Banyubala, speaking on the Pulse on the JoyNews channel, revealed that the affected practitioners showed clear signs of impairment, raising doubts about the ability to deliver safe and ethical care.
Fitness to practice comes in when we think that a practitioner has either infirmity of the mind or by issue of degeneration through age. Right. Their skills and competence. Imagine a surgeon, eminent surgeon who has developed Parkinson's. When we have dependency or addiction, these are all matters that touch on what we call fitness to practice.
The council also raised alarm over rising patient complaints, including shocking cases of doctors breaching professional boundaries. In one instance, a patient alleged a doctor sucked her breast during consultation.
So they have schizophrenia, which is one a large box, about 30% of them. We have a group of them who have personality disorders, others suffering from depression, and others from substance abuse or addiction, whatever.
So when you say substance, what kind of substance? Illegal substance?
So some persons are on tramadol,
right?
Addicted to tramadol, others on morphine, others on pethidine, others on heroin, and others a mixture.
President of the Ghana Medical Association, Dr. Frank Cerebral, admits some doctors do battle drug abuse and insists the association will not cover up for them. But he maintains the Medical and Dental Council must get its facts right, stressing that no GMA member has been suspended in the past 2 years.
Some of our health personnel do engage in some form of drug abuse. And it is not strange at all because we deal with drugs. Just as our patients abuse drugs, the same way when we also experience certain conditions and those drugs are prescribed to us and we see the euphoric effect of those drugs, sometimes we are hooked onto it. So we are not saying that we are immune to those nuances. So I think that the Medical and Dental Council will do us a lot of good if they are telling us over the period that they have had 51 doctors suspended for substance abuse, because we don't have 51 doctors suspended this year or last year.
GMA and Medical and Dental Council trade words. One thing is clear: public safety is at stake. Both bodies say their priority is safeguarding patients and restoring trust in the medical profession.
Join me now is the acting chief executive of the Mental Health Authority, and he's also a lead addiction specialist, Eugene Odro. We appreciate your time here on the Pulse. This is quite concerning for me, especially as a patient. We're hearing of doctors abusing drugs and yet attending to patients. Tell us more about this mental challenge and how we can deal with it.
So the reality is that doctors are part of the population. So we are no different from the rest of people. And the diseases that affect the general population also affect doctors. So it is really not unusual to have doctors suffer the same conditions that they treat. Because, addiction is a disease. Mental illness is a disease. So whether you are a doctor, you are a pharmacist, or whatever you are, it does not change the very person, which is the genes. Maybe your knowledge may modify how the disease expresses itself.
Okay.
So
but it's challenging, really. I'd like to come in at this point. It's challenging, really, especially for myself as a patient, because we expect that medical doctors and practitioners, they live up to the highest standards when it comes to professional delivery. But then when I am being attended to by a doctor that is battling a mental condition, how do I go about that?
Yeah, so it's like I said, it's the same way patients, the general population have it. So in the West, that's what I was coming to. We have what we call, physicians' health program. So these are special programs made for doctors who have medical conditions like mental illness, drug abuse, that affect the work they do. Okay, so that is what we have been advocating in terms of mental health practitioners, that the Medical and Dental Council, should have a physician health program that help physicians that, go through this condition. And, if as a patient you see your doctor going through, I think it kind of reminds us that what you study does not change your humanity. It tells you that you are no different, you are no superior to the people we treat, and therefore you treat them with the respect they deserve, because you could have also been in their shoes, even though you have been to school with it. So it is something that the Medical and Dental Council have been doing, because I have been part of it, where they refer doctors for help. But what I'm asking is that because there's a lot of emphasis on the fact that doctors are trained and they are highly respected, we should probably have a special program for doctors who go through such challenges. And then we know how to manage them as mental health, fraternity, so that they are managed specially because of the unique positions they have, that their illness can affect even how they treat other people. So we are calling on, the council, which I am a member of, that yes, let's develop it. They have started helping colleagues with the problem.
Okay.
But let's have a special program where even the public will know that if you suspect a doctor has a condition, or if our colleagues know a colleague who has a condition, we refer them, and then the help is given. What the council is doing wonderfully for now is the fact that when doctors have addiction, they are not punished, but the council goes ahead to
provide them with mental care.
So that,
okay, Doc, if you allow me, just within a minute, you can wrap this up for me. As a patient, how can I spot some of these medical conditions, especially when they are psychological, if I am receiving care from a medical doctor? What are some of the signs I should look out for?
No, so we don't expect that a doctor who is impaired will be attending to any patient at all. So if it does happen, it is quite rare and it is unexpected. And that is the job of the council. So anytime the council hears of such a thing, they kind of, I would say, fish them out and then attend to the doctor so that that doctor is not impaired. So there's a special, policy for impaired physicians where, so if you suspect it, you can reach out to the council. They will reach out to the doctor, and the good thing is that they will not necessarily punish. What they seek is that they will assist that doctor, and by first removing you from being a danger to the public.
Thank you so much, Doc, for your time here on The Pulse. Away from that, now, as a JoyNews channel, we're continuing with our campaign against drug abuse in Ghana. Today, we're turning the spotlight on the alarming rise of opioid abuse. Our recent feature, Deadly Doses, moved beyond statistics to expose the human faces of Ghana's drug crisis. From the ghettos where narcotics are openly traded to hospital wards where lives hang by a thread. The documentary revealed not just the scale of the problem, but also the urgent need for decisive action. Only 2 days ago, the Medical and Dental Council disclosed to us that even some medical doctors are now hooked on hard drugs. A reminder that this is no longer a fringe issue, but a national crisis. To help us better understand the situation and chart a path forward, we're joined this afternoon by Dr. Nana Efiabuaji Asare, an accomplished healthcare leader with deep expertise in pharmacy and organizational management. Doc, we appreciate your time here on The Pulse.
Thank you very much. The name is Nana.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Now, so the bigger concern really, we're just hearing from medical experts tell us that doctors are beginning to consume some of these hard drugs.
Yeah.
And as a patient, I'm worried. How do we deal with this canker?
Yes, so thank you very much. And good afternoon to the viewers. I must say that it was interesting for me to hear the voice of Dr. Eugene Dodonyo. We have been in certain classes together, and of course, prior to him, I heard Dr. Banyubala there, the Registrar of Medical and Dental Council. So good afternoon. Yes, it is a problem. And like you said, some of the exposition, which I think in your capacity as media have been able to shed light on for all of us to appreciate the looming problem of opioids. It is true that in the pharmaceutical space and in medical practice and clinical practice, there is a need for opioid because, yes, that's what we use for moderate to severe pain. So we cannot take it away from the practice. However, it is of concern that these opioids have also found its way being illicit use of it in terms of even the strength and then the quantum, that what the pharmacists will call the dose that is in the drug. It is way above the recommended doses. So we are not just using something just for the pain, but we are actually killing ourselves, because we are even being used, they are using in terms of the dose that is in the medicine is not even the one that you would use or a doctor would prescribe, a pharmacist would counsel and serve you for it for whichever pain that you're using it.
But some of the biggest concern, really, some of these drugs are over-the-counter drugs. I can walk into a pharmacy and buy them. How do we deal with that?
Yes. So first and foremost, if we are speaking specifically with opioids, opioids is not an over-the-counter medication.
Tramadol.
It is not. Tramadol is not. So the one that most of us know is tramadol.
Okay.
Tramadol is not.
Okay.
Tramadol is supposed to be prescribed by a medical practitioner, a licensed physician, and it's supposed to be dispensed by a pharmacist.
And I like the fact you say it's supposed to be.
Yes.
But that is the structure. That is not what is implemented on the ground. You walk into a pharmacy and you can buy it. So how can we even deal with the problem when it's easily accessible?
Exactly. So just like you've spoken to the Register of Medical and Dental Council, Pharmacy Council actually regulates the pharmacist and the practice of pharmacy in Ghana. And it is for me, for us to realize that what Pharmacy Council has been doing in that space, aside the fact that they collaborate with certain agencies like the Food and Drugs Authority and the Narcotics Control Board, etc., to ensure that they apprehend some of these people. They also most recently published a list of practitioners and pharmacies that have, they found flouting some of these things, right from the pharmacist and other pharmaceutical staff, so that they are also sending a message to Ghanaians for them to know that the regulator, which is Pharmacy Council, in collaboration with Food and Drugs Authority, and Food and Drugs Authority also does that. They are regulators, and so they may need the security personnel, which is the security services. So we are looking at the police service, the customs service, etc., to be able to come on board, so then they can, because to an extent, what they as regulators can do per the laws of Ghana, and so they collaborate with them. What has been found, and studies that, for instance, the Food and Drugs Authority have done, have realized that most of these tramadol, since you mentioned tramadol, let's use tramadol, most of the huge dosed tramadol that come into Ghana are not necessarily meant for the Ghanaian market. They are transiting through our space, but of course, if it is an illicit drug cartel trade that is transiting, whether they are transiting, whether they are just doing a touch and go, there will be remnants for us in Ghana. And so it is very important that all these collaborative efforts, states, agencies have to come together, help Food and Drugs Authority, help Pharmacy Council, because they are in that space to regulate. They know the brands that they have registered. In the Food and Drugs Authority, that registers the medicines that we use in Ghana. Tramadol is 50 and 100 milligrams. But the ones that are in this process is 225 milligrams. So that tells you that this is not a drug that has been approved for use. It is not a drug that the agencies that approve it say we can use it, and so it is an illicit. And there's to an extent that FDA, for instance, their powers, there's an extent and there's a limit to which it happens in our borders. So if those collaborative with the security services, then yes, because we would have to fight it. It is affecting everybody now. The medics are talking about it affecting them, and we do not need that in all of the problems that perhaps Ghana does. We do not also need to add this to it. And it's only not just tramadol. FDA recently did a survey, and they also realized that even some of the cough syrups, because some of those cough syrups also contain some of those opioids.
That's dangerous.
So there are these, we call them codeine-containing cough syrups. It's also an avenue now, because now we know people have seen that, when you are taking the unim red, as it is popularly called, then people suspect. But now when it is a cough syrup, it's like, and I'm coughing and I'm taking it. So
it's quite worrying.
So they are finding ways to also look at those things. And FDA has, in fact, from 2017 has had a lot of campaigns, just like Pharmacy Council. In this year alone, FDA has had about 111 public educations targeted to second cycle and tertiary institutions, because some of the surveys that they've had has actually shown that those people are the targets of the thing, and they've done quite a bit of work amongst them, and also have been able to also apprehend certain people. Like I said, Pharmacy Council just recently published an article that lists them. I mean, the names. It's not just, they are not just
of the association or individuals
of
that
individuals,
are involved.
Individual pharmacists, of individual pharmaceutical support staff. So the OTCMs that you're talking about, which we used to call the licensed chemical sellers, those that are involved in peddling and trading medicines that they are not supposed to do so. So Pharmacy Council just published that.
And talking about the Pharmacy Council, you're looking to lead that council one day.
Okay, so
tell me about that race. You're in the race, aren't you?
Yes, okay. So the race I'm in is the professional body which I belong to, which is the professional body of all registered pharmacists, and the professional body is called Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana. It's one of the oldest professional bodies in Ghana. It was inaugurated in 1935 on the 19th of December. So this year we are 90 years. And I find myself in the position that I'd want to also offer my service, because I've been a member of that society since 2004 when I graduated from pharmacy school. And I have served in various capacities. Most recently, the honorary treasurer of which is a standing executive committee, but I've also, immediate before that, I was the national chair of all the female pharmacists in Ghana. Our association is called the Lady Pharmacists Association of Ghana. And I find myself well endowed. I also find myself that I have also learned and gained the experience enough that at this stage, in 90 years, I can lead the society in the next tenure, which is from now till 2027.
Okay, so you're running for that.
Yes.
When exactly is the election date? Because as a woman, I'm supporting you, obviously.
Oh, that's great. Now that you've even mentioned
it. Yes, the Pharmacy Society of Ghana election. Want to know the date so that we can invite you when you win.
Thank you. It is on the 24th. It's a Wednesday. It's on the 24th of September. And I would want to say, if I may, that especially to the pharmacist audience that you have, my name is Nana Bwaja Sari. I'm your servant, and I pray and hope that I do get your mandate come the 24th of September, so that we can only not just lead, but like you said in your statement, it would also be history for our association, being the first female to lead the organization.
As a first female, if you win, what would you be bringing on board, really?
Okay, so with that, personally for me, it would bring me such honor to let the upcoming female pharmacists also know that this is a possibility. You put your hearts away to become competent enough to lead this organization of pharmacists. And of course, being a female and coming from that angle, welfare of pharmacists is at heart. And so I'm looking at ensuring that, yes, the welfare of pharmacists is prime for me, our unity and our influence as pharmacists in the society, because even in talking to you, you did mention that, yes, we do know there are structures, but then you walk to a pharmacy and anybody there is willing to give you tramadol without even seeing a prescription. These are things we'd want to change, because when that also changes, then yes, when I come and I'm sitting with you, you actually do know that, yeah, the pharmacist really has value. Okay. And the pharmacist is actually performing the pharmaceutical care space. And also to ensure that not just the fact that there's a pharmacist, but there's the presence of pharmacists. Because when you speak to these regulators, be it Pharmacy Council, be it Food and Drugs Authority, they always do talk about the fact that they are under-resourced, they are understaffed, etc. We have, even in our hospitals, some of these public government hospitals that do not even have pharmacists. So it is also one of the things that for me we would have to do the stakeholder engagements, ensure that when you enter a public hospital,
That's
you enter any facility, much more important, I want to tell the public.
But we have to go.
Yes.
So make it 30 seconds and then we'll go.
To the public that when you enter a pharmacy, please ask for the pharmacist so that you can be sure to get the good pharmaceutical care. And that's the reason why you are in a community pharmacy or in a retail pharmacy.
Thank you so much. On that note, that's how we wrap up the Pulse. My name is Faustina. It's been a pleasure doing this with you. Please have a wonderful weekend. I'll see you next week, same time, same station.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, Mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again? Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa. Why wouldn't he be late? Or being late, of course.
You go give me the luckiest. Go feel from your jet be luckiest. From not them your she be luckiest. Yeah, you go feel me luckiest. No matter why you're luckiest. Everybody go feel me that luckiest.
That's Kwame! Send your God down for boom! If you put it toy, so would the coming of the son of man be. Is that his car?
Dial star 712#. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Rites platform.
West Africa, the mornings are somewhat, if not for the perfect companion. What a good day to start. It's always smiles knowing we are together.
Ooh, what a feeling. With Nasco, you're there for family. If you not be you, then who go there? Nasco.
Work is always effective with Nasco home appliances. No wahala, if the sun is up, we there for your appetite. Never a dull moment to go up something chill. Classic home appliance for the fisher folks. Good vibes only while you wait. The feeling hits very deep. Enijepa ewa Nasco fie. Nasco, bring home happiness.
Now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up and in no time our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the Eco Park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown crane, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults? This price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park.
bringing you closer to nature.
Get ready! The much anticipated Love 99.5 FM Corporate Games is here on Saturday, 11th October 2025. All roads lead to the Pajo Park University as top corporate institutions in Kumasi come together for an action-packed day of fun, networking, fitness, and fierce competition. Expect exciting activities including football, CEO penalty kicks, female 5-a-side football, volleyball, table tennis, sack race, lime and spoon, flip the bottle, athletics, draft, pool games, and so much more.
Corporate Ghana, yours truly, Steve Zando here. My name is Melvin the Enigma of Love 99.5 FM.
My name is David Akwete.
Love FM Corporate Games to be staged at the KNUST Pajo Sports Complex. I see you what's in office one Wakasasa, come show me to see.
I would love to see you there so we can have fun together. Love FM Corporate Games, always bringing you closer to the action.
Get ready, Ghana. The Springboard Roadshow 2025 is here, connecting through 16 regions, inspiring 500,000 youth in one amazing experience. Join Comfort Okran, Reverend Albert Okran, and other amazing speakers for practical insights, mentorship, training, and real opportunities to shape your future. Entry is free. Dial *718*50# to register now or call 0308-255-775. Follow us on all social media platforms at Springboard Channel for updates. Springboard Roadshow is brought to you by Mastercard Foundation, Springboard Roadshow Foundation and partners.
His uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again? Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa. Why wouldn't he be late? Or being late, of course.
You go give me the luckiest. Go be from Georgia, be luckiest. From that them because she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter why you're luckiest. Everybody go be that luckiest.
That's Kwame! Send your God up, boom! If you put it with a so would the coming of the Son of Man be.
Hey!
Is that his car?
Everywhere.
Dial *712#. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Rites platform.
This September, Too Cute Entertainment House, in partnership with EVV Foods, present 3-time Best Stand-Up Comedian, 2-time Overall Best Comedian, Ghana's finest comedy export. It's Lexi the Comic, FBI.
I miss Papa J's era. Sometimes I picture his relationship with Atamels where they are now. I wish I could interview Atamels. My dodging. If they get it, I'll heaven, I'll be a
Funny boy in it, performing alongside Lexi, Chris Mapani, and KG Mokhad, all from South Africa. General Ntatia, Parrot Mao, Ben Sao, James Brown, Jeffrey Norte. Ticket 200 Ghana cedis regular, 300 Ghana cedis double, 300 Ghana cedis VIP, and 500 Ghana cedis VVIP. *714*800# or the front desk of Joy FM. Funny boy in it. Sponsors South African Airways, Asempa Graphics, Mpabwara. It's all going down Saturday, 27th of September. September 2025 at the UPSA Auditorium, 7 p.m. sharp. Media partners: Joy 99.7 FM, Hit FM, Adom FM, Adom TV, Joy Prime, Joy News, by JoyOnline.com. This September, Lexi is the FBI you know. He's a funny boy, innit?
The Infantopim Old Boys Association MOBA presents the 10th edition of the MOBA Annual Engagement Series. Theme: Hen Nananum Mutaipa, 149 years of sustaining legacy, building excellence. The date is on Thursday, the 25th of September 2025. The venue is the EcoBank Head Office Auditorium at Rage in Accra. The time is 4:30 p.m. Panelists include David Atuashon, MOBA 75, Bernard Charles Aqua, MOBA 85, Professor Lord Mensah, MOBA 95, and Augustine Owuswansa, MOBA 2005. The moderator is Emmanuel Johnny Kwame, MOBA 85. This event is sponsored by EcoBank Ghana Limited. Media partners: Joy FM, JoyNews, Asase Radio and Graphic Communications Group Limited. For further information, call 050-318-6258 or 020-460-9980. Kwaboche, Shekan.
Enjoy a stress-free shopping experience with unforgettable discounts and amazing prizes. This is the EcoBank Joy Business SME Fair, the biggest sales bazaar where buyers and sellers meet. Whether you're a small business owner, a bold startup, or just passionate about the future of businesses in Africa, this is where you need to be. 3 days of exhibition and networking, over 150 SMEs and startups, ranging from food, textiles, fashion, consumer electronics, home decor and appliances, furniture, automobile and technology, and loads more, all under one roof. Hey, yeah, don't call me, don't call me. Don't miss out on the EcoBank Joy Business SME Fair from the 31st of October to November 2nd at the Gouda Park, Accra Mall, off the Spintex Road. Gate open at 8 a.m. each day. To register as an exhibitor or vendor, call 0500-238-383 or 0244-453-929. The EcoBank Joy Business SME Fair is powered by Joy Prime and sponsored by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and MTN Business. Welcome to a new world of business. Media partners: Joy FM, Hits FM, Joy News, and myjoyonline.com.
Hello and welcome to Business Live. Coming up in this bulletin, Monetary Policy Committee of the Bank of Ghana has reduced the policy rate by 350 basis points to 21.5%, which shall discuss the impact on financial institutions and businesses. Also coming up, the Bank of Ghana projects a notable drop in the cost of credit and lending rates starting next month, following its decision to cut the policy rate by 350 basis points to 21.5%.
And that resulted in some 250 basis point cut in the commercial banks responding to businesses, right?
Yes, I saw.
Are you going to see about some 300 this time around?
We should. I think we should.
We have more of this and other insightful business stories. My name is Winston Taki. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this. And now to our first business story. The Monetary Policy Committee of the Bank of Ghana has reduced the policy rate by 350 basis points to 21.5%. Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Asantehemaa, revealed this at the 126th MPC meeting earlier this week. Let's bring in the business community now. Joining us is the Chief Executive of the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mark Bedu Abuaji, who will be joining us to deliberate on this conversation and how this will certainly affect the business community. He will be joining us on the phone lines. Before we delve into the conversation, there were initially several expectations from both the industry and businesses proposing that indeed the cost of credit was indeed high. However, the decisions consistent and consecutive cut by the Bank of Ghana I've seen the policy rate dropping basically by about 6 basis points, and that has been tremendous since the last 2 years. And this is what the business are expecting to see reflect in the cost of credit and subsequently in the cost of products in the market. We'll be delving extensively on this and how it should be reflecting subsequently also on how the SMEs can have access to cheap capital from commercial banks. And before the interview, let's move to other developing stories as well. The Bank of Ghana is projecting a noticeable drop in the cost of credits and lending rates starting next month, following its decision to cut the policy rate by 350 basis points to 21.5%. As part of broader effort to stimulate economic activity, the central bank is also rolling out additional measures aimed at supporting commercial banks to improve credit access for businesses. Director of Research at the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Philip Abredu-Otu, shared more insight on these developments on PM Express Business Edition.
A 350 has been done. I expect another 350 to be done to lower the cost of credit for businesses. That in itself is a transmission. The way I think about the transmission from the central bank to the real economy, it happens in 2 stages. The first stage is from the central bank to the commercial banks. And then the second stage of the transmission is from the commercial banks to the real economy. Normally, the transmission from the central bank to the commercial banks is full. It's always 100%. Then in the second stage, at times it gets a little bit quirky. It gets a little bit tough because of probably the conditions of the commercial banks, and they try to risk profile their clients, and in the end the rates don't pass through well to the rest of the economy. I've seen this first cut that we did pass through already to the rest of the economy, and I think as we go down, as the banks continue to operate profitably, as the banks continue to operate in a well-capitalized environment, they'll begin to pass on some of these to the rest of the economy.
The 300 resulted in some 250 basis point cut in the commercial banks responding to businesses, right?
Yes, I saw.
Are you going to see about some 300 this time round?
We should. I think we should.
Meanwhile, in an interview on the marketplace, the economic and data analyst at Data Bank Research, Wilson Zilevu, says the high level of non-performing loans could slow down the immediate impact on businesses.
From my perspective, I think to some extent it goes a long run to stimulate borrowing, considering where we are coming from, 25%, and then a 350 basis points cuts to 21.5%. A lot of it will be dependent on creditworthiness on the market and how best old loans are recovered. You have a situation where the NPL is hovering around 21.7%, indicating that is excluding provisional losses, indicating that loans have not fully been recovered from the market. So I think banks would have a cautious strategy to disburse loans, and we don't expect a direct impact soon. We expect a gradual approach to the disbursement of loans to, aid in economic activity.
Now, away from that, the head of banking supervision at the Bank of Ghana, Ishmael Adam, is calling on financial institutions to step up efforts in driving positive change and deepening financial inclusion to support national development. Speaking on behalf of the governor at the Global Alliance for Banking on Values event organized by Opportunity International Savings and Loans Company, Mr. Adams addressed or stressed that the banking sector plays a pivotal role in fostering economic growth and improving livelihoods.
Director of Banking Supervision at the Bank of Ghana, Ishmael Adam, speaking on behalf of the governor at the Global Alliance for Banking on Values, underscored the need for financial institutions to go beyond profit and adopt value-based banking.
Financial institutions should adopt inclusive, community-driven strategies that prioritize long-term impact over short-term gains. So this will include investing in financial literacy, leveraging on technology to reach an underserved population, forming strategic partnership like OI is doing with GPF, and embedding ESG principles into our core operations.
Chief Executive Officer of Opportunity International Savings and Loans Company Limited, Kwame Owusu-Boateng, also emphasized the importance of adhering to strong ethics and banking standards in building trust with customers.
It's very key in the sense that we've seen a number of microfinance institutions, savings and loans companies, and even banks come up and collapse. Why do they collapse? They collapse because some basic fundamentals are not respected. The whole world is moving towards the direction of ESG, environmental governance, and sustainable standards of practicing banking. And if these principles are not embedded in the DNA of such financial institutions, then you realize that some compromises are made and the institutions go down.
Executive Director for the Global Alliance for Banking on Values, Martin Rona, highlighted the role of technology, urging banks to use artificial intelligence ethically to support financial services.
So there's many different ways of looking at this. I think among our community, we already understand the why of values-based banking. The why is that by focusing on people, planet, and prosperity, we know that eventually the profitability will also set in.
For Managing Director of Centenary Bank in Uganda, Fabian Kasi, the event is a timely reminder for the sector to explore sustainable solutions that align profitability with social impact.
Being part of this organization, Global Alliance for Banking on Values, is key in the sense that it reminds all of us that we shouldn't only just aim at making profits, but we need to aim at the building blocks to the profits. And those building blocks are the fact that we have to focus on the impact, social impact of the customers that we serve.
The Global Alliance for Banking on Values brought together banking leaders and stakeholders to discuss how values-driven finance can shape a more inclusive and sustainable financial system.
The Secretary General of Ghana has launched its Green Funding Initiative to empower staff and customers with innovative financial solutions that drive the sustainability agenda. According to the bank's Managing Director, Hakeem Alzani, the initiative will provide companies and individuals with access to very low interest financing as part of effort to promote a greener world. He made this announcement at the bank's Environmental, Social and Governance Networking event held in Accra. Initiative unveiled at SG Ghana's Environmental, Social and Governance Networking event in Accra is expected to promote clean energy adoption, green transport and environmentally responsible business practices. Managing Director of SG Ghana, Hakeem Alzani, said the launch of the Green Funding Initiative forms part of the bank's broader sustainability journey.
Globally, you know that ESG is in the heart of our strategy. Through the financing solutions, but also through many initiatives that we do under the environmental, social and corporate social responsibility also. We have given a lot of examples of what we have done through the cleaning, through providing some solar panel solutions recently for a school. The Green Fund is this initiative where we dedicate a part of our envelope of financing to specifically support any project that you have as a company which has a positive impact, which could be even linked to education, which could be linked to the 16th, SDGs agenda. We will look at it. If you have all the criteria, you will benefit from this fund. And this fund will allow you to get very low interest rates, much lower than what you could have in the market, particularly on this area.
Head of CSR at SG Ghana, Priscilla Isham, emphasized the bank's deliberate approach to strengthening sustainability adoption.
There's no business without sustainability. And SG, we are leading the way, and we are doing it together with our clients. We're saying that every traditional business has an alternative green alternative. And we're giving financing, we're giving technical advice and support. We are organizing such events and networking sessions to bring people together to foster the whole ecosystem.
Presidential advisor on the SDG goals, Nimoy Thompson, commended the initiative but stressed the need for actionable accountability frameworks.
Strengthening accountability frameworks so that the impact of our actions is measurable and enduring. A greener future is not the responsibility of one institution, as I said earlier, or sector or government alone. It is a shared responsibility and an opportunity to redefine how we grow, produce, consume, and live.
The Green Funding Initiative is anchored on 3 flagship offers: the Green Drive, which promotes access to electric vehicles, the Green Energy, which supports the shift to renewable energy solutions, and the Green Impact, which provides financing for environmentally conscious businesses. Now we go back to our earlier story. The Monetary Policy Committee of the Bank of Ghana has reduced the policy rate by 350 basis points to 21.5%. Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Johnson Isiama, revealed this at the 126th MPC meeting earlier this week. Let's bring in the business community now. Joining us is the Chief Executive of the Ghana Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mark Bidu Abuaji, who joins us on phone. It's good to have you here on the Business Live. Now, what do you make of the Bank of Ghana's decision to cut the policy rate by some significant margin?
Well, I think it's a right decision. We have been expecting this. Looking at the gains we've made within the macroeconomic environment, inflation sustainably dropping with the stability in the foreign exchange market and the fiscal consolidation, I think we have been asking for a drop in the policy rate. The last time we asked for 3%, they did it. This time around, we've seen a significant 3.5% reduction in the policy rate. So cumulatively, from the past 2 months to now, we've seen about 6.5% drop in the policy rate, which is very significant. And we are happy about that. So it's a good news for us. I mean, by extension, what we are expecting is that once the policy rate drops, then obviously the banks will also respond positively by also dropping their lending rate. Usually when the change in the policy rate is very small, very minimal, then the pass-through effect may also be very slow. I mean, in some cases, they wouldn't even see an increase or a reduction in policy rate, in the lending rate. But with this significant drop of 6.5%, obviously, we are expecting that the pass-through effect will be quite faster and immediate. So we are appealing to the commercial banks that they are our partners in development. So they should also respond positively and reduce their lending rate. It's only when they do that that the business community will also be convinced and be encouraged to go for loans and expand their businesses and also start new projects. And that will go a long way to help our economy. Once they expand, obviously, they will need more people, they will employ more people. And it's also in the interest of these banks as well. You know, the non-performing loan is very high, and one of the reasons is that interest rate is very high. So businesses are not making enough to be able to pay for their loans. Once the interest rate drops, and the cost of production goes down, cost of doing business goes down, businesses will be able to make enough profit and be able to pay their loans. So it's a win-win both for the central bank, for the commercial bank, and then for the businesses as well.
Great.
And I'm very hopeful that going this way.
All right, Mr. Batti, I want to get from you as well. Since July this year, the Bank of Ghana has cut its lending rate by more than 6%. And that should bring some excitement, which you said, indeed, that is what the business community are looking for. And what will this mean to your operations, basically?
Obviously, I mean, the link between the policy rates and businesses is the reduction in lending rate by the commercial bank. So once you've seen this significant drop, I'm very hopeful. I mean, I have no doubt that the banks will also respond positively and reduce their lending rate. And the cost of credit now become cheaper for businesses. Businesses will now be able to convince and be encouraged to go for loans. Now, if people have good ideas, they have businesses that are sitting down there and they don't have money to be able to implement them. So once there's opportunity for them to get access to credit at a lower rate, then I'm sure businesses will run to the banks and get money to expand their businesses and start new businesses. So for us, the good news, we've had a very high lending rate and it's not been good for businesses. So if the policy rate is coming down, then obviously the banks, the commercial banks should also respond positively. And it should be an immediate case. As I said earlier, this drop is very significant, and I don't expect that any commercial bank will give any excuse. 6.5% drop in policy rate anywhere is significant for any commercial bank to respond by lowering their lending rate. So within the next few months, I mean, if not this, I will expect that the lending rate, the cost of credit, obviously will come down, and businesses will now be able to borrow and do their businesses.
Indeed, the commercial banks do not have to give any excuse subsequently. But how about businesses? Are we to experience some reduction in prices of goods on the market, which some consumers are supposed to see a pass-through effect in terms of this development?
I mean, this pass-through effect will come. If I'm borrowing at 35% and I couldn't even make profit, I'm making losses, I obviously will be tempted to pass on this increasing cost to consumers. And you know, for businesses in Ghana, in most African countries, the only way they get credit is through the banks. So they go to the banks and they get a credit. So once the rate, the cost of credit is coming down, cost of doing business obviously will come down. And every business person will be willing to transfer some of these benefits to consumers. So once the interest rate comes down and we go and borrow, obviously prices of goods and services will follow. So let's all be hopeful and that this success that we have been enjoying in terms of the macroeconomic indicators in recent times will be continued, will be sustained. Okay. And I think businesses will have some relief in terms of prices of goods and services.
We appreciate your time here on the Business Live. Thank you for your time as well. Now, away from that, Access Bank has awarded cash prizes of up to 15,000 cedis and a year-long subscription for winners in the third and fourth draws of the Fa Ketewa Beje Kesia promo. Speaking to Joy Business after the draw, which was held in Accra, Eugenia Ado, head of SME and support at Access Bank, explained the Fa Ketewa Beje Kesia promo is aimed at encouraging culture of savings among the youth. Here is more from the Access Bank Fa Ketewa Beje Kesia promo.
Participate in the draw, customers are required to deposit a minimum of 250 cedis into a new or existing account. Supported by the NLA Caritas platform, selected customers were awarded with cash prizes ranging from 1,500 cedis to 15,000 cedis at the third and fourth mini draws held in Accra. In addition, about 16 young customers of the bank received fully paid 12-month subscriptions on streaming platforms such as Netflix and Amazon Prime. Eugenia Ado, head of SME and support at Access Bank, explained that the Fa Ketewa Beje Kesia promo is aimed at deepening financial inclusion and encouraging a culture of savings among customers.
Fa Ketewa Beje Kesia promo is Access Bank's way of rewarding customers and promoting the culture culture of savings. The promo is in two main fold. We are looking at the mass retail and the youth. The whole idea is to promote the culture of savings. For the youth, what we are looking at is to promote the migration onto digital space, and so to get the youth to use their cards more often.
In all, 84 customers have been awarded across 4 draws since the promotion began in May. Eugenia Addo called on customers to continue depositing to increase their chances of winning in the upcoming mega draw.
We encourage everyone. You don't necessarily have to be a customer with Access Bank before. You can open accounts today, deposit 250 cedis, and then you can enter this promo. And we encourage everyone out there to join in the mega draw, to come on board to the Faketwa Bejikesia promo to win more.
In her address, Catherine Ampoma, head SME sectors, emphasized the bank's commitment to support customers.
Today, we continue that tradition, not just to celebrate winners, but to honor every individual who chose to save, invest, and believe in the brighter future that Access Bank represents.
Access Bank believes that the promotion will not only reward customers, but also support them through life's challenges, highlighting the opportunities that can be unlocked by small deposits. Some customers present at the draw also received giveaways. The bank remains optimistic about delivering exceptional and tailored services to customers across all market segments.
Now that's all for Business Live here on the JoyNews channel. Don't forget to still stay tuned, because Beyond the Numbers is coming back with analysis, in-depth analysis of the monetary policy rate, and that is going to be quite comprehensive. You don't want to miss any second. Stay tuned and have a good business day. Bye-bye.
How may I help you today?
We'd like to open a bank account.
Sign here, sign here, sign here, and here. And now you draw direction to your house. I need your thumbprint. And I'll need your birth certificate too. No, I need the original.
A lot has changed since you bank like this. So have we. We've made it easier than ever to open an account online and bank on the go through our mobile app, online banking, and more. EcoBank, a better way to bank your way.
Sign here, and here.
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
SME Month is here, the month that keeps entrepreneurs in the spotlight.
This year, we're putting the spotlights on the future.
Under the theme, connecting the next generation of entrepreneurs.
Empowering the next wave of business leaders to level up. The launch of an industry-first business package just for you. The return of the Telecel Business Runway, a hands-on and game-changing conference designed to empower you. Connecting Hustles Podcast 2.0, your go-to digital spot where the top hustlers spill their secrets to success.
A chance to flex your skills, show off your hustle, and let your brand shine. Red Mixer, a space to link up, spark conversations, and grow your network. AI workshop, free advertising for businesses, and so much more. Your time is now.
Telecel, connecting energies.
Get ready for a night of worship and celebration this September 21st, 2025. All roads lead to the National Theatre for Bernard Amankwa's celebration of His Grace concert under the theme Thou Art Loosed, featuring an all-star lineup of anointed ministers Reverend Thomas Yorson, Dave the Music Box, Gina Bankram, Roderick Ejekum, La Famille, Empraise, and Presence Band. It's more than an encounter. Experience the freedom we adore as chains are broken and hearts are set free. And the best part, admission is absolutely free. With gratitude to our proud sponsors InnoLink, Reroy, New Professionals, Innovate, Specialize, Fomi Ghana, and Controlite. Time is 6 p.m. sharp. Media partners Joy FM, Adom FM, Asempa FM, Hits FM, Adom TV, Joy Prime, My Joy Online. Call 0554 074 766. Mark your calendars for September 21st and come prepared to worship and celebrate. See you there.
How may I help you today?
We'd like to open a bank account.
Sign here, sign here, sign here, and here. And now you draw direction to your house. I need your thumbprint. And I'll need your birth certificate too. No, I need the original.
A lot has changed since you banked like this. So have we. We've made it easier than ever to open an account online and bank on the go through our mobile app, online banking, and more. EcoBank, a better way to bank your way.
Sign here, and here.
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
SME month is here, the month that keeps entrepreneurs in the spotlight.
This year, we're putting the spotlights on the future.
Under the theme, connecting the next generation of entrepreneurs.
Empowering the next wave of business leaders to level up. The launch of an industry-first business package just for you. The return of the Telecel Business Runway, a hands-on and game-changing conference designed to empower you. Connecting Hustles Podcast 2.0, your go-to digital spot where the top hustlers spill their secrets to success.
A chance to flex your skills, show off your hustle, and let your brand shine. Red Mixer, a space to link up, spark conversations, and grow your network. AI workshop, free advertising for businesses, and so much more. Your time is now.
Telecel, connecting energies.
Hey, Charlie, welcome back. The malaria really knocked you down, eh?
Charlie, no joke. Fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu.
You and your fufu. But I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment.
Yes.
And it's a big rate cut to about 21.5%. That is the current monetary policy rate we are talking about. That is a significant drop by the Bank of Ghana, some 350 basis points. What really informed the central bank to arrive at this rate? That will be what we'll be discussing and analyzing here on Beyond the Numbers. Caleb Ziblim, as always, is here to help me, analyze this on the Smart War. And today we have a special guest, Alfred Apia, popularly known on X as Call Me Alfredo, he will also join us. He's a data scientist and a political, analyst. Policy analyst. He will also join us here on Beyond the Numbers. So let's get to the smart word. And as always, Caleb, this is an impressive number. Policy rate around 21.5%. And we were analyzing on, Marketplace that 350 basis points is a wild cut. Definitely, BOG may have certain things under their sleeve. They may be so confident about what is happening in the local space, looking at the international outlook, and possibly that's why they've dropped the rate to this significant level. You have been looking at the summary of economic and financial data, basically the Bible that results in some of these decisions. This is an important number. First of all, help us understand in terms of our viewers, when we say policy rate, what does it really mean? And this cut that we are seeing, how significant is it?
So the policy rate is the rate at which the central bank lends to the commercial banks. When the commercial banks give money to the central bank, the BOG pays them some interest. And if it's very high, it means that commercial banks give all their money to the Bank of Ghana.
Yeah.
There's less liquidity for private investors, households, and all of that. So once your policy rate is low, it means that banks have to go elsewhere to go and find money. And then they pass that low interest rate on to consumers. That's how it should be theoretically.
Yeah.
So if once banks pass the low interest rates onto their consumers, then we enjoy lower interest rates on our loans, and then houses, businesses can go and take cheaper loans, and that's used to spur up private sector investment and all of that. So this is a very important number. And then this is important because of where we are coming from.
Yeah.
Earlier this year was around 28%, and the BOG maintained it for some time, and then they cut the first one by 300 basis points, or 3%.
I think there was a hike before a cut, right?
And when the new government came, they hiked it up, and then they held it steady for some time, and then they cut it from 28 to about 25. Now we are seeing from 25 to 21.5, which is massive. So in just a few months, or the past two MPC meetings, the policy rate has reduced by almost 7%, which is significant. I don't think any other central bank in the world has cut these tips in the past few months.
I mean, 7 percentage points is very, very key. But I want to bring in Alfred at this point, because I have been looking at this disparity. Alfred will join us very soon. But usually in America and Japan, Canada, and elsewhere, what you see is that there is that sort of parity between the policy rate, inflation, and the T-bill rate. But if you look at the Ghanaian economy, for instance, we'll go to the reason why BOG decided to even cut the rate. But there is that mismatch in terms of these three big indicators. Currently, if you look at the policy rate, just like you said, it's around 21.5%, but inflation is around 11.5%, and 91-day treasury bill rate also around 10.3%. In any well-functioning economy, these two move, in the same direction.
Policy rates and the treasury
exactly, and the treasury bill rates. And even if you look at the inflation, the gap analysis is always close, especially when you are using the policy rate to make sure that inflation comes down. But we have a point. We are at a point where our policy rates are around 21.5%, treasury bill rates around 3%. It tells you the kind of direction the monetary, policy guys are going, and those who are in charge of our fiscals also want to go. Just recently, we heard the finance minister who said that, we are only borrowing to, invest in strategic areas like road infrastructure and all of that. We've seen the big push, which will definitely get about 13.9 billion Ghana cedis. But some of these distortions, right? The important question is, how do we even come to a convergence when you see the Bank of Ghana going on this tangent and the fiscal side, where it is usually handled by the finance minister, going on this side of the equation?
Like you rightly said, the policy rates is from the monetary side, that's the Bank of Ghana, and the treasury bills are from the fiscal authorities, which is your finance ministry or the government. And the BOG is independent of the government.
Yeah.
So what the BOG does is not controlled by what the government is doing. So if the T-bill rates are low at 10.3, this theoretically should not influence the BOG's decision when they are dealing with their policy.
But definitely there will be some compulsion there, right?
Exactly, because once you have this mismatch, it means that the banks would prefer to put their investments in the policy with the central bank, because they are earning significantly more over there as compared to your T-bill rates. And if you look at the past few weeks, the government has been struggling to meet T-bill targets because they are more attractive automobiles on the markets where the banks can take advantage of. But then also, it's important because before we got to this 10.3, there was a equilibrium between the policy rates and the 91-day T-bills. So if you could, from last year to early this year, then the policy rate and the T-bill rates were almost the same, around 28%, 24%, it was almost the same. So this new administration came with their different fiscal policies, and then they drove down the T-bill rates significantly. And then I remember when we started to do the analysis earlier this year, I was even thinking that this cannot be sustained.
Yeah.
Because the T-bill rate felt it was artificial. I felt like the government was pushing it down intentionally to reduce borrowing costs and all of that. And usually when these things happen, the markets will just hold back their funds.
They'll react.
So they see that you start increasing rates again, and then they come back to the market. But then the finance minister has been very disciplined in dealing with the T-bill rate, because for the past few months, even though we don't meet the targets, the government is barely increasing the treasury bill rate.
Well, it simply means that if you go to the T-bill market, for instance, supply is there, but government has decided to drop its demand. And if you definitely drop your demand, what it's going to mean is that it will create some of this mismatch that we are seeing. But remember, we analyzed this and we said that, well, it could be that government is having a strategy in terms of what it wants to do in the short-term market, and even, a strategy in the long-term market where it is even hoping to introduce or bring back the issuance of bonds, right? And many have said that that's the reason why you're seeing T-bills still around 10.30%, because government believes that now it is risky to hold short-term assets or bills. Why don't we come back to the market, which the IMF has said that even if you come back, make sure your first issuance is not more than 2 years. And government is hoping to come back. Definitely, with such, with the coming on board of the DDEP, and now people lost trust in, long-term, bills and all of that. If government is coming into the market, you expect it to quote a rate higher than the T-bill rate. But the question is, how long can government continue to keep the T-bill rate around 10.3% when policy rate is currently around 21.5%?
Well, so you can see from the BOG that they are willing to reduce their rates, but then they are not going to go at it very fast. They want to take their time and make sure inflation is in check. And this is important because the policy rates and inflation is almost correlated.
Yeah.
Once inflation is very high, so what the policy rate does is that it reduces the amount of money in the system, it reduces liquidity. Because once it's very high, BOG can take the funds from the commercial bank, because commercial banks will leave their money with the BOG. Once the money is with the BOG, the commercial banks cannot lend money to the public. And then that reduces money in the system and it controls inflation. So once inflation is high, your policy rates should also be high. But once inflation is coming down, and like you said earlier, inflation is at 21%, inflation is at 11.5, the policy rate is at 21.5. This is too high. So the bank seems to be reducing the policy rates gradually. And then this 350 basis points that we've seen is the largest we've seen so far. But then that's how far the bank is willing to go. And then if you look at some of the language from the MPC members, they see further cuts going on because of the way the external side is very favorable at the moment. So hopefully by next year, the policy rates, inflation, and the 91-day table rates should almost be the same. And then once we have that, and we know in the media budget, the finance minister said by September, they're going to start steps to come back into the local bond market. When that happens, you should see that the local bond markets will have higher rates than the T-bill rates, because governments will want to attract funds. So usually it shouldn't be too high, but then it should be somewhere between the policy rates and your 91-day treasury bill.
So definitely, if government comes into the market to issue bonds, you don't expect it to be less than the T-bill rate, to be higher. Because you also wouldn't expect it to be more than the policy rate. So it will be sandwiched between the policy rate and the 91-day T-bill rate. But definitely, nobody knows whether it will be around maybe the inflation rate. But when we had markets placed and we were discussing this behind the scenes, one thing that came out was that if you look at, the differentials, right, where we simply see what is going on with the cedi, which we'll come to very soon. But many have said that there could be that mismatch where a lot of people have said, well, if you look at the current, exchange rate situation, it's not the true reflection of the economy. Many are also making the point that if you look at the inflation rate, that doesn't also show you the true situation of the economy. So once you are beginning to correct inflation, Bank of Ghana would also, exchange rates or the dollar rates, Bank of Ghana will also have to use some corrective measures like quantitative easing, like, cutting the monetary policy rate to also reflect true inflation? Because we all want inflation to go down, but when it really, really goes down, the question is, does it really reflect, the true picture of the economy? I understand that Alfred is on now, and Alfred, you're welcome to Beyond the Numbers. You have been listening in, and in fact, there's no data in this country that you have not looked at before. But we are asking a very important question, or a simple question. If you look at what you have on our smartwatch, where there is that significant difference between the policy rate and the current 91-day Treasury bill rate. The question we are asking is, what really informed the Bank of Ghana to have that sort of gravitas to go ahead and cut monetary policy rate by some 350 basis points? Do you belong to the school of thought that says that, well, there is that balance between what is happening in the local space and also in the international space, where people have said that, well, international market or the international space looks very stable at the moment. If you have the Fed cutting its rate, then it's time for the Bank of Ghana to also, tag along.
Kofi, thanks for having me, and I hope you can hear me
loud and clear.
I agree that I think I expected that there was going to be a cut. I think I was surprised by the magnitude of the cut. And that is in part because of some of the downside risks that I expected, right? I know you had mentioned about the CD to dollar, the dollar to CD rate and all of that. That's something that we have to keep an eye on. But also we know what's coming in terms of utility tariffs, right? And we know that the pass-through effect of that is going to impact on inflation. The last time we did the major tariff review, we increased electricity by 28%, right? And so those, in as much as those housing-related costs that are in our CPI basket is about 10%, we know that even when utilities increase, there's also that pass-through on food and all of the other parts that are very significant in our CPI basket, right? So I think that on that score, and considering that the city has been under a lot of pressure, and we also know that in periods of depreciation, the pass-through is much faster than in when we have appreciation, as we had in Q2. I expected that the central bank would have extra a bit of restraint and maybe do like a 200 basis point drop in the rate compared to the 350 basis points. So on that score, I thought it was surprising. I think the other thing is also when you look at a lot of the central banks are also holding, right? So I mean, the Fed cut, the Canadian bank also cut a little bit, but they were very cautious, right? I think was the word. I think the other thing though is when we look at, with the U.S. and Canada, for example, the growth was slower, right? So if growth is slower, you're trying to stimulate things, and so you want to cut so that consumers and businesses can borrow at a cheaper rate to sort of stimulate the economic growth. Okay. But in that case, our growth has actually been very resilient. So on that score, I don't think we really justify it that way. So I think just thinking of what is coming in terms of the external factors, especially the pressure on the CD. We also know what's happening with the gold board. We know that I think when you look at the gold exports in the first half of the year compared to so far in the second half of the year, there seems to have been a little bit of a drop, like based on at least the data that they've communicated publicly. So I think on those scores, and we know there's a forex inflows from the gold board, right? So on that score, I think that maybe the CB would have been a little more restrained in terms of the magnitude of the cut.
Great. So, you were surprised about the magnitude, just like we were discussing on Marketplace that, well, maybe 200 basis points, just like Alfred is saying, but once you have the Fed cutting their rates, it gives you some sort of, impetus to possibly come in the market and add more. So maybe that's why you are seeing that 350 basis points. But the point is that if you look at the data, for instance, if you look at how the policy rate has actually, the trend so far since, 2019, this is one of the steepest drops we've seen in a very, very long time. And you can see it here where you see how, the steepness, very, very steep in terms of the drop. And I'm sure Alfred can see it when he's also analyzed it. But let's look at some of the factors that definitely during the Monetary Policy Committee meetings, they will consider in terms of, let's start from the domestic space, and definitely start with inflation, where, as you can see, inflation has been on the downward trajectory. But one thing you see is that when inflation is rising, policy rate rises faster. You see more cuts, right? But when inflation is falling, the Bank of Ghana is a bit cautious in terms of cutting rates, or almost all central banks. That's why maybe Alfred said that he was expecting that they would have exercised some bit of restraint. But they have seen this curve and possibly are confident that if you look at the local space and looking at this key indicator, which is falling, that will give them sort of, in terms of respite. But look at it in terms of the real numbers, inflation in the last, possibly in the last 10 months from November 2024 to August 2025. Do you think that this justifies that 350 basis point cut we are currently seeing? Look at it very, very, steep in terms of even the inflation drop by itself.
Well, if you look at the inflation drop, our inflation is also partly driven by the value of the currency.
So the exchange rates pass through effect, right?
So when they see the appreciation sharply, our inflation rates also, that's where you can see the inflation coming down a bit. But then if you listen to the Director of Research from the Bank of Ghana, they said they are confident that they are going to beat the BOG's target by the end of the year.
Yeah.
The plus or minus 8. Also, they expect it to go down to about 10% and even single digits before the end of the year. So, since from the BOG's point of view, once you have your inflation in check.
That forward guidance is very, very important, right?
Exactly. And once you have your inflation in check, which is one of the main indicators the BOG using the policy rates to fight, once that's in check and you have your external conditions also looking very favorable, I think I understand why the BOG took such a drastic step, because once the Fed cut rates 2 days ago or 3 days ago, that drove the price of the dollar down. So the dollar index has come down a bit. And then once that's also happening, investors are trying to maximize returns. So they all flock to gold.
Yeah.
And then our gold prices are all-time highs, above $3,600 per ounce. So even though we've seen some reduction in gold, the forage from the gold board, the BOG is still confident that the higher gold price on the markets can sustain, the economy in the near future. So that might be why the BOG decided to take such a drastic step. Because if you look at the external side, it's looking very favorable. The domestic side as well, the fiscal authority seems to have, been very disciplined so far. And then the inflation side is also looking good. So even though, as you can see, food inflation is still above, the normal inflation rate, that's something that needs to be tackled and that has its own problems. Transportation costs, post-harvest loss, so many things with the food inflation. So once that's tackled, I think the BOG is a much stronger.
One thing that surprised me when we were looking at this data was when I saw that we had already reached single digits when it comes to non-food inflation, right? Single digit, but food inflation and the headline figure still above, still in the double digits aspect. But, if you look at the inflation on month-on-month levels, right, possibly you will see why the Bank of Ghana is very confident, because you can see very, very steep, even in deflation zone where it was negative. You compare, let's say, August to July in terms of inflation. That in itself is a very, important confidence. Now, we're all talking about the exchange rate situation, and this is always not a good graph to look at, because just like we were talking about, inflation, Caleb, just look at the last aspect of this graph, or the last part of this graph, where you see that stratospheric rise in terms of the exchange rate. Do you think, and I'll come to Alfred very soon, just looking at that curve, it looks like, an anchor, right?
Yeah.
But BOG saw this and still decided to cut rate by 350 basis points. Does that mean that maybe, we've always been seeing a lifeline for the city in the last quarter? Is the BOG lacing it boot to come into the market again heavily, possibly in the last quarter?
But we were talking about this when we saw the rapid depreciation of the city in the past weeks. And we were speculating that it's likely because the BOG has stopped intervening too much. And the president confirmed that the BOG has indeed stopped intervening too much. So this is one of the main reasons why we can see the uptick. But then the BOG is confident because gold prices are so high, so the inflows are coming. And also that according to the BOG, they see that most of the imports that happen in the later part of the year, that's September, October, took place earlier.
Yeah.
And that put pressure on the CDA, which resulted in the rapid depreciation we saw. So from the BOG's point of view, they say that the inflows are still solid. Cocoa is still solid, gold is still solid. The only problem is our oil inflows.
Yeah.
Because oil is dropping. Last year we did above 2 billion. This year we are still below 2 billion for the first half 9 months.
That's not good news for the big push, right?
Exactly, because the revenue for the big push comes from our oil revenue. So once that's reducing, together with your stronger currency, you're going to receive less funding for the big push. So that's what we discussed the last time on Beyond the Numbers.
Well, Alfred, let me bring you at this point. I'm sure you're seeing the graph there. Don't you think that that last aspect we are seeing, which we've actually highlighted in red, shouldn't that have been sort of like a caution to the Bank of Ghana, possibly to exercise some bit of restraint, just like you put it in your first submission?
I think that always is a risk, right? That's always going to be a risk, and especially because we know that once there's depreciation, people quickly change their prices, right? And so that's where that transmission is really key. But I think that the BOG, of course, also is listening to businesses, right, and hearing things around the fact that interest rates are so high, and then the Bank of Ghana has to do something about that. So they're sort of trying to balance out the different factors, right? So I can understand that. Like I said, I think for sure by default I would have expected a cut. I just didn't think it would be that high, but I could understand. I could understand it. I think it's also important that we also look at the transmission of those cuts, and the how the interest rate is actually getting transmitted through the market, right? Because, for example, when we look at the Ghana reference rate, at least it's dropped by about 10 points. How much is that impacting lending rate? I don't think it's proportionate, right? One of the other things also is we look at private sector credit. So, for example, between April and July, you will see that in real terms, private sector credit was actually in a negative territory again, right? And that was something that was a big issue around the economic crisis, obviously with elevated credit risk and all of that. So I think, in as much, I think the plan is BOG wants to make sure that lending is relatively cheaper, but then I think it's also to what extent is that reflecting for businesses, so that businesses and households can borrow at cheaper cost.
Well, I mean, there was an important point Alfred made, and that's about the private sector. We said on Marketplace that, well, there's a 24-hour economy is supposed to be the main flagship program of this government, and that is private sector led. Private sector coming in, we need capital. So you need private sector to actually afford capital, on a more cheaper side, right? And possibly that's the reason why BOG is following through with this big rate cut, and maybe we'll see that in the average lending rates and all of that. But one thing that's giving the BOG a lot of confidence is the fact that if you look at our export, value, significantly rise and compare, if you look at the first 8 months of every year from 2019 to 2025, you can actually see that what is happening this year is possibly an outlier. Yeah. And that in itself gives BOG some bit of insulation against external shocks. How significant is this?
Significant because if for the first half of the year, for the first 8 months of the year, your export is around $17 billion. And gold alone is giving you $11.2 billion. And we know now because of the new policy around gold board, majority of gold exports, the forex comes to the BOG. Yeah. The BOG has the forex in their reserves. So this is what's giving the BOG enough confidence that, we can see this through. But if you look at the reserves also, the reserves reduced a bit by about 300 million or...
relatively, it's still very high. But the only one that is taking this out of competition possibly is what happened in 2021.
Yeah. So even though our reserve reduced a bit, it's still significant because our external debt also reduced by $100 million. Yeah. So that could possibly be one of the reasons why our reserve reduced a bit. And then, as we hear from the president, the BOG has taken a step back, and they prepared that policy where the mining proceeds go directly to the central bank. They are now with the commercial bank. So the BOG is expected to have less footprints in the market. So seeing that the forest is going to keep coming in from gold, and projections are that gold will stay above $3,600, even $4,000, probably by next year. This is what's giving the BOG enough confidence. Another problem is that gold board is being partly financed by Galamsey. That's a problem. And then the gold board say they are working on traceability systems. And we know that once that takes into effect, gold being exported by gold board is going to reduce. That's going to affect how much forex the BOG is going to collect, and eventually how much they can support the markets with.
Alfred, maybe you have the last bite because we are wrapping up. Just look at what we have on the smart wall, which definitely gives you import versus export, where currently we have a very wide gap between the two. Do you think that this was, this actually gave the BOG that confidence to say that, well, we can do a 300 basis point because almost everything is in the right trajectory? If you look at import bill, although has risen to 11.8%, billion US dollars. Export outlook is about 17.9 billion, and gold, if you look at the reserve position, also improved. exports of gold is around 10.7 and all of that. Do you think that what we are seeing in terms of this very gap that we have on the smart wall was one of the reasons why the BOG was very confident that they could do 350 basis points? You have the last minutes.
I think so. Of course, I think the exports definitely give some confidence, right? But I think, and I think you also think of the outlook. I think, when you think of what's happening in the U.S., part of what is driving gold prices is what's happening in the U.S., right? And so if on the basis of that, I don't think the U.S. presidency is changing anytime soon, right? And so if people are starting to project out, they start to know that, gold is going to be stable. But I think that Caleb made a very good point about what's going to happen if we because we know that Galamsey gold is in what gold is high, right? And so so that's where we have that dilemma, right? Where is that trade-off, like environmental benefit versus economic benefits and all of that? But I mean, you can't really have an economy without a proper environment, right? So those are going to be the points that has to be balanced out. But as long as we want to sacrifice the environment, I'm sure the gold exports are going to be higher, and we're going to keep seeing these numbers. But I think it's something that we have to just keep an eye on for sure.
Well, Alfred, thank you very much for making time to join us here on Beyond the Numbers. My name is Isaac Kofi Ejay, and always I did this with Caleb Ziblin. And Winston Taki is away today. You saw him on the marketplace, but he'll be back next week. And you saw that big rates cut, but we've explained to you possibly why the Bank of Ghana had that confidence to do 350 basis points. See you same time next week. This is JoyNews, independent, fearless, and credible.
Hello everyone, you're welcome to Health and Vitality.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Touchline. I'm George Addy Jr. Like we do it every weekend. We get to talk about the big stories in the world of football. Look forward to what's to come. And yes, try to help you with all those little debates you've been having at home and just setting the pace, and then you can continue. Well, as always, I've got my special friends for joining me on the show. Daryl is here, joining me right in the United Kingdom. Daryl, how are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you, George. How are you? Hope everyone's doing well.
Yes, I'm very good. Everybody's doing well. Daryl has been spending a lot of time checking out what's happening in the Chelsea corner. Are you just okay?
Yeah, well, not after the disappointing result against Bayern yesterday, but
yeah. Your side, how's everything?
Everything is fine. I've just got news for you guys. I was just thinking about how this can work. Unfortunately, you guys can't. I don't know. Let me put it to you well. I'm not sure you have enjoyed Oktoberfest before, have you? I'm not sure. Daryl, do you know Oktoberfest? You don't know. Desmond don't know Oktoberfest. So Oktoberfest is just a wonderful celebration of German food and German beer. And I like the fact that you started with Bayern Munich. You went to Bayern Munich and you lost the game, but you can still recover with something. Oktoberfest is happening at the Labadi Beach Hotel on the 3rd and the 4th of October, but it's happening at Labadi Beach Hotel in Ghana. So you two, I'm not sure, are part of the party, but all those watching us who are making their way to Ghana, I'll be in Ghana at some point. I'm definitely going to miss it, but it's a fantastic one. I mean, good food, good place to stay. And if you haven't been to Labadi Beach Hotel itself, that's another big question. Desmond, when you go to Ghana, you don't go to Labadi Beach Hotel?
You should have told me earlier. We could have linked up. And
so you have to, you have to make it a point to be at Labadi Beach Hotel when you go to Ghana in the first place. So even though you have missed Oktoberfest, when you go to Ghana, you have to go to Labadi Beach Hotel. It's Oktoberfest. You don't spell it with the way we spell the month October. It's Ok. So you know what? It's just on your screen. You can just begin to call, make your reservations, and get all of that in. That was just, by the way, especially for the Chelsea fans like Daryl, who have just returned from the Allianz Arena and are still struggling to keep terms with everything that's happened. It's been good. But that's what I think. Arsenal, what do you think?
Early days, Atletico Bilbao, it was definitely a tough away game, and definitely we came out with a 3 points, a clean sheet and all, but definitely at this point in the Arsenal phase, I wasn't expecting anything less than a 3 point, and definitely the team was able to deliver, looking at the fact that even though we have a couple of injuries, Gabriel Jesus, Odegaard, Saka, not really going to be able to display Saka, but then he was able to fill in the shoes and help it out. During the second half, we got our bench, Martinelli, because last season it would have been Sterling who would have come on, but this season we have Martinelli coming on from the bench, and he made an instant impact. Trossard also came on and also made an instant impact. So it's been a good first week in the Champions League so far.
I do enjoy that, Arsenal. Just one, I don't know if I'm being I'm being mischievous in this circumstance, but last season you finished in the semi-final, didn't you? Any other thing, and you didn't do well?
And the painful bit was the fact that it was PSG we played on our first game. We scored them.
You mean the PSG that Chelsea beat in the FIFA Club World Cup? That's what you're talking about. The same PSG. No, but is it the same PSG? I'm saying the same PSG.
The World Cup is a different tournament.
I'm just asking. You see, you answered the main question. I was saying, is it the same PSG that Chelsea beat?
It was after the
same players.
It was after the season where every other player was just in a relaxed state. So
relaxed state, okay. But they went to the final. He said relaxed. No, I was not asking. You see, we could have just finished. So I'll just ask you a question: that the PSG that beat you, is it the same one Chelsea beat?
I'll need to check. I need to check on that.
But you're making your point. So I mean, you make the point about semi-final should be certainly your worst.
The standard has been raised, and from the onset, anything below semi-finals or even getting to the finals and lifting something this season is definitely a failure for Arteta, especially looking at the squad he has now. Even though we have we are plagued with injuries, we're not really feeling their absence because we have an in-depth or a depth squad which will be able to replace even when someone gets injured. So there's no excuse at this point. And that's what Henry said, Henry Terry, that at this point in time, there's no excuse for Arteta for the fans this season.
Some silverware. What kind of silverware? How's it going to be like? Darryl, let me ask that question, because sometimes you never know how the Champions League, goes. And that's why we've said that when you have your opportunity, you win the Champions League, you have to just win it, because you never know. I mean, Chelsea won the Champions League in 2012, and it took how many years to get there again? And when that opportunity pops up, you just have got to try and win it, because you never know. The last time Juventus went to the final, I think, was in 2017. I was there to watch them against Real Madrid and Cardiff. They couldn't win it. They don't go back there, Yeah. So, and with these competitions, you never know. Liverpool thought last season's Champions League was probably going to be the one that was going to push Mohamed Salah closer to Ballon d'Or. But we're knocked out there by same PSG. So how dangerous is it really to be hopeful that because last season was good, this season must be good, Darryl?
Yeah, it's very dangerous. I think Champions League, as we've seen over the last 15, 20 years, it's not always the best team that wins the Champions League. I can tell you for a fact, when Chelsea won it in 2012, they were not the best team.
No.
When it comes to the Champions League, there's definitely a bit of luck. Obviously, you have to have the quality, but I think luck plays a really big part in winning the Champions League. So for Arsenal, yeah, they would like to match their semi-final appearance of last season, but I think it'll be very, very difficult because their competitors have improved as well.
And Desmond, I don't know if you add that in saying that, of course, that the format is also an interesting one. You see, the format doesn't give you the opportunity to play an opponent twice, and I've said that that's probably the new cardinal that makes it a bit, because like I know Arsenal have to travel to some places where they won't get the opportunity to play a second leg, and so it's like such a mixed bag. Like you travel, like say for instance, like Real Madrid travel to, they're traveling to Almaty Kairat, like they go to that team, and if because of fatigue, would that give you some room to make it easy or take it easy on Nateta?
And not really. Like I said, this season
That's in trouble.
That needs to be delivered. And talking about the new format, for instance, initially when it came to place, we were a bit skeptical about how it was turning out. And the history behind it was when Real Madrid assembled the
Super League, yes.
And Super League, and UEFA has been able to bring it on board. But looking at going back, it looks brilliant. It looks more exciting because you wouldn't have had Chelsea and Bayern Munich playing within the group stage. It would have been probably during the round 16 or during the quarterfinals. But at this point in time, you can have these big teams clashing within the group stage. You had Atletico Madrid and Liverpool playing in the group stage.
First match day.
Yeah. And that's what makes it interesting. So what it is that you need to take your opportunity. Once you are playing at home, it has to be an assured win for you. And if you are going away, the least you should be able to get should be a draw to be able to top up within the group. But obviously last season, people were watching how the new format was going to be. But speaking to other people, they love it. They really love it.
I think it's kind of working out. It's good. The only thing about, I'm sure that the clubs, they complain that there is a bit more in terms of matches they play, and they're worried about the players' fatigue. But I've said that's why you work with a big squad, and you're supposed to ration the players. It's not our fault that only 10 or 12 of your players are the guys who have to be playing all season. And UEFA's response has often been, you play, we give you the money. So there's money in this play. And when it comes to this money bit, you have to really speak to the clubs that are just getting into it. Like I spent some time having a chat with all the debutants in the Champions League. We're talking Bodo Glimt, you're talking Pafos, you're talking Almaty Kairat, or you're talking Saint-Gilloise in Belgium, and they'll tell you how this qualification is going to change their lives forever in terms of the money that's coming. Even from the way he distributes the ball, his reading of the game, everything about Chelsea is different when he's not playing, and that could be a key thing. But Chelsea decided that they were looking inward, because Maresca said that they needed to go for a defender. And I'm sure the bosses called him and said, my friend, stop joking. And then he came out after a week and said now they were going to get, they're going to look inward. Is that the thing that really separates Chelsea? Do Chelsea have to desperately go into the market in January?
Yeah, I think the signs are not promising at all from what we've seen so far this season. I think I said it a couple of weeks ago before the season actually started that it'll be really interesting to see whether Tosin and Trevor Chalobah can cope at the high level every single week. And like we saw yesterday, I think Tosin and Trevor Chalobah struggled against world-class players like Harry Kane and Elise. And like you say, Maresca asked for a centre-back before the season started, but it seems as though the board just completely ignored him. They completely ignored his request. And instead, they went into the market and they bought guys who have a key weakness in their team. They addressed that need immediately. You look at Liverpool, they had Darwin Núñez last season. They go and bring Ekitike and Alexander Isak. You look at Arsenal, they needed a striker. They get Gyökeres. Chelsea, after Levi Colwill's injury, it's very clear that he's irreplaceable in this team. However, Maresca asked for a centre-back and he's ignored. So, as I said, I feel like as a Chelsea fan, I just hope that Tosin and Trevor Chalobah can step up, but it's not looking promising from yesterday's performance.
And Jessamine, it's actually very tough. You can be excused, no disrespect to likes of Grimsby, and when you're playing the lower tiers in the Carabao Cup or wherever, you can be excused with some of the mistakes. But if you're playing the Champions League and Chelsea, check Chelsea's group, you've got more teams to come, including Barcelona. You cannot make, you just make a mistake and you have lost it. You have all possession, you played so well, but you make one mistake and you have lost it. How costly can this be for Chelsea? Because there's a lot of matches to play. We're going all the way down to December before anything happens up on the top. Yeah. So much could change, And if, I mean, Darryl made the point about Bayern, but we can also look at the Brentford game as well. Brentford have no business taking a point off Chelsea in that game. So how crucial can this be, or how decisive would it be for Chelsea?
I feel, before I respond to that, I feel talking about Chelsea transfer will be a bit unfair to the other teams, because looking at the amount of money Chelsea has pumped in within the last 3 years is just something that we can't. I've even lost track of the players they have on the board.
You lose track. We're not Chelsea fan. You lose track.
But back to your question, that's the magic of the Champions League. Once, and it's a back together to meet Ajax when they play at Stamford Bridge, and once they are able to get their 3 points, they will be able to pick up. But if they draw or lose that game, it would be a dicey situation for them.
It's one I guess everybody's going to be keeping an eye on, because Darryl, you can be very sure that every Chelsea fan is very worried about what's going on in the defense, because this is absolutely key. And that link-up play from central defense onto central defensive midfielders and then on to the midfield, and the way Chelsea play itself naturally is going to be a thing. And keep in mind as well, I'm not sure Maresca has no experience in the Champions League as well. So there are a number of things that are just there, and it'll be important for Chelsea fans to pay attention to what I'll call the frailties at the moment of the team, and why the team cannot be under so much pressure. What is the minimum? Because Darryl, it seems that there's some kind of pressure on Chelsea. There's some kind of expectation all of a sudden because of all that happened in the summer. But Chelsea won the Conference League.
And they won the Club World Cup. So.
Quick question about the Conference League. How many teams could have won the Conference League? The first 8 teams, the Champions League, will have won the Conference League. I don't know about Arsenal, but the rest of the teams, I'm sure that if you put them there, they'll win the Conference League.
Team calls into Noah or something. Because I couldn't even know some of the games.
FC Noah.
And they won the Club World Cup.
No, they won the Club World Cup. But yeah, I told you, Club World Cup, and it's all about roots, about openings you're playing and everything. And you could even argue that South American teams were very much in this season. Most of these players had finished. We're kind of going off in terms of it. So
for the top 4, you have to keep showing improvements, and seeing that we finished in the top 4 last season, I think the natural progression is to be in a title charge this season. For the reasons that we've just mentioned, I'm not sure whether we will be in the title charge, but at the other spectrum, we have a really, really good forward line. I think Cole Palmer's one of the best players in the world, and João Pedro has made an excellent start. So maybe we'll see that the forward line will get us out of some trouble. But hopefully, if I'm being objective, I think it's a top 4 charge. It's a top 4 charge. So we're not good enough to win the title.
Yeah, because you see clearly what Liverpool are doing, and you talk about Liverpool stacking and getting players in because they are of the view that they need to bolster stuff. And we see them winning games very much in the dying embers of games. We see them winning a lot of final minutes of the game. They try to get that Desmond. Liverpool definitely one of the one. They call you favorites, you call them favorites. So who are favorites then?
They've signed so many players. Akitiki, they have Zach now. They bought Frimpong. And my question is, how long would this 9-minute equalizer or winning of their games be on for? How long would it be sustainable? And looking at the amount of goals they are conceding, there's definitely going to be a time that they are going to fall off. But definitely they are the Premier League defending champions, and they just have to live to expectations. So obviously they are the favorites, especially looking at how much they've spent. Their team has been together for quite some time. You look at Van Dijk, you look at Salah, you look at their left back.
Who is this again?
No, their left back. Yes, Szoboszlai is there as well.
Szoboszlai is there. That's one.
Yeah,
is it Curtis you're talking about? Who's
Curtis? Yes.
Curtis, okay.
And as well. So they've been together for quite some time. They've won trophies before, and they won it last season. So they just need to gel up and try to sort their defensive blunder out, and they will be able to pick up.
Guys, we're going to talk about Manchester United, but we're not going to mention Amorim. You guys have to leave Amorim for 1 minute on the show. We're not going to talk Amorim. Now, I just want to ask a question about the players. I mean, based on the performances that you're watching, I don't know. But you see the goals that Manchester United conceded against Manchester City. You don't need a coach. Do you need a coach? I don't know, but you can talk about, a coach must put that right. A coach must. But these players are just. I mean, for like two of the goals, so like defenders were just not defending or just standing and ball watching. Has it gotten to that?
But he had a whole preseason to sort his team out, and someone made a comment that if not for how Ten Hag took them to before he was sacked, they could have probably been relegated. Because if you look at him coming during the end of the season, and how many games he won, it's possible. So if clearly you've had a whole preseason, it's not like you've not spent. You have Kuna in, you have Mbemo in, you've gotten a new keeper, you've gotten Onana out who I think wasn't really gelling with the Manchester team. He almost conceded in every game that he was imposed for. And you've had a time to be able to try as much as possible to get your team together, and it's still not picking up. It's only time that is going to tell, and I feel his time bomb is started to click now.
I was just wondering, so is it simply we just got a few minutes on this one. If we got about four so minutes, but we just want to talk about it. But the point that Desmond has made really puts it onto Amorim. There's a point, but my question is just a bad manager? Is that what it means then?
Not necessarily, but sometimes when you look at the manager coming in, his influence would also be translated onto the players as well. Because if you look at Graham Potter, he was a decent manager when he was in Brighton, but when he went to Chelsea, what happened? He got destroyed and he couldn't sustain, get himself together. So I don't think Amorim is a bad manager, but looking at the level at which Manchester United need to keep up to, is definitely not reaching that, and it's just a bad spell for him. And that confidence also translates to the players, because even if you listen to some of his post-match interviews, it's just demoralizing. And as a player, you'd want to not be able to.
Darryl, some of the players have to answer questions. Darryl, surely you have to answer questions. Yeah. So is Mbeumo telling me that after the season that he had with Brentford, he's come to Manchester United, all of a sudden he's forgotten how to do what? Is that what? Is Cunha coming off Wolves with that great performance? Is joining the team? Does he know what to do? Is all of a sudden Seshko? How long have they been there to be that bad? Let's assume that those who have been there, but the new ones have gone in and they are all over the place.
Yeah,
is it some charm or something going on in Carrington? I'm probably going to check. I have to go and check it or something with a prophet or a pastor to be sure. How do players just enter and then all of a sudden become that bad?
I mean, the players, of course, have to take some responsibility. Like, we can't put all of the blame on the coach. But for me, as much as we don't want to mention him, I think the coach's stubbornness is really, really a key part of why the players aren't playing well. I think as a manager, I think management has really changed in the modern game, because I think maybe 15, 20 years ago, you look at managers and they're brought in to just get results and that's it. But now the managers, they come in and they say, I'm going to play my philosophy and we're going to be patient with it. It doesn't matter if we don't win in the first few weeks or the first few months, we're going to continue with this philosophy. And I think Ruben Amorim is a really good example of this, because if you look at the Manchester United squad of players, you don't look at this squad and think that it suits playing a three at the back. You see the players that you have in the midfield, none of them with mobility, none of them with legs, and you persist on playing only two of them in the midfield. I think if Ruben Amorim just had even a tiny bit of tactical flexibility within, where he could play maybe a three in the middle, or he could play two traditional wingers instead of playing two forwards inside, I think we might see a change in results at Manchester United. If we look at Mbeumo last season, he's playing as a traditional right winger, but now he's playing more inside, and he has Ahmad on his same side, who are both left-footed, and they both want to go to the same areas. So I think Ruben Amorim's persistence with playing his way and his formation is really detrimenting Man United at the moment.
Well, of course, we'll see how it goes. Just our time up on this one. A big thank you to you, Desmond, for joining me. It's amazing how time flies these days. Almost as if we're on the motorway when we start discussing stuff. But of course, it's great. It's all the joy. And for all those who are listening into us, we'll be keeping close tabs on Arsenal and see how it goes. No pressure, but it's pressure, no matter how you look at it. Dara, thank you very much for joining me as well on the show. We're looking forward to a big one next week. Next week, we're back with another great edition of the show, guys. To all of you who watched us, thank you very much. Oh, you want to make a point? Who's making a point? Desmond, you're making a point?
No, I'm just saying I wish Oktoberfest was later in the...
Oh, you wish Oktoberfest was later. I've checked. There can be November Fest, or there can be December Fest. I think what we know in Ghana, December to remember, of course, and the return and all of those things happening. But we'll just see. You miss out, it's fine. Yeah, it's in October. But you can invite friends and tell friends in Ghana to hit up there to Oktoberfest. Till we meet next week, guys. Take care of yourselves. We hope your team just keep on winning if they can. And we will be fine, and we'll see you. Till we meet then, be good.
How may I help you today?
We'd like to open a bank account.
Sign here, sign here, sign here, and here. And now you draw direction to your house. I need your thumbprint. And I'll need your birth certificate too. No, I need the original.
A lot has changed since you banked like this. So have we. We've made it easier than ever to open an account online and bank on the go through our mobile app, online banking, and more. EcoBank, a better way to bank your way.
Sign here, and here.
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Hey kids, what is the capital of Argentina?
It's Buenos Aires, Dad.
Do you know what time it is in China?
China's about 8 hours ahead.
Honey, please don't forget to help the kids with their homework.
Who should help who?
Abi, no, Dada.
Calipo fruit juice drink. This advert is FDA approved.
Almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, Mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa dear. Why wouldn't he be late? Or being late, of course.
Coffee be the luckiest. Coffee from your jet be luckiest. From not them your she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter why you're lucky. Everybody go be that luckiest.
That's Kwamio! Send your God up boom! If you're poor, so would the coming of the Son of Man be. Hey! Is that his car?
Dial star 712#. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Rites platform.
From the rich melodies of jazz to the infectious grooves of Afrobeats, soulful beats of highlife, live music bands are setting Ghana's cosmopolitan cities ablaze.
Band culture is the way to go.
With exciting rhythms of the city, what makes a great band stand out? Is it the talent, the chemistry, or the culture?
What we do is pure organic.
Our niche, it's growing. Get an exclusive backstage pass to meet the artists. Join Becky on the all-new E-Vibes musical band series. The experience is electric. E-Vibes musical band series.
This is a musical band series. The band stopping by for a conversation is none other than the Second D band. I cannot wait for that particular conversation, and I know that you cannot wait as well. They have a performance before we come back with a conversation. musical band series, and you're looking at the newest member of Second D Band. My role will be communicated very soon, but I'm here with the entire band of Second D, and the creator is also here with us, the person who born the idea to have this particular band going for over 15 good years. Mr. Jeduble Ambule, he's done that. He's been here with us. He's still here with us, and he's continuing to be here with us. And the whole band, we're here, Mr. Ambule. I mean, to have this man with us is it's a blessing in its entirety, and to have everybody also part of us this afternoon, fantastic. Mr. Jeduble Ambule, lovely to meet you again. It's always a pleasure doing this with you. How you doing?
I'm good. This is not the first time.
Yeah, it's not the first. This is actually the first time I'm meeting with your band, and it's interesting that we've had several, conversations, and we never mentioned that you had a band. You never mentioned.
No, I don't have to mention it because it's always in the news. So if you check with the news and what's happening in the media, you know that Jeduble Ambule is not alone. You see that, hey man, he has an entourage with him.
And I think that's because, well, I am checking the news and I'm in the news. I'm creating the news. It's the reason why we're here today. We're celebrating musical bands in Ghana. I know that brands like yourself, Jeduble Ambule, the Stone Boys, and all of those brands out there, they move with an entourage, like the way you say. And these people are the ones that we're trying to project, we're trying to throw light on. And so the bands, they carry the musician.
Yeah.
And they are also musicians.
Sure.
So we're here to find a lot more about the background of the band, and what they've done over the years and what they're continuing to do. I know that you have a tour coming up, but first of all, what gave you the inspiration to create something as beautiful as what we're seeing today?
The inspiration is coming from up there, because if a gift is given to you, there's always motivation that's going on around you, and looking at myself and what can I be able to offer, to my people in Ghana as well as the world. I can do it, but I can't do it all that alone.
Right.
That we need to get together, and because music is sound, it's not one sound, it's sort of different sounds that are put together, that make the sound more accommodating and things like that. So the motivation is coming from there, so my going around and singling them out, picking all of them together, and for them to come and be part of me, and they've been part of me. And like I said, if a band stays together, they know each other, music-wise, character-wise, and everything. So everybody understands each other.
I see pretty young faces in there. Somebody might be thinking that, okay, because of your generation, you might probably be working with your generation as well, but this is a different kind of generation. With your generation.
It depends on what you put there.
Yeah. How did you even get to pick all these talents?
When I came back from America, I was going around, listening to all the bands and things like that, and I started singling out, most of the guys, because looking at you and listening to you and seeing what you have, I said, wow, you can be part of the band. Because of my musical experience, if I hear anybody, that I think that can be part of the band, I can know it just like that. That's how it happened, by putting all these, these are the future, what we call it, the future band leaders.
Right.
Right. So
Well, if
they're
you
working
can,
with me to get experience.
yeah.
So when it comes to their turn, to also lead their own bands and everything, they will remember so many things.
I hope they are learning something. I hope they've learned something. But would you do us the honors, introducing each member of the band to us? Then we come back to why Second D band. That's supposed to be a city. We know that Second D Takrady is a twin city. The Second D is obviously where you represent, where you come from.
That's where I was born.
Yeah. You might want to elaborate on that for us. I mean, even before you introduce your band. Why Second D?
Second D is a port city. Talking about a seaman going out and coming back. And they go to different countries and they come back with different records and things like that. That gave me the chance of hearing American music and music coming from Europe and all that. Aside from that, there was also music that is coming from the shores of Ghana. So, talking about the 60s and all that, bands were recording. So we didn't have that time, we didn't have what we call it, the FM stations and all that. We had the GBC, and the GBC had a box, and a lot of people have it. I mean, some of them are in the public and things like that. So if you want to hear what's happening, you go closer to the box, you know what's happening. And I was caught up in the middle, with the American music and local music and European music, because, European music, we're talking about classics and all that. You're talking about America, you're talking about junk music, because, it's happening. And you come back to us too, we have the same junk music because we play music of happiness. So putting them all together gave me the insights that, hey man, you have a gift from the Most High, how are you going to exploit that? And let the people know what you have. And it's been wonderful because, there's some music that I made them back in the 70s, music that I made them back in the 80s. People are singing them today. So why is it so? It means that it's durable. It has some, because sometimes middle school children who are about 10, 12 years old and singing my music, when I made that music, they weren't born that time. But for them to grow up and come and hear it and be singing it, it's thank the Most High.
And these band members, obviously, I'm sure when you started your musical career back in Second D and in America, with all the inspirations that you've acquired over the years, I'm not sure some of them were born, some were born, but might probably not be listening to you. So bringing them on board and having them create, to create quality music with you, how?
Yeah, I brought them on board because, because of their musical abilities. Everybody knows his instrument. Whatever that you tell them, he understands and know how to apply. Everybody's with different instruments, trumpet, trombone, keyboard, bass, guitar, and drums and everything, congas. So looking at all of them, hey man, you belong to Second band, man.
Who came first? Who was the first to be discovered?
Yeah, I'll sometimes go by, talking about the Amakwe's place, East Legon.
Okay.
And I saw the bass player and the drummer. They've been together more than any other band members, Amakwe. He had a club called Oops and things like that,
Right.
So I used to go there. They used to play with Sejong, they used to play some jazz and everything all in the mix and things like that. And I was just standing on the corner and watching them. And I said, no, man, you are coming. I looked at them and said, you are coming. But they all knew me. They all knew my name before, those I hadn't worked with them before and things like that. So they were also fascinated, to come and work with me. The band leader, my total forming band for them, and seeing them play and things like that. Then I started looking at. I mean, they have good musicians as well, but you know, when you want to make a choice, you choose what that you need. You know, so I chose it.
Oh, okay. So we have the band leader Isaac right behind me.
Young Kiki.
Young Kiki, that's
my nickname.
Okay, so Young Kiki is on the Young Kiki. Well, give us an introduction, right? I mean, if the main boss is introducing you, and he says that you're the band leader. Well, for the many Ghanaians out there, we don't know what the band leader is, doing. So you're on the keyboard, okay. Macho Baudina, Kacha Baby Ufi.
Okay, my name is Isaac Kakari.
Isaac.
Yeah, but my stage name is Young Kiki. That's what people call me on stage.
And you're on the.
I play keyboard. Yeah.
Okay, keyboard. I mean, even before we go to your colleagues, he says that when he saw you, he said, "Okay, you're coming with me," because he saw the talent and what you represent as a musician. Okay. How has the journey been like as a band leader with Second D band for you?
Wow, the Second D band. My experience, I've had a very great journey and lovely journey. I've learned how to play our life music, our life Afro and funk music as well. Yeah.
Yeah. He's Shikome.
Shikome.
Yeah, on Congress. I think in each language Shikome means one. One time. Yeah. So he explained the congas the oldest instrument among all the instruments. Because back in the days, our fathers and things were using the congas to send out messages and things like that. So that's the oldest instrument, like what you have.
Oldest instrument. Can we have something?
Okay, please.
I actually wanted to find out from you, your personal experience with the whole band Second D.
Okay, should I play first or should?
Which one are you comfortable with? Great. He's going to use his hand, so you have to help him.
Actually, Kusumbo. Thank you so much. Please, asking me my experience. In as much as this band is concerned, for me, I always used to say that this man is somebody who loves my instruments. So any platform I get, I speak this particular thing on any platform I find myself. Because of my instruments, because see, there's experience I have in this Ghana here with the musicians, the instrumentalists, and most of the artists, they don't value this instrument. I have to say this. They don't value this percussion, conga, no. But this man, even if he's making a selection, this is the very first selection. So, and working with him too, I've learned a lot of experience. A lot. That if one day he can feel workshop.
Right.
Yes. Conga is percussion is and that day is coming. I'm a workshop to teach them. We're going to metamorphose from cultural troop, playing the cultural troop. I will buy live band, filled, Madam Boy experience between. And just about now, you play, excuse my language, you play nonsense. But Papa, you didn't hear Juma. No, Bobo, not trying to be back. Not trying to be the third one who be free band. Yeah. Who be free band because any noise.
Yeah.
But no, mommy, I say, listen. Yeah, Juma back. Well, friend, what you know, and everybody needs to be here. And then see, oh yeah, just Boko, your man will solo. Come out and do your best. And if you don't say, But then now you're together, know how to play the standard, the dynamics, and everything. We see me
Right.
I like him, and about this band, they're talking of each other.
Yeah.
I love you. They are grow, play together, you know. And Papa be a better. Papa was 16 JD, and it's a lovely band. We like him, and experience never seen a comedy. But it's really a short from play.
I'm sure that Peter on the drums will have other things to say, and what he just said, the fact that Mr. Ambule, the creator of the band, pays critical attention to details. It's something I think that everybody should learn. I mean, in their own different ways or their own careers. Moving forward, but Peter, what has been your experience, with the second D band?
Thank you. First of all, my name is Peter Mensah. Some used to call me Piero as my stage name. Playing with the legend Mr. Gambling has given me a lot of experience, and also helped me in discipline of playing my instruments. And also giving me understanding and helping me to create my own music.
Okay.
Yeah. And he's also been a father to us all. He also gives us more advice on our instruments and everything. He's a wonderful man working with him.
Okay. It looks like you're getting all the accolades, Mr. David Blackwood, today, just by them, sharing their experience working with the second D band created by the creator, who is right here. Obviously, if the creator is here, you're giving all the respect to the creator. But I know that you also have your own experience, Joshua. Tell us all about the experience.
My name is Joshua Mozi. That's what everybody knows me. I'm playing with the legend.
Miss Ambule, you have a nickname for I know that you have nicknames for everybody. What's his name?
Champion. We'll give him the name Champion.
Okay. Champion, go ahead.
Yeah. I quite remember, the very first day I played with Daddy was, I think, in 2016 or something like that, in Legon. Joy Daddy had a show. That was my very first time, I think I played with Daddy. And then we met again at this same place. He picked my senior brothers. Yeah, the same man. I played with him, and then he was like, I need to let you join, the second band. And since that day, I've really learned a lot. Some of the experiences I have is how to be very dynamic, how to be very disciplined. When you are playing the guitar, it's not like because you're a guitarist, you have to be very noisy, or it's all about steady playing. As my senior brother said, you don't have to overshadow everybody. It's a teamwork. That's my experience. That's how Daddy has taught us, to be very disciplined. And the second band also is very amazing. I'm the youngest.
Oh, like a baby.
Yeah. I think last but one. I'm the last but one. Last but one. The youngest is there, but last but one.
I hope that we get to meet the youngest. The last baby.
I just remember that I'm the last but one. Yeah. So, and I just second band. I mean, is amazing. It's amazing, and we thank God and we thank the legend, for putting this band together and always making it happen, So God bless the legend all the time. So that's my experience, Yeah.
Tracy on the bass guitar as well. I'm sure. You also have an experience. Obviously,
hope that you're not the baby.
No.
You have more experience than any other person. I mean, secondary band. We have a lot of bands in Ghana. You know, why do you think that this is the best that and you're part of the best?
Yeah, I think so. You know, when I was growing up as a teenager?
Yeah.
I think I was quite younger than being a teenager. I used to watch Mr. Ambule on TV. I think most of the time when former late President Jerry Rawlings is having any other program in the ballroom, I think I've been watching him perform on stage. And anytime he performs, like, I wish the performance never ends. You know, I really love him even when I didn't know him personally. Yeah. So I was very happy when I was called upon to be part of the band. Although when he invited me, I've learned a lot, and I used to put everything together. Any space I get, you know, I don't want to lose God. And he told me something that when you're having a conversation and it's like you're talking da 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 da, and there's no break, nobody will be comfortable having a conversation with you. So playing the instrument is like having a conversation with somebody. You have to breathe and all that. So I think that helped me in my bass playing. As my brother said, being disciplined on the bass guitar. Sometimes when you meet us, you may think, these guys, they play too simple. But when he gives us the space, you understand. Yeah. So these are some of the things I've learned, you know, from this band. And I think with the members of the band, I think we love ourselves, and everybody is lovable. Yeah.
So there's 2 more to go before we come back to the conversation. But what I picked from what you picked from him is the fact that when you're talking to somebody or you're having a conversation with anybody, you need to take a breather, breathe, you come back so that people will pay attention, you know, to you. So we're taking a breather before we come back because, we need this conversation to soak in so that you can have, you know, the best out of this conversation. So we're taking a breather. We'll be back.
Good evening and welcome to JoyNews Prime. We're coming to you live from our studios here at Kokomlimle. We're live on DSTV channel 421, GoTV channel 125, and around the world on myjoyonline.com. Tonight, opposition New Patriotic Party criticizes President John Dramani Mahama's administration, accusing it of authoritarian rule and abusing state power to target political opponents. Also tonight, ravaging Galamsey menace worsen water situation in Winneba as residents spend close to 200 cedis monthly on borehole and sachet water to supplement what they describe as thinking dirty solution from their taps. Also tonight, a sense of relief for stranded parents and students as government assures of a smooth self-placement process for senior high school admissions after anxious families flocked to computerized placement resolution centers nationwide, having missed automatic placement. Also tonight, teachers and educational workers unions say it is quite upset with government and has exhausted all legal avenues under the Ghana's Labour Act before declaring its indefinite strike, warning against intimidation of striking members as unfair labour practices. Later at 8 p.m, we bring you Prime Business.
Now, businesses expect banks to quickly reduce interest rate following significant cuts in the policy rate.
And later, we have Prime Sports.
Ghana's 4x100 meters relay team sped with South Africa, Great Britain and Italy ahead of the World Athletics Relay Championships happening on Saturday.
Remember, we are your home of independent, fearless, and credible journalism. It's a good time to take a seat and please be my guest. Thanks for staying with us here on JoyNews Prime. Tonight, stranded parents and students are heaving a sign of relief as the government assures a similar self-placement process for senior high schools across the country. Since early this morning, scores of parents have flocked to the computerized placement resolution center nationwide after more than 107,000 students missed automatic placement into their preferred schools. The Deputy Education Minister, Dr. Clement Apak, who visited the Nat Hall in Accra to monitor the process, acknowledged that while not every student may secure their first choice school, all issues will be resolved ahead of the school reopening date. Collins Frempong visited the Nat Resolution Center here in Accra and filed this report.
Following the release of the placement for 2025, 107,509 students were unable to secure automatic placements. In response, the Ghana Education Service set up resolution centers at district and regional offices, including a major center at the Nat Hall in Accra. Hundreds of parents and students besieged the hall, either seeking self-placement or attempting to change their schools.
I was about 3 hours now. Yeah, but one thing is that they are on our way going. Yeah, if you see, you can see how the system is going. You know, we are playing to that.
What issue did you come with?
Come again?
What issue did you come with?
I come with the replacement of the school because I haven't got a school to my child, so I was here to get a school to her.
We know the GES and the Ministry of Education ensured that the portal was opened last 2 days when they issued their statements. I don't know if you've been able to try the system yourself.
Oh yeah. One thing is that initially, you know, some schools came on, but as I'm speaking currently, you know, we are checking on. It's not going through. That's why I'm here to recheck. So what is the problem? That's why I'm here.
But comparing this year to the previous years, I realized that the previous years, in fact, things move faster than as we are seeing it now. You can see that there are a lot of people here. Some are still standing outside, waiting to come inside and then have the process done. So looking at it this year and that of last year most smoothly. When you come, you'll be educated on how to select the schools. You choose 3 schools of your preference. Then you write it on a placement form, then you submit it, the course you want to do. If you want to change status, that is either changing from boarding house to day school, you do. You want to change your course, you do. You want to change school, you do. So you can't be just submit it and then you go. But today what we are experiencing is that you have to join the large queue as you can see. you go to the table before you be taken through the process. So looking at it this year and that of the previous years, I suggest the previous years, things move faster than we are seeing it now.
Deputy Minister of Education, Dr. Clement Apak, visited the center and after engaging with some of them, indicated although not everyone will secure their preferred choice, the ministry is committed to ensuring that every qualified student who goes through the process will gain admission.
While they are here, the services being provided, and to reassure them that as a ministry and a government, we will do our best to meet our needs, but also to remind them that we have limited spots, particularly in the top tier schools, the grade A schools, and the numbers seeking those schools are many. So it is not possible that everyone will get the school of your choice. But equally, other schools are important and capable of meeting the educational needs and aspirations of the awards.
By close of day Friday, sources at the Ministry of Education reviewed that at least 52,000 students had successfully accessed the portal and selected schools. Reporting for JoyNews, Collins Frimpong.
Still on education, public institutions across the country, including the Ghana Education Service, public and technical universities, and the Ghana Library Authority, are expected to be paralyzed as the Teachers and Educational Workers Union has declared a nationwide strike effective today. The union states that the strike has become necessary due to authorities' failure to address their long-standing concerns as non-teaching staff, despite having followed all established procedures. Fatal Bayaga has more in the following report.
With red armbands tied around their heads and chanting songs of sorrow, the group was visibly alarmed by the authorities' continued silence in addressing their concerns. The group is demanding the immediate signing of their conditions of service, inclusion of non-teaching GES staff in the September continuous professional development allowance, resolution of promotion-related grievances, and urgent action by the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission to finalize outstanding agreements.
The public university.
At a press conference in Accra, the General Secretary of the Union, Ken James Azotiba, expressed that the group has felt neglected for too long despite their efforts to improve their working conditions.
Our contributions to the smooth running of the educational system in this country is indispensable. Yet we are constantly being sidelined when it comes to welfare, when it comes to staff benefits, and more importantly, our conditions of service.
He noted that all promises made over the years to address their concerns have not been fulfilled, leaving their members feeling frustrated and discriminated against. As a result, they feel they have no option but to declare an indefinite strike.
The issues that have affected our members remain unresolved, and promises made to us have been left unfulfilled. Sister Chair, it is for this reason that effective today, the 19th day of September 2025, the table of TUC hereby declares a nationwide strike with immediate effect.
Azotiba believes the strike will impact students preparing to enter the various senior high schools, stressing that their actions are not against the students. Instead, they are a response to the unfair labor practices they have endured.
We know the first year student of the senior high school, the placement has been posted, and admission is going to begin very soon. It is my members, the administrators, who are going to do the admission. But this strike that we are sitting home is not against the student. It's not against the parents. We are also parents and we have students there. But it is against the unfair labor practices.
For JoyNews, Fatal Bayaga, Accra.
The Volta and OT Regions chapter of the Teachers and Educational Workers Union has joined the nationwide strike by non-teaching staff demanding better working conditions. Till Internal Relations Officer for the regions, Ruth Bedu, announced the move in whole. There's more in the following report.
Leadership of the Teachers Educational Workers Union of the Trade Union Congress lamented the continuous neglect of the demands of non-teaching staff of the Ghana Education Service, universities, the Ghana Library Authority, the Ghana Museums and Monuments Board for better conditions of service. Addressing the press in whole, the Internal Relations Officer of TEU, Volta and OT Regions Chapter, Ruth Bedu, explained this was evident in the delay in signing conditions of service, approving allowances and promotions for members.
Taking our promotions, for instance, a teacher would do a degree program and at the regional level, he will be upgraded. But when the non-teaching staff does the same degree program, it has to go to headquarters. It comes back to the region. Then it goes back, and sometimes it takes 3 to 4 years before that person will be upgraded. There are people who have gone for promotions since last 3 years. They've received their letters, and up till now, they haven't been put on scale. People have been put on scale for 4 years, 3 years, and up till now, salaries have not been paid to them.
She therefore reiterated a directive for a strike action until further notice, hoping the government would address the grievances of the members.
TEU demands immediate signing of the condition of service for A. TEU of TUC and all junior staff of the public and technical universities. Staff of the Ghana Library Authority. Staff of the Ghana Museums and Monuments Board. Inclusion of GES non-teaching staff in the payment of continuous professional development allowance, effective September 2025. Resolution of all promotion grievances in the Ghana Education Service. The government, particularly the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission, must conclude and sign all conditions of service without further delays or excuses.
Away from the labor front, call it a stinking mixture of milk and Milo beverage. That's how residents of Winneba describe the pipe-borne water that flows through their tap. The ravaging Galamsey menace, according to residents, have worsened the water situation in the area, as they say water flows through their taps only 3 times in a week. As a result, residents say they now spend close to 200 Ghana cedis to supplement water for household use. James Aveji reports from Winneba.
We are here at the Winneba station here in the central region, and JoyNews is here on the back of a very important issue, water crisis that has hit the central region. Just a month ago, the Regional Security Coordinating Council had to take the tough decision to close down the Kwenyako water treatment plant because of the activities of illegal miners and how treating water has become expensive. The regional minister said it has become a national security situation. We are here in town to gauge the mood in town and the water situation, and we are here at the Winneba situation to interact with a number of the residents to know what the situation is. And we have a number of them here. We can speak to some of them to know what the situation. Mommy, thank you so much for your time. What's your name?
Okay, I'm Mavis.
You are in line. By the way, where are you going?
I'm going to Tantra, Accra.
Okay. What is the situation in town with water at home where you live?
And the water, sometimes it has been come and maybe 3 days. 3 days, 3 days. And the flow too, it doesn't flow well.
It comes once every 3 days?
Yes, once every 3 days. And it takes maybe an hour to flow. So if you are not in the house to get some, then you wait for the next 3 days.
Which means they open it and after an hour it closes?
Yes, and after an hour it closes.
Okay.
Yes.
But what is the quality of water you get at home?
Very dirty. Yes, it's not that clean. So you can't even use it to cook. Me, I've been using pure water to cook sometimes, and even bathing, I've been using pure water to do that as well. So the situation of water here is very bad. Yeah, it's very critical situation here.
I mean, how often do you buy pure water and how much do you spend on sachet water to complement what you get from the tap?
The sachet water is expensive.
Okay.
For that one, I think a month I can use five sachet water. But
in a month or a week?
In a month.
In a month.
Yeah. When the water flows 3 days, 3 days, for that one I can use 5 to do my activities.
Okay. You live alone?
Yes, I live alone.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But at first, when the water was clean, that one I can spend only 2 sachets of water just for drinking.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But now it has increased, and it's expensive too. 1 sachet water is 10 cedis, and using 5 in a month.
That's like 50 cedis,
yeah,
which you could have used on something else.
Of course.
The big conversation is about the fight against Galamsey, which is contributing to the situation. Do you support? There are people who said there need to be a state of emergency where soldiers will be deployed to take care of the situation. Is this something you support?
Of course, I support it. I support it. Galamsey have to stop so that we can get clean water. Yeah, I support the action.
Okay. What's your name?
I'm Mavis.
Okay, let's speak to a few more people. Boss, let's talk to you. The situation as it is now, I'm told that you have to spend much more money on sachet water and all of that. On average, how much do you spend on to supplement for water in your home?
Okay, so let me say, within a month, we can spend like one sachet bag of water is 10 cedis.
And let's go on the phone lines right now and speak to the presiding officer for Winneba Municipal Assembly. We appreciate your time here on JoyNews Prime. I just want to get updates, really. You tell us that you have a meeting next week to address this concern. Will you be summoning the Ghana Water Company to give you updates on the situation?
Yes, please. That's what we are going to do. Good evening to your viewers. I'm Kwanzaa Yakubu, the presiding member of the Municipal Assembly. Actually, the water crisis in Efutu is becoming unbearable. Some weeks ago, our MP lamented about it, and I hope the media captured him. Some few days ago, I was at the pumping station together with the Honorable MC and other Assembly members to assess the situation. And it is quite terrible. The bad news is that Winneba as a municipality and its environs are not into Galamsey. We are not into mining. However, our Ayensu River takes its source from Densu, where we understand there are many areas there, and because of such activities, it has really gotten down to our end.
And so you're bearing the brunt, really, of the ripple effect of illegal mining. How are you helping residents in the interim deal with this situation whilst you await official responses from the Ghana Water Company?
Yeah, we've actually met the district manager or municipal manager of the Ghana Water Company. We've had a conversation with him. Some household as at now, are not receiving water. Their taps are not flowing. So what we've been doing is that we've been supplying them with water through some tanks and amongst others. Next week, we will be sitting down as an assembly to deliberate over our next step just to mitigate this issue.
But in your meeting with the Ghana Water Company, what explanation did they give really?
Actually, they gave us two explanations, two reasons for that. One, the effects of the galamsey, and two, power outages, the unstable nature. The pumping station depends on a plant, so when our power isn't that stable, that's what the Ghana Water also depend on. So when it is not stable, it affects our water supply. So that has been the explanation from the management so far.
And when exactly next week will you be having this meeting?
I will revert to you. We are yet to release letters to the various stakeholders. We hope latest by next week, Wednesday, we will sit down over this issue to know the way forward.
Thank you so much, Hamza, for your time here on JoyNews Prime. Away from that, the Ankobra River is under severe threat from pollution, and the government is taking action after inspecting the river by Konadu. The Lands and Natural Resources Minister announced a permanent military base will be stationed along the waterway to curb illegal mining and protect one of Ghana's most vital rivers. There's more in this report by correspondent Ina Talia Kwanza.
Pristia to Sangoma, where the Ankobra River stretches, it's 190 kilometers. For the past 3.5 months, our main concentration has been on the land and then on the river. But I want to stress that our interest is on water bodies and forest reserve. We've done a lot of operation on the land, and we have shifted now on the river.
What was meant to be an hour canoe ride on the Ankobra River turned into more than two, a journey that revealed the scars of illegal mining deep on the Ankobra River. The Land and Natural Resource Minister Emmanuel Ama Kofi-Boa joined the Western Region Security Council on Thursday to inspect galamsey activities at first hand along the Ankobra River. Instead of a clear water, the river flowed thick and milky brown. Just minutes into the journey, the team encountered a galamsey makeshift hub made of wooden and plastic structures, known as Chinese Town. Now, a galamsey hub carved out of what was once a cocoa farmland. Women and children were left behind as miners fled at the sight of the delegation.
You see all this crowd right here. Nobody is planting any food. Everybody here is focused on destroying the water.
Further upstream, devastation spread wider. Hundreds of chamfans clogged the river. Pumps, pipes, and heap of sand lined the banks like monuments to destruction.
So behind me is a pit dug by these illegal miners, just few minutes walk from the Ankobra River. This is to remind us that this war is not something that we should just be playing around with.
The people who are doing this have declared war on the people of Ghana, period. They are not simply looking for gold. They've decided to completely decimate the Ankobra River. And they don't care what happens to anybody else. I think this is one more reason why we have to put our money where our mouth is. And I hope I can bring the Minister of Finance, my good friend, here to understand that we need to mobilize all the security forces to stay here permanently.
You're still watching JoyNews Prime. When we return, we'll take you up north and tell you the challenges the Ghana Water Company Limited is facing there and residents' concerns about access to potable drinking water. Please stay with us.
Charlie, what number? The malaria really knocked you down, eh?
Charlie, no joke. Fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu.
You and your fufu. But I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment.
Yes, I did. And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
When malaria strikes, take Malatu, containing artemether and lumefantrine. Comes in tablets and suspension for effective treatment of malaria.
Great to have you back.
Thank you. No problem.
Malatu is suitable for adults and children. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
See, let me tell you something. I'm large and in charge. You see this life, eh? They say follow who know road. I'm the road and I'm in control. I drive my own life and nobody can tell me what to do.
Nobody?
Absolutely no one. I'm large and in charge.
Please, stop here.
Sure, honey.
Areas we won't. Obia on the master.
You know that.
Calippo fruit juice drink. This advert is FDA approved.
As a young mom, you're not always sure that you're doing it right. Choosing a baby care product for your child can sometimes be difficult. I choose BabyMed hypoallergenic skincare products, specially formulated to suit my baby's fragile and sensitive skin. A complete range of products that makes every bath time a moment of tenderness and well-being. BabyMed, baby-specific care products.
Once upon a time, in the heart of Accra, a man in his fancy car sought directions. But oh, the Ghanaian way.
Hello, bro. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please show me where the Presby Church is?
Oh, sure.
Go straight. 10 left at the big mango tree with the broken branches with most of the mangoes falling. Right after that tree, there is a water cellar. If you reach, ask there. Anybody will show you.
When the Black Stars take to the field, every Ghanaian becomes a coach.
My Fatika want to be dribble. The coach must go.
The sacred cue for our beloved Gobe. As we wait patiently, rehearsing the perfect vibe.
Have you at it? Mami Gobe Nubu. The Kokono. One Garino.
These, my dear ones, are some few moments that makes our Ghana truly special.
And as we share these stories, let us also remember a plate of lily rice, connecting our hearts through the flavors of our culture. Lily rice, ye nimno fritete. This advert is FDA approved.
How may I help you today?
We'd like to open a bank account.
Sign here, sign here, sign here, and here. And now you draw direction to your house. I need your thumbprint. And I'll need your birth certificate too. No, I need the original.
A lot has changed since you bank like this. So have we. We've made it easier than ever to open an account online and bank on the go through our mobile app, online banking, and more. EcoBank, a better way to bank your way.
Sign here, and here.
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Hey! Is your tech holding you back? Feeling lost in the maze of outdated gadgets? Relax. Come with me to Configure.
Don't see!
This your tablet from Compu Ghana has really helped me. Now I track my sales like finance minister. Compu Ghana, class and
number one.
At Compu Ghana, we don't just sell electronics, we transform your life. From office to home appliances and more, we have everything you need to step into the future.
Compu Ghana, class in Kwa. Compu Ghana, number one.
Hey, new Wele.
Yes, so it's Printex.
It's new Wele.
So you want this one also?
Every dress be new Wele with Printex.
Rise and shine, it's another day to stay on point. Toast is Friday, it's still on point. Watch is Friday all day long. Still on point, yes, it's still on point. It's still on point. Watch is Friday, it's still on point. For your bread, it's creamy. For your toast, it's still on point. It's yummy, delicious. It's still on point. Still on point, yes, it's still on point. It's still on point. Still on point, yes, it's still on point. It's still on point. For your toast, it's still on point. It's still on point. Fortune spread, it's yummy, delicious. It's still on point.
Fortune spread, delicious, creamy, and always on point. This advert is FDA approved.
So, Charlie, the deal there, I almost get her.
Syntax pipe, as tough as it can get.
You're so sorry with your back, sorry. Oh, what you was a thing. What the kind of way well, you can catch it. Hey! Now, I'm pipe.
Between the high and carbon.
Hey, madam, pipe menu.
A Syntax pipe. Metono, Omukacham send a one day pa. Say a fee, say a foam. The pipe we be a yannick gum.
Syntax pipe.
Why, Eliki?
Come, madam. From today, Syntax pipe in my pipe. No two ways.
Winning a pipe ben abe yusu.
SINTEX pipe.
Syntax pipe.
In the carry water. No hala.
Thanks for staying with us here on JoyNews Prime. To other stories now, the opposition New Patriotic Party has launched the scathing attack on President John Dramani Mahama, accusing him of abuse of state power. President Mahama, in his maiden media engagement, indicated that the Signals Bureau has acquired a new technology that would help it trace IP addresses of individuals who use hate speech on social media. But the NPP insists this is a tool to stifle free speech and impose what they describe as, quote, a culture of silence. Stephen Mensah has more in the following report.
We shall wait to save Ghana. We shall wait. We shall wait to save Ghana.
The opposition New Patriotic Party is raising fresh alarms, accusing President John Mahama of sliding into authoritarian rule. At the heart of the controversy, a new technology acquired by the Signals Bureau to trace the IP addresses of individuals posting hate speech online. A tool President Mahama says was acquired to safeguard national security. But the NPP insists it's a decoy to clamp down on dissent and reimpose what they describe as, quote, a culture of silence, unquote. Salam Mustafa is the youth organizer for the party.
Selective justice is taking center root in our society. The dreaded culture of silence that the antecedents of the NDC took us through in the dark days is beginning to be reintroduced in Ghana.
Speaking at a press briefing on Friday, the party says the current spate of arrest and high bail conditions are one of the clearest signs of abuse of state power.
We have seen in the last period an evidenced pattern of gross abuse of power by the NDC government. Selective justice is taking center root in our society, and this is dangerous to the democratic ethos that we all believe in.
But in a sharp rebuttal, Deputy Presidential Spokesperson Shamima Muslim insists the government is acting within the law, adding that the government is focused on resetting the country.
We know them too well, and this government will not be detracted by them. And for the record, His Excellency is not one who gives in to wanton abuse of his powers, as he has shown since January. He is not a vindictive leader who ensures that his opponents or even members of his own government who disagree with him face his angst.
The party is now mobilizing supporters for a mass protest in Accra, warning that selective justice and targeted harassment of its members are becoming routine under the current administration. Stephen Mensah's report for JoyNews.
The NPP former President Konadu Akufo-Addo has taken a swipe at the Mahama-led administration 9 months into governance, suggesting that the ruling NDC's supposed failures are paving way for his party, the NPP, to reclaim power in the year 2028. He made these remarks during the commissioning of a new party office for the Bantama constituency of NPP, led by its Member of Parliament, Francis Asensubuache.
You saw the great works under me and ex-President Kufuor. We did a lot. These are what we'll be using for our campaign to reclaim power in 2028. You are witnesses to what is happening under this current administration. Things aren't going on well.
Let's head now to the Ashanti region. It's been 24 hours following the temporary shutdown of businesses in Kumasi, honoring the legacy and solemn passage of the Asantehemaa, Nana Konadu Yiadom III, to the ancestral world. But life is back on the streets and on the bustling market centers in the business district of Kumasi as traders and buyers go about their daily activities. There's more in the full report.
So it's about 4 p.m. here. And ordinarily yesterday, you wouldn't have found a lot of cars moving on this stretch. I'm standing currently at the top high traffic light, and you wouldn't have found any person around. The traders were not around, businesses were not actually in session. That's because the Asantehemaa or Menchia Palace had imposed a restriction on movement in the greater Kumasi metropolis in honoring the legacy of the Asantehemaa, Nana Konadu Yiadom III. Well, today everything is back to normal. The traders are back on the streets, businesses, and even there is a traffic jam here at the traffic light. In fact, for the residents here in Kumasi, they understand these traditions and hope that they will continue to comply.
Say we were pre-informed, so we planned towards it. So there wasn't any thing that affected us because we are used to it, and it even happened in 2016, and everything went on. And it is our culture that we are exhibiting, so we don't have any problem with it. We didn't have a loss. We didn't have a loss. Actually gained and we learned something from what is going on, because you see, culture is transient and there are things that you cannot grasp, but these immaterial things that they do, it goes a long way to educate some of us.
So even our talk around, you say you say, you say, you can go in Bonantia, Panisabian, and 9 and Bonase, or therefore the two was say, Yafankata, I will wait here.
It wasn't a problem. We were expecting such a thing to happen. We wanted to observe the whole week as a holiday. Staying inside really affected me because I usually work 2 days in a week, which is Monday and Thursday.
Because you heard COVID-19 about a year. Yesterday, say, I have men for her. So you're food now. Will be learning one more ahead.
Anyone bitten yesterday was because of their own stubbornness. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we were asked to be indoors for about 8 months, and we heeded to it. So why not a day?
And I be a store son, Emamumi, Ubian Nefi, Nain, I am fat and Catayana, Echipra, and that's what I saw. Then I saw some 200 years. We were here, the Saturday to dip and Muja to do it. In sooner from your day, a month.
This is a Kayama, number 7 and 3 more. And commit a few more than so one day at the man. And I can tell him also, dear, if I am a man, and I may be beyond.
If it were to be my mother that had died, I would have been home for more than a day. So with Asantehemaa, there is nothing wrong with it.
I said when Ben and son, and I started 3 Monday, Nanki morning, and an hour film. And to me, you just say tonight's not for you know. Maybe I answer here and see my dear young coin.
Let's head now to the northern region. The Ghana Water Company Limited in the area says it is still using pumps installed in 1972 to produce water for a population that has grown from less than 100,000 to over 1.4 million. Currently, the company produces 35,000 cubic meters of water daily, far below the required 90,000. Addressing the media at a treatment plant during the tour of the Parliamentary Select Committee on Sanitation and Water Resources in Dalon, the Northern Regional Minister and Chief of the company, Stephen Amia-Mensah, stated that another major challenge facing the plant is persistent power outages.
Parliamentary Select Committee on Sanitation and Water Resources was in the northern region to tour the facility to get first-hand information on the challenges facing the water company. The regional chief manager of the company, Stephen Amia-Mensah, said the low production is particularly compounded during the dry season.
The population of Tamale now is more than 1.4 million. So what we saw at the intake was the aged or old pumps that we are still using. We saw that we are even still using a pump that was installed in 1972. The new ones that were installed in 2015 are not as robust as the 72 one. So they keep giving up. When they give up, then we have to manufacture parts locally to replace them. The demand currently for Tamale is about 90,000 cubic meters of water. That one, we are really basing the per capita consumption. That is the amount of water each individual must use. That's the gravity of the situation.
The Danish ambassador to Ghana has reassured its commitment to tackling climate challenges that is hampering Ghana's development by closely working with the various climate-centered climate organizations. He made the comment during the launch of a policy brief on climate-induced migration and youth resilience, empowering young people in the face of climate change in collaboration with Youth Bridge Foundation here in Accra. The following report has more.
launch brought together key stakeholders in the climate space to deliberate on the impact of climate change on young people and migration. The Danish ambassador to Ghana, Jacob Lanouve, assured that Ghana will receive support from the Danish embassy in addressing climate change-induced challenges.
I've also witnessed some of the challenges that Ghana is facing, right? And definitely climate change is one of them. And we have committed ourselves from the Danish embassy that we will work together with Ghana to try to combat some of the challenges that climate change induces in your country.
Operations and Programs Director of the Youth Bread Foundation, Dr. Alexander Nimoruedu, underscored the need to prioritize the climate crisis, warning that its consequences are already evident across many communities.
I wouldn't say it's evolving, but it's topical now, because over the last 3 weeks, I think I've heard this topic more than 10 times in the last 3 weeks. And it tells us how critical, how important this team is, and how Africa, and for that matter Ghana, should pay attention to this.
The policy brief is expected to serve as a guide for strengthening young resilience while shaping Ghana's climate response in the years ahead.
What's my Genie mayonnaise?
Genie on bread. One creamy bite. The kids light up with delight.
Where is my Genie mayonnaise?
Burgers, fries, kebabs, and more. Genie makes every bite a joy.
Hey, where's my Genie mayonnaise?
Dip it, spread it, just enjoy. Genie's creamy touch.
Where's my Genie mayonnaise?
From spring rolls to samosas, Genie mayonnaise, you'll love the taste. Genie mayonnaise, spreading smiles. This advert is FDA approved.
Yo, Green, you know good job. You look unhappy and seem to be in pain.
I have this long-standing well at my anus and it keeps coming and going. I feel sick and so uncomfortable, bro.
Have you taken into consideration going to the hospital?
I've been to several hospitals and they keep telling me the same thing. They said it's anal fistula. I have to undergo a surgery. I'm scared I might not be able to hold my stool if I do this surgery.
Wait, have you considered seeing a proctologist?
Which one is that? What, do we have proctologists in Ghana here?
Bro, we have a lot of them. They are being trained every time.
Where can I?
An anal fistula is an abnormal tract which connects the inner parts of the anus to the skin around the anus. As long as this tract persists, there will be a recurring boil around the anus. A proctologist is the one credited with excellent outcomes of surgery of anal fistula. Laser and ligature anal fistula surgeries are the modern methods with very low recurrence rates.
Visit Winneba Hospital and Color Proctology Center today or call us.
Bills, Mama Fisher Po. Afisa said, Nasika Bebre, Abamo Bia, Botomaya de. Bills, I can't who be more. Yes, 2025 video, and it does for homo Bia or Tuopa, only a Jumaye. But when it trap bills, now that you loan, now bet media, wow, where Juma. Way a loan don't come me. We hear shade, we hear no Ghana card, a one now Zaka Usika. Nasa we be so we are wow Juma, Opesa would tremu, and now Ujuma Yeni, I would you Busumia Ketria, and your bill said bray, now Betty Luna, who for be beer and Siawa, collateral, and Nasa deposit, Anne, we hear Mubia.
It's your feed, yes, you will be a winning you may be a ye, who bet me a Betty loan. It is a woods nephew, and as a when yes, you can be dear. Hey, wow!
Fred Bills says, now wait near to our bills. Nemo, this is a cacao.
The future isn't just happening, it's being built. And at LifeSource International School, we believe every girl has the power to innovate, create, and lead in science, technology, engineering, and math. Here, learning goes beyond books. It's hands-on, minds-on, and future-focused. LifeSource International School is a premier girls-only STEM and boarding school, offering Cambridge, IGCSE, A-levels, and the U.S. High School Diploma with pathways to SAT and TOEFL for global academic opportunities. At LifeSource, we spark curiosity, confidence, and open doors to top universities worldwide. Locate us at Apam Junction, Gomwa West District, Central Region, Ghana. Call us or WhatsApp us on 0537 366 374 or 0559 552 263 or visit our website at lifesourceghana.org. LifeSource International, confidence to succeed.
Avoid gossip. Refrain from speaking ill of others or spreading unverified information. This can damage reputations and undermine trust.
Good conduct, great life is brought to you by
Indomie. Tastes great.
Kivo 4-in-1 Gary mix. You get everything inside. Champion taste.
Thanks for staying with us here on JoyNews Prime, and it's time for Showbiz. Becky Beggs joins me in the studio.
Hello to you, Fosti. Thank you so much for always having me.
Oh,
thank you.
Oh my God. Okay.
I look so cute.
It's a Friday vibe.
I know. Becky, I'm always excited when it's Friday. It's like,
because you're not working this weekend.
Yeah, tomorrow. Like you're not going to wake up very early. But we have to wake up early, get ready. And join Bernard Amankwa because he's having the 17th edition of his celebration of grace at the National Theatre, and it's free. So Fosti, he was on Changes this afternoon, and he's been telling us all about what to expect. Bernard Amankwa.
Celebration of His grace. I love that because you have attributed everything that you are to grace.
Yes, take Jesus out of my life, and I'm empty as
That's so true. That's so true.
Yeah.
So it's on the 21st?
21st September.
Okay. Where is it happening?
At the National Theatre.
Right.
Yeah, and the time is 6 p.m. and it's free.
Oh, free?
Yes.
Wow. We need to clap for Bernard. Wow. And I see that you have Praise Presence Band, La Famille Band, Reverend Thomas Yorsin, Dave, the Music Box, yourself, Bernard Amankwa, there's Roderick Ajekum, and Gina, is it Gina Beckham?
Gina
Bankram. Fantastic. It's actually a powerful lineup.
Yes.
And so 21st, is it 6 p.m. on the dot or is Ghana time?
6 p.m.
Okay. So we don't have to do any registration to be there?
No.
All
just
right.
come with the open hearts just to receive and also to give to God your praise.
We will definitely be there to receive and give praise to God. But let's move to the movie industry. Ghanaian film director and producer Big Gun believes innovation is the key to keeping audiences engaged in the industry. According to him, fresh faces, bold ideas, and real creativity are essential for success. Big Gun's sentiment comes as his movie Vibes prepared to hit the screens on October 4, 2025. He emphasized the importance of thinking beyond traditional platforms, citing YouTube as just a starting point for African filmmakers. He spoke on Hit FM.
Charlie niggas, what's up? Charlie, I do okay. Charlie, me, I not do okay. All the jobs we do fail. Charlie, today, from your way, happy for job. A whole me plus my swagger. They sack me from job.
So we have had Feli, we've had Ojo, we've had people you don't really expect to see when it comes to cinema.
Yeah.
You get it? So the aim is to also show you that the industry is big.
It is.
It's not a compound house. It's not. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's not a friends of friends kind of thing. No. It's not. Oh, Charlie, me baby. No. It's big.
Yeah.
And there are many faces that the people want and they love and they want to see.
Sure.
If we sideline at some people and we assume since there's camera and there's clapperboard and there's action, it's for some people. I think we are handling the industry like it's not an industry.
Right.
I think we are limiting the whole creative arts. So everything I'm doing, no matter how diverse it is, I'm just trying to let people out there know that it's beyond what you've been doing. There are ways to handle it, and there are ways to keep the people's attention. And the industry is not dead.
It's not dead.
Maybe you're not being innovative.
Yeah.
But if you're innovative, trust me, the people are willing to do something fresh.
Before we go, international superstar Kim Promise and Afro-pop innovator Mr. Easy reunite on their brand new single, See What We've Done. A stylist celebration of success, friendship and good living, produced by Gideon Knight and Guilty Beats. The track rides on vibrant slog drums, patterns and melodies, with both artists showcasing their wins and effortless confidence. The video, directed by Andre Landon and filmed in Iceland, offers a rare glimpse into Mr. Easy's wedding while doubling as a jubilant display of love, brotherhood and triumph.
Back to back, I make them mad. And there's no denial, nobody had that. The way I did me, I did on top. Private room for Louis Vuitton. 5-star, no be nickname, give me the money. Over the fame. See what we done. No be one paper, we they live this life. If you bring bad vibes, I go exit chat to you alive. See what we done. No be talk, we the show working every day they go. Till eternity. Till eternity. Set me free from the shackles of my haters. 9 million the house will be flex, motivation, purpose. I for do my status, cause baby I'm in different house, different location. Don't stick out and patience.
See what? We will also let you do a music video.
Oh no, well these are musical geniuses, and they've done the thing. So see what we've done. That's the title of the song, and see what we've done right here on the JoyNews channel. It's been a fantastic week.
It has, right? Becky.
Yeah,
do you have any plans this Friday?
Well, nah, not really. I'm just going to sleep. Yeah, sleep is good. You should sleep as well. But tomorrow we have news file coming up.
Of course.
With Samson.
Looking forward to that. Yeah. They're going to be talking about Galamsey, the Imani report, you want to stick and stay, as well as the controversial Justice Tokonu. She's gone back to court this time, and she's challenging the whole process of her removal. So we're looking forward to that. It's from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. tomorrow. I will make a date.
As well.
Becky, let's go home, please.
Well, thank you so much. See what we've done is out. Kim Promise and Mr. Easy. That's what we leave you with this evening. And also, please log on to myjoyonline.com. That's where the credible news.
That's where everything is.
Yeah.
Becky, let's go home.
People look in envy at Rwanda, Malaysia, and Singapore. What it took to get them where they are we prepared to do that? Singapore still has corporal punishment, but all the human rights lawyers are in Ghana, though.
Dr. Zaneto Ajiman Rawlings, daughter of Ghana's revolutionary president J.J. Rawlings, unleashes in her first ever podcast conversation, only on Talk Nodeku Prize.
A trader who damaged some part of the overpass put away for 2 years in jail. But are we going to be able to do that to a politician who does the equivalent of damaging that, where a road should have been built? They got the money and it wasn't done.
In your own constituency, we had a student taking the life of another student. Some make the argument that because we opened the floodgates for everybody to now access senior high school, that has fanned into flame what we're saying today. What do you make of it?
I'm probably going to get some backlash for this one. Good governance is not just about going for elections and making sure that the result you got overall was clean. And then what?
We've piloted a number of aircraft, even piloted alone before the unfortunate August incident happened. What came to your mind?
May I be honest with you?
Please do. There's a post you made exactly 950 days ago.
Oh, God.
What informed this?
It's just...
You're one of the people whose names have been dragged.
In Ghana, West Africa, the mornings are somewhat, if not for the perfect companion. What a good day to start. Another day. It's always smiles knowing we are together. Ooh, what a feeling. Work is always effective with NASCO home appliances. If it not be you, then who go there? No wahala. If the sun is up, we there for your appetite. Never a dull moment to go for something chill. And Nijepa, I would NASCO fear. NASCO, bring home happiness.
Hey, new Wele.
But you won this so many times before.
Every dress be new Wele with Printex.
When your appliances fail, your reputation follows.
Why you carry my tomatoes too again?
To Burkina Faso, to Kobne's house, of course. His blender doesn't sound like dying goods.
Every day, Kognada. Should I call him to marry you too?
Thank you.
Space is already. How come your things know they break? How do they manage your house?
Simple. Ayuda. It's an app. You just click and they send you trusted artisans and professionals for all your emergency fixes at home and in an office.
Good morning, sir. I get your request. I see your AC they do and the fan there they sleep. That's why I came here to bring peace into your house, eh? You be hard guy, you get all the plots. I wish I get your DNA sub.
Oh, you can even request to do a DNA test on Ayuda.
App Bawku. Services be free.
Download the Ayuda app now on Play Store and App Store.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa dear. Why wouldn't he be late? Or being late, of course.
Give me the luckiest, copy from your jet be luckiest, from not the block she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter why you're lucky, everybody go be that luckiest.
That's Kwame! Send your God down for boom! If you're poor, what's that toy? So would the coming of the Son of Man be? Hey! Is that his car?
Everywhere.
Dial *712#. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
VIP. Magnetic perfumes.
Welcome back to Prime Business. My name is Winston Taki, and now to our first business story. Businesses are making strong case for banks to move quickly and reduce interest rates. This follows a significant cut in the Bank of Ghana policy rate to 21.5%. Chief Executive of the Ghana Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mark Bidu Abuaji, tells banks don't have any excuse to drop their lending rates by some significant margin in the coming weeks.
So obviously, I mean, the link between the policy rates and businesses is the reduction in lending rate by the commercial banks. So once you've seen this significant drop, I'm very hopeful. I mean, I have no doubt that the banks will also respond positively and reduce their lending rates. And the cost of credit now become cheaper for businesses. Businesses will now be able to convince and be encouraged to go for loans. Now, if people have good ideas, they have businesses that are sitting down there and they don't have money to be able to implement them. So once there's opportunity for them to get access to credit at a lower rate, then I'm sure businesses will run to their banks and get money to expand their businesses and start new businesses. So for us, the good news, we've had a very high lending rate and it's not been good for businesses. So if the policy rate is coming down, then obviously the banks, the commercial banks should also respond positively. And it should be an immediate case. As I said earlier, this drop is very significant, and I don't expect that any commercial bank will give any excuse. 6.5% drop in policy rate anywhere is significant for any commercial bank to respond by lowering their lending rate.
In another development, Ghana's maritime sector is said to be reeling owing to plethora of challenges, including lack of policy direction, non-collaboration, interference, among other issues. President of the Ghana Chamber of Shipping, Stanley Aholu, says the earlier the country addressed these, the better for the future. He was speaking at the Maritime Transport Stakeholder Forum organized by the Chamber in Tema. Kwame Yanka has more.
The Ghana Chamber of Shipping, made up of both public and private actors, is positioning itself as an independent advocacy body. Its goal is to shape policy, foster collaboration among members, and create a regular platform for dialogue between freight forwarders, regulators, and shipping lines, among other players. Concerns remain over high port costs, inefficiencies, and competitiveness. With vessel turnaround time, cargo dwell periods, and tariffs under scrutiny, many say Tema and Takoradi ports risk falling behind rival ports in Lomé and Abidjan if reforms are not fast-tracked. Here is President of the Ghana Chamber of Shipping, Stanley Aholu.
Regulators are sometimes, or governments are sometimes pretty blind to the sector, and that is why you don't hear too much about it. It's dominated, essentially for us, unfortunately, it's dominated by foreign players. Very little participation, insignificant participation by locals. And that's also something that needs to change. And there are other factors that are driving the future of this industry. Decarbonization, the geopolitics of the world, and so on and so forth, are driving the future of this industry, which becomes considerations that governments and regulators need to pay attention to. So if the participants in the industry themselves don't speak out or draw government's attention to this sector, it remains obscure.
Meanwhile, Deputy Minister for Transport, Dorcas Afotofe, reading Sector Minister's speech, touched on challenges within the maritime space and outlined some steps in addressing them.
We are also committed to eliminating duplication among agencies in clearance processes, ensuring inspections, approvals, and cargo clearance are transparent, harmonized, and efficient. To this end, we are collaborating with the Ministry of Finance and the Ghana Revenue Authority to review port levies and charges, with the goal of making our port fair, affordable, and globally strong. In addition, Ghana is committed to the International Maritime Organization's IMO Green Voyage 2050 program, which 6 net zero greenhouse gas emissions from international shipping by 2050.
Stakeholders argue that without stronger consumer protection, streamlined regulation, and investment in innovation, Ghana could continue losing billions to foreigners. Kwame Yankes reports for Joy Business.
And the Labour, Jobs and Employment Minister, Dr. Rashid Pelpo, is urging the private sector to step up collaboration with government in deepening human capital development. He made a call at the 5th National Precision Quality Conference organized by the Design Technology Institute.
Human capital development is recognized as a fundamental driver of sustainable growth. But in Ghana, the challenge of aligning education, skills training, and industry demand remains critical. At the 5th National Precision Quality Conference in Accra, Labour, Jobs and Employment Minister Dr. Rashid Pelpo said a stronger collaboration from the private sector to support government is key to address unemployment.
The Human Capital Development Framework builds on such initiatives by ensuring that they are scaled, better coordinated, and linked to measurable outcomes. But these political decisions will only make meaning if we can collaborate with organizations like DTI, encourage them strongly, work along with them to ensure that the capture of young people desiring to change their circumstances and to contribute to national development are properly captured.
Founder and president of the Design and Technology Institute, Constance Swanika, says her institution remains committed to supporting government push for human capital development through strategic partnerships.
I think it's important to recognize that we are not doing this work alone, and this is really driven in partnership with NDPC, the National Development Planning Commission. So I think that's a really good start for me, that government really begins to, is beginning to recognize that the private sector being the engine of growth are the ones who are the off-takers and would be the ones that would create or spare jobs on. We also have a great relationship with the regulators, CTVET, Commission for Technical and Vocational Education. We're working in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation, and more importantly, we're also doing a lot of work with the Ministry of Employment, Labour and Jobs.
The conference was on the theme Human Capital at the heart of Ghana's economic growth.
Now, government is calling on the private sector to support policies aimed at growing agriculture in the country, including government's Feed Ghana program. Speaking at the 4th edition of the Agritech West Africa exhibition, Deputy Director in charge of crop service at the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, Harry Bleponi, said private sector participation is key to enhance growth in the sector.
The edition of the Agritech West Africa exhibition featured countries including India, Turkey, Nigeria, Ghana, China, and Spain, with a wide range of products and solutions spanning agrochemicals, agriculture technology, irrigation, biofeeds, food processing and packaging technologies, food innovation, as well as processed and packaged food and beverages. Speaking at the opening ceremony, Deputy Director in charge of crop services at the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, Harry Bleponi, called on the private sector to invest and support the government Feed Ghana program to help grow the sector.
This is a time in which government is committed to exploring the full potential of agriculture for the economic transformation of Ghana through its flagship programs. The Feed Ghana program has the objective of ensuring national food security, promotion of value chain addition, increasing raw material supply to agro-processing industries, and expanding agricultural exports. Government will work with the private sector to achieve these goals. This will require public, private, and public-private partnerships.
Indian High Commissioner to Ghana Manish Gupta pledged their support to help grow the agricultural sector and support Ghana's drive towards food self-sufficiency.
And our Prime Minister was here in the month of July, and we had extensive discussion, especially in this priority sector, between Prime Minister Modi and President Mahama. So we are here, we are committed to support Ghanaian agriculture in each and every possible working together with you. I wish this exhibition all success because I know this is a time to carve win-win partnerships where the industry, the business, and the enterprises, we all can work towards a shared goal, which complements the Feed Ghana program.
The fourth edition of the Agritech West Africa exhibition served as a vital platform for international collaboration and innovation in the agricultural sector, with participation from countries across the globe.
Didi Shito has officially launched its new brand at St. Mary's Senior High School in Accra, celebrating with students with several senior high schools completing their final exams. Speaking in an interview at the launch, marketing director of Didi Shito, Iraba Eduse, says the events highlight both the product's unique recipe and the brand's connection with the young consumers.
The event, led by marketing director of Didi Shito, Iraba Eduse, coincided with the end of the WASI examinations, with students from St. Aquinas, Accra Academy, and Wesley Grammar joining in the celebrations. Eduse noted the product is designed to connect with young people while preserving authentic Ghanaian recipes.
We are celebrating with various schools. So here in St. Mary's, we invited St. Aquinas, we invited Accra Academy, we invited Wesley Grammar, and quite a number of them are celebrating with us today. As a brand that we are essential to senior high school students, we decided to be here to celebrate with them and also to introduce the new news. Didi Shito is a first of its kind because it has a good source of protein, and in recent times we've seen Shito that is just a black sauce where you have your pepper and oil and sometimes just a base without your protein sauce. But this for us is preserving the old age recipe that we know for our Shito, what your mama did for you.
Eduse added the brand is also positioning itself for strong market penetration. From today, Didi Shito will be available across open markets, key retail outlets, and modern trade centers, including ShopRite, Malcolm, and Palace Mall.
You can find it everywhere that you would typically buy your groceries. And so you'll find it in the open markets, you'll find it in the modern trade. And in the modern trade, we are talking about the ShopRites, the Malcolms, the Palace Malls. You'll find it from today onwards. Tomorrow when you go into the market, you're going to find it. Okaishi Market, Makola Nima, all our KDs are there. We have key distributors that are promoting them. You find it in Accra, Kumasi, Takrade for the launch. And so go out there, find it. It will be in a shop near you. Didi Shito for us, we took our time, and it's been in the pipes for long. We took our time to carefully research the ingredients that will make it worthwhile. And for us, you would actually taste the true essence of Ghanaian Shito. You're going to taste your herrings, you're going to taste your fish, you're going to taste your onions, you're going to taste your blend of herbs and spices. Shito does not slap, and I'm using a Gen Z language here, you do not enjoy it. And so this Shito actually slaps, and that is how unique we are. This tastes like home.
With its market debut, Didi Shito is blending tradition with modern retail reach, aiming to become a household staple across Ghana.
Access Bank has awarded cash prizes of up to 15,000 cedis and a year-long subscription for winners in the third and fourth draws of the Faketwa Bejikesia promo. Speaking to Joy Business after the draw, which was held in Accra, Eugenia Addo, head of SME and support at Access Bank, explained the Faketwa Bejikesia promo is aimed at encouraging a culture of savings among the youth. Here is more from the promo.
To participate in the draw, customers are required to deposit a minimum of 250 cedis into a new or existing account. Supported by the NLA Caritas platform, selected customers were awarded with cash prizes ranging from 1,500 cedis to 15,000 cedis at the third and fourth mini draws held in Accra. In addition, about 16 young customers of the bank received fully paid 12-month subscriptions on streaming platforms such as Netflix and Amazon Prime. Eugenia Addo, head of SME and support at Access Bank, explained that the Faketwa Bejikesia promo is aimed at deepening financial inclusion and encouraging a culture of savings among customers.
The Faketwa Bejikesia promo is Access Bank's way of rewarding customers and promoting the culture culture of savings. The promo is in two main folds. We are looking at the mass retail and the youth. The whole idea is to promote the culture of savings. For the youth, what we are looking at is to promote the migration onto digital space, and so to get the youth to use their cards more often.
In all, 84 customers have been awarded across 4 draws since the promotion began in May. Eugenia Addo called on customers to continue depositing to increase their chances of winning in the upcoming mega draw.
We encourage everyone. You don't necessarily have to be a customer with Access Bank before. You can open accounts today, deposit 250 cedis, and then you can enter this promo. We encourage everyone out there to join in the mega draw, to come on board to the Faketwa Bejikesia promo.
Telecel Ghana has rewarded one of its loyal customers with a brand new Hyundai Creta after emerging winner of the 13th cycle of its biannual Dream Car promo held under the supervision of the National Lottery Authority. Here's more.
Telecel's Dream Car Promo Awards presentation, which took place at the Kaswa Market, was marked by music, fanfare, and cheering crowds who gathered to witness the handover ceremony. The winner of the award took home a brand new Hyundai Creta. Speaking at the event, acting head of Product and Services Consumer at Telecel Ghana, Carlos Asare, reaffirmed the company's commitment to helping consumers achieve the aspirations of owning dream cars and houses. He explained that the Dream Car Promo is one of the innovative ways the company support its customers in attaining their goals.
Customers all the time spend money, buy airtime, buy data, right? And so we also look at the needs of subscribers. I know in Ghana, getting a house, getting a car is aspirational. And so it is part of our duties to help our subscribers achieve their aspirations. So we thought it wise that let's have a promo that consumers will not have to spend too much, but will have the opportunity to achieve their dreams. And that is why we call it the Dream Car Promo, because we all want to have cars, we all want to have houses. And so this is to help customers get back from what they spend with us and the partnership we have with them.
Marketing and Caritas Officer at the National Lottery Authority, Bright Ofori, assured the public that the promotion is legitimate and encourage customers to participate.
Once you see me here, I say it again, it is legit. And as it's being run again, I encourage all Ghanaians to participate. This is, I think, the 13th prize they've given. I personally have witnessed, I think, 4 of them. I've presented this, the 4th one. And so I wouldn't put my face to anything personally. And also the NLA as an authority wouldn't put its face on anything that is fraud. And so I encourage Ghanaians to participate.
Beating thousands of other subscribers, James Dazi emerged winner of the Telecel Biannual SME Trivia campaign. He had this to say.
From nowhere.
I'm so excited. I don't even know what to do. I was just gaming and now I have a car. I'm very thankful to Telecel. I encourage everyone to participate.
The Dream Car Promo is open to all Telecel customers. Participants can subscribe by sending CAR to 2018 or dialing star 2018 hash. The campaign reinforces Telecel Ghana's commitment to innovation, customer satisfaction, and long-term value.
The British Council has launched the Digital Innovation and Vocational Employability Program, DIVE, an initiative designed to equip young graduates with digital and problem-solving skills. Speaking at the launch, Director of Programs and Partnership at the British Council, Richard Kwesi Shangbo, said the program is part of effort to boost youth employability through critical digital skills, and the goal is to help these graduates thrive in today's job market.
According to the Director of Programs and Partnerships at the British Council, Richard Kwesi Shiangbo, the 8-week pilot program will train 80 selected graduates out of more than 1,000 applicants. He explained that participants will gain hands-on knowledge in digital literacy, coding, robotics, and artificial intelligence while applying their skills through a capstone project to develop real-world solutions.
This year, we intended to make sure that we train youth in the digital literacy space. When you look at the statistics of youth in Africa, especially in Ghana, digital literacy, problem solving is lacking. So we planned that the whole of the British Council country, especially SSA, this year we have to dedicate it to employability skills in terms of the digital literacy space. So DIVE is one of our flagship programs that we involve all the government agencies. That's the Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment. And this also aligns with the government's priority for training youth in the digital space.
Chief Executive of IoT Network Hub, Joshua Pokwajiman, says the newly launched Digital Innovation and Vocational Employability Training Program is designed to bridge the gap between academia and industry by providing practical future-ready skills.
The program has been designed to ensure that the outcome should have what we call capstone program. And capstone program is similar to what we call final exams. But this time they are not writing exams. They are building something practical with all the learning that they have acquired. And the training programs include teaching them how to find their purpose in life. We believe that once you start a journey, you need to have a goal. Why you want to start this journey, where you want to be. And that is going to help them align their personal aspiration with the needs of the program.
Now, Good Heart Quarry and Construction Limited has pledged to support academic training at the University of Ghana's Department of Earth Science, embarked on a field visit for level 100 students. Speaking at the field visit, Director of Good Heart Quarry and Construction Limited, Nana Osei-Yeboah, emphasized that materials such as granite and quartzites are abundant and are well suited for government's 24-hour economic agenda.
Visit introduces students to the use of local resources like granite and quartzite in construction while showcasing Good Heart Quarry and Construction Limited's role in Ghana's infrastructure growth. Director Nana Osei-Yeboah says the collaboration with academia strengthens local expertise and supports the government's 24-hour economy vision to create jobs.
With respect to our job, it is very, very well suited for the 24-hour economy because firstly, our material is something that is not weather or timing dependent. We work with stone. So regardless of the time, regardless of the hour, regardless of visibility, rain, it doesn't really matter. And these resources are mostly located in places where jobs are badly needed. So taking the 24-hour economy towards places like that is the best thing to do because here, for example, our staffing is 50% male, 50% female. And once we go 24 hours, that means we are employing 3 times the amount of women, 3 times the amount of men. I like to mention the fact that stone building is not something that's new to us. We've always had it. And a very classical example is the Aban Palace that used to be at Manshia. It was built by Otumfuo and Nana Osei-Bonsu in the 1820s. He contracted the Dutch to build a palace. Unfortunately, this was blown up during the Scarcity War, and I think it was the stones were used to build the British fort later on. But this is a project that now we have the expertise, we know how to cut the stone, and we can rebuild.
Senior lecturer at the Department of Earth Science at the University of Ghana, Dr. Joseph Osei-Thompson says, exposing students to practical quarry operations is key to turning geology knowledge into entrepreneurship.
Our students, live and they search for jobs for years, but, the rocks that we're teaching them about are resource. Okay, and we want them to understand that the rocks are a resource, and we want to give them the experience. Exposing them to people who are working with the rocks. We want them to actually see that they can, create a business out of the rocks.
It's a wrap for all the business update for this week, and basically here on Prime Business. My name is Winston Taki. Thanks for watching. Prime Sports is next after this break. Stay tuned.
The Infantopim Old Boys Association MOBA presents the 10th edition of the MOBA Annual Engagement Series. Theme, Hen Nananum Mutaipa, 149 years of sustaining legacy, building excellence. The date is on Thursday, the 25th of September 2025. The venue is the EcoBank Head Office Auditorium at Rage in Accra. The time is 4:30 p.m. Panelists include David Aduashon, MOBA 75, Bernard Charles Aqua, MOBA 85, Professor Lord Mensah, MOBA 95, and Augustine Owuswansa, MOBA 2005. The moderator is Emmanuel Johnny Kwame, MOBA 85. This event is sponsored by EcoBank Ghana Limited. Media partners, Joy FM, JoyNews, Asase Radio and Graphic Communications Group Limited. For further information, call 050-318-6258 or 020-460-9980. Kwaboche, Jin Shekan.
Get ready, Ghana. The Springboard Roadshow 2025 is here, connecting through 16 regions, inspiring 500,000 youth in one amazing experience. Join Comfort Okran, Reverend Albert Okran, and other amazing speakers for practical insights, mentorship, training, and real opportunities to shape your future. Entry is free. Dial *718*50# to register now or call 0308-255-775. Follow us on all social media platforms at Springboard Channel for updates. Springboard Roadshow is brought to you by Mastercard Foundation, Springboard Roadshow Foundation and partners.
What's my Genie mayonnaise?
Ginny on bread. One creamy bite. The kids light up with delight.
Where is my Ginny mayonnaise?
Burgers, fries, kebabs, and more. Ginny makes every bite a joy.
Hey, where's my Ginny mayonnaise?
Dip it, spread it, just enjoy. Ginny's creamy touch.
Where's my Ginny mayonnaise?
From spring rolls to samosas, Ginny mayonnaise, you'll love the taste. Ginny mayonnaise, spreading smiles. This advert is FDA approved.
Barman, 442.
You dey feel am?
Na 442 liquor dey do am. Barman, 442.
It be this ginger way I need.
You dey feel am, eh?
It be 442 liquor dey do am.
Because way different, you way no plan. 442. Small man, big ginger.
You dey feel am, eh?
442 liquor dey do am.
On Tom and Power and Fiat Watching, and Sasa Pin for no.
From a bossy to us all.
Ginger day inside.
You left it up. Now, Papa, to the God,
FDA, Agritech, Kratu.
Good evening, everyone. Time now for Prime Sports here on JoyNews with me, Muftau Nabila Abdullah. Ghana's men's 4x100 meters relay team. They have been drawn in Heat 2 of the World Athletics Championships currently happening in Tokyo, and they've been pitted against some of the world's top sprinting nations, including the likes of South Africa, Great Britain, and Italy. According to the qualification rules, the three teams in each heat plus the two fastest times across both heats will advance to the final. Ghana heads into the race with a season's best of 38.32 seconds, but also holds a national record of 38.07 seconds, which is set about 3 years ago in Eugene during the World Athletics Championships. Both times are, however, slower than the marks posted by their rivals in the heat, making Saturday's contest a major test for the quartet. The opponents include the likes of Great Britain. They have got 37.36 seconds. Italy have got 37.50 seconds. South Africa have got 37.57 seconds. Japan have 37.43 seconds. China, they've got 37.39, Netherlands 37.87, and Australia. So all of Ghana's opponents have sub 38. It is only Ghana that has got 38.07 seconds. And in fact, this year, they've done 38.32 seconds. So the team will race from lane 2, and if they are to progress to the final, they'll need a near-perfect run to avoid another baton challenges that has always hampered the progress of the team. And for them to also secure qualification to the final, they also need to get either the automatic qualification spots or be one of the fastest times to be able to qualify to the event. And the event is scheduled to start at 11:34 a.m. tomorrow. To some Ghana under-20 football news, the Black Princesses, they will come up against Tunisia on Saturday. Their head coach is Charles Sampson, and he's been speaking about the game, hoping that the girls will be ready to give up their best. My colleague Lawrence Bedu has details in this report.
After skipping the first round of the qualifying phase due to a bye, the Black Princesses will now feature in the second round of the U20 Women's World Cup qualifiers. Ghana faces Tunisia in this stage of the campaign, with hopes of securing a place in the next round of the qualification process. Head coach Charles Sampson says the team has made significant progress in their preparations.
We've been preparing this team since January, so of course, where we are today, I would say we are very prepared. We anticipate different scenarios. We are preparing the girls to be mentally strong. We're going to play in their home grounds first. Of course, they may come and intimidate us in different ways. We are expecting a physical game, a more running game from a Tunisia side. So we're thinking of different ways of how we can handle it.
For the players, they understand the task ahead and are ready to give their all when they take to the pitch in Tunisia for the first leg.
Yeah, the match is tough, very tough. And we only have a fight with the 3 points, not the opponent. So we are much prepared to get the 3 points. That's all we need.
It would be very important because it would give us the confidence and motivation to want to push, train harder when it comes to the World Cup. So this win would really mean a lot, not only for the country, but for the girls and I to have more confidence in ourselves as we play.
Ahead of the game on Saturday, the team is calling on Ghanaians to rally behind them.
I would say they should rally behind us, believe in the team. We need their support in this journey. We are prepared and we are going out to do our best to be able to come home with a good.
We need their support, and we'll be hoping to give them the glory, and we are hoping to win for them. So we need their support.
The quest for an 8th successive World Cup appearance for the Black Princesses is not far-fetched. As you can see behind me, the team is going through their final preparations in Ghana before jetting off to Tunisia, where they will face the North African side in the second phase of the qualification process ahead of that tournament, which will be staged in Poland. If they should go past that game against Tunisia, 2 more hurdles for Coach Charles Sampson's side before they take to that tournament, if they are successful. But for now, the team is going through their final phase and hopefully jet off to Tunisia for that encounter. From the University of Ghana, Lawrence Bedu for Joy Sports.
Let's do some tennis now. And the ITF Junior Championship, which is currently happening at the Accra Sports Stadium, has seen Nigeria dominate the final weeks as it heads into its 3rd week. My colleague Ellen Banana was there and has details in this report.
Which is hosted by the Ghana Tennis Federation, saw matches showcase exciting rallies, remarkable teamwork, and immense potential of the athletes on display. In the men's doubles final, Daniel Malaki of Nigeria and Bai Lantine of China battled past their opponent in a gripping contest, eventually sailing victory 6-4, 3-6, 13-11. The pair expressed their delight in an interview with Joy Sports after a hard-fought win.
It's my first champion in the ITF. About single and double is my first one. So for me, it's a very important tournament. I want to win. And in this match, we did a lot. Like first set, we play well. Second match, in the second set, we go down in the end, and in the super tiebreak, we all the time down, and finally we win the match, and that's so tough.
The tournament have gone so far since the first week. Yeah, and honestly, like, I'm really enjoying the tournament. This is one of the best tournaments I've ever played in my life.
The women's doubles final proved equally dramatic. Nigeria's Ohunene Yakubu and Success Oguniobi outlasted their Moroccan and Saudi Arabian opponents in another nail-biter, triumphing 6-4, 3-6, 14-12.
The environment is good, the atmosphere is like, okay, just the rain, you know, stopping much like in between, it's crazy. Okay. I think the final is, the tournament is like really good because it helps like young children to like play more matches and also earn like ITF points. So it's a really good tournament. I wish like they host more here in West Africa so that more West African kids can come here and play. The final was really tough. I felt like at the first set we played like really good, but in the second set we started to slow down, which made them to like win it. And then I'm really grateful. I'm happy that we were able to like come back in the final set and like play our best, you know.
The competition now shifts focus to the ITF singles finals, which are scheduled for Saturday, September 20 at the Accra Tennis Court.
Now let's talk some continental football. Kumasi Asante Kotoko is back to the continental stage. They come up against Kwara United in the first leg of their CAF Confederation Cup tie on Sunday at the Accra Sports Stadium. And I've been joined in the studio by the communications director of the club, lawyer Safuduku, and my very good friend, Mi Daku. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. I like the outfit. I envy your outfit.
Thank you, my brother.
The whole brand is doing something. Sure. Lawyer, talk to me about the preparations of the team and what the mood is like ahead of the game on Sunday.
Well, thank you, my brother. I am fully convinced that we've embarked on a serious training regime, and it provided the best of motivation, the best of technical and whatever advice that has to be given. And our boys have been well catered for in terms of their welfare. In fact, we moved the team from Kumasi to Accra the next day after our first league match. So from Sunday, we have been here. So you see that we wanted to give them the best of everything so that they will be free from interferences here and there. Yeah. So with all this in place, and the fact that you have also brought in some legends to be with them, just to advise and support them, I believe that our boys are well prepared and motivated to be able to execute the task ahead come Sunday.
And you and your people, what are some of the things you're doing behind the scenes to throw your weight behind the team?
First and foremost, I must say that we have arranged for buses from those coming from Kumasi to Accra to come and watch the game. And the response has been very, very encouraging. We try using the subscribers of Fabu sensors more. So due to that, we made the first very, very affordable for the supporters. You can imagine coming from Kumasi to Accra, watch Asante Kotoko play an international game against Kwara United, paying just 50 Ghana cedis in and out to watch that particular.
Oh, really?
Yeah, 50 cedis.
When the standard transport fare is 120 Ghana cedis, you're giving the 50. Oh, that's a very good one.
Because already they are contributing to the welfare of the club.
That's true.
Through the Fabu sensors. Yes. So we made it 50 cedis for them. Those who are not subscribers to the Fabu sensors are paying just 100 Ghana cedis.
I remember last time you asked me what is my Fabu number.
Fabu number. And you fumbled. So that's for those coming from Kumasi. We've also, encouraged those in and around Accra here to troop to the stadium in their numbers.
You see, we have many thousands of supporters here.
We have 8 million supporters.
We have thousands of supporters here. It's millions of supporters.
It's not 10 million.
It's jumped to 10 million. for your information.
So we have millions of supporters here in Accra, and we have just asked them to come. This is the time we need to show that love for Asante Kotoko, and trust me, the supporters will be there to fill every space in the Accra Sports Stadium on Sunday.
Lawyer, talk to me. What is the target of the club in this continental competition?
Well, we want to clear the hurdles one after the other. So if you ask me the target, for now the target is Kwara. Eliminate Kwara.
Knock at Kwara first.
Yes, that's it. Okay. We can't be thinking about what is ahead of us. We have not cleared the first hurdle.
This is a strategy for Coach Zito, because the number of times I've had engagements with you, tell me, Mufta, the most important thing is what is before me.
Yes, that's the most important thing.
But ultimately, you will have a bigger goal. Maybe we want to clear this hurdle. When we clear this hurdle, we want to get to the money zone. There should be something that the club is looking forward to. And management has been discussing among yourselves. These are the things we want to achieve.
Well, you see, the actual competition begins from the group stage.
Okay.
So let's get there. Look at the teams involved. Look at our performance in the first two matches, and then we'll come out. But for now, we are guided by the terrible experiences we've had at the hands of some of these less known clubs.
I was just about to go there.
So we don't want to make any mistake.
Like a history, what history has taught the club in terms of guiding you into matches like this?
Yes, as I have just indicated.
Diogo, Cara Brazzaville,
Bejaya.
In Yulma, in Yulma, there was Bejaya.
And then this Liberian club.
Liberia, BYC.
BYC, yes.
Yeah, BYC, Barak Young something. Yeah, I remember. In fact, even that game, I was at the stadium.
Barak Young contract.
Yeah, I was at the stadium.
And these were clubs that were described as less fancied. They were not known in African football, but they caused havoc. So we are very mindful of that. So we are taking the matches one after the other. So for now, the focus is on clear Kara, and then we look ahead.
But as I asked earlier, the previous experiences, what has it taught you?
Yes, that you can't take some of these less known clubs for granted. Look at Nigeria and the clubs in their league. So for a team like Kwara to have emerged out of the lot, to pick the only ticket to represent them in the Confederations Cup, must tell you that some huge investment might have been done in the club. So we can't take them for granted. And it's never happened to us once, 4 times. So we are taking this match seriously.
So will you tell Kotoko supporters to lower their expectations?
Well, it's difficult to control the expectations. Because they know that Kotoko is one of the African giants. From whichever angle you look at it.
Historically?
Yes. Yeah. And I have termed this year a year of revival.
Yeah. Okay.
If you look at the happenings, it should tell you something. When was the last time you beat Chelsea?
At home. At home.
At your own backyard?
15 years. I mean, it was 15 years. I apologize. It took Kotoko 15 years. I forgot to say it took us.
It took us.
It took Kotoko 15 years.
But
and then before the season began, we already have 4 trophies.
Yeah.
In our basket. It should tell you that something is happening in Kotoko.
Okay. Now let me speak to Need, and I'll come back to you. As a communication person, maybe you have some strategies as to how you want to keep fans engaged going into this competition. But Nia, you talk to me. The 12th man is always critical in games like this. You've spoken about the fact that the club is doing all it can to get the supporters behind the team to be able to succeed. I have the question about lowering expectations. From the fanatic perspective, what are you telling your members? What are the discussions that you are having? Because you come there, 17 minutes, Kotoko is yet to score, and then fans begin to flare up.
I kept telling our supporters to come to the stadium with the Kumapim spirit. Until the end of the game, it is not over yet. If we are able to have that spirit in the stands, we should be able to overcome our Nigerian counterparts. And by so doing, I mean, management has done so well. As at this morning, we have already released tickets. I mean, we have tickets.
I did your LPM on radio.
Yeah. So if you come to the front desk of Joy FM, you have tickets to buy. 50 cedis, 70 Ghana, 100 and 150 cedis. To go to Dr. Scarcity at Circle, you are going to have your ticket. To go to Black Off Motors at Abosoka, you are going to have your ticket. Then also, if you are home and you would like to have your ticket online, just dial *365*1935#, and you are good to go. You have no reason to stay at home on Sunday. Kotoko supporters are always, for us, we are result-oriented supporters, and we expect nothing but good performance and good results. And should they be the backbone of the club on Sunday, trust Asante Kotoko to deliver. So they should come to be the number 12 on the field of play, and we'll get a convincing win before going back to the return leg in Nigeria.
Lawyer, I was asking a question about the strategy as a communications director you're putting in place to ensure that fans are properly engaged in this continental competition.
Well, you can't forget about the traditional way. as you are doing.
Okay.
But in this technological age, one would expect that our social media channels will be actively involved in the engagement process. And with the introduction of the Fabu sensors, we are also sending messages through the Fabu sensors at regular intervals.
Yeah.
And some of us are on the various Kotoko platforms.
I still doing the occupy your seat. While fans,
the virtual seat challenge. It's still there.
Okay.
And so we are on several platforms of supporters trying to answer most of their questions. But the questions are coming here and there at every second.
I noticed the sports minister paid the team a visit.
Yes. Just.
What did he tell you people?
Well, as a way of motivation, he came with his technical advisor and other members to ensure that the boys at least will know that the nation as a whole is solidly behind them. But this is a continental assignment. So we are representing Ghana. So he came to give them his word of encouragement and assurance. Of course, we are motivated with a package, but I will not disclose it. I will not disclose it to you.
You are more interested in that.
I want to get there.
It was a gift. We don't want the GRO people to be chasing.
No, because every gift, there's a threshold.
Yes.
If it goes about that threshold, then you have to give us something.
Yes, we all mention it.
So should I invite the Ghana Revenue Authority to pay you?
Well, in the next 20 minutes, I'll be out of this.
No, let's just wrap up the conversation pretty quick. From the playing body, right? Or like, when you speak to them, what sense do you get? Do they consider this a major assignment, and this is something they want to make history for themselves?
Yes, the biggest motivation is the fact that they have gotten the opportunity to play for the greatest club in Ghana and one of the best in Africa. That is their biggest motivation. And today I was happy when the captain said that, Honorable Minister, your presence here is enough motivation for us. They know that this is a national assignment and they can't afford to disappoint Ghanaians come Sunday. And as management, if I tell you the benefits that goes into taking care of these players, you'll be surprised.
I have an idea.
I don't think you have ever heard of, in recent years, the last time a Kotoko player complained that we have not received either their salaries or
winning
bonus. My brother, everything goes, even before the time is due. Look at the accommodation that has been provided for them and the sort of meals that we provide. We have legends around them.
Yeah, I saw him Pokunti.
Pokunti has been with them. Kusiapia is there. Coach Zito himself is a legend of the club.
Yeah, I know. I'm very much aware of
Toba is there.
All the names they're all my friends.
So they can't afford to disappoint.
Yeah. What would you consider a success for Kotoko in this year's CAF Confederation Cup?
Well, I believe that we will have to get to the proper
the group stage
competition.
Yes. That will be success.
Yeah, of course. If you're able to get to the group stage, then that's where you meet the men.
At this point.
And that's where we believe that we
belong.
belong.
Yeah. I mean, in fact, you have an experienced coach who took Dreams FC to the semi-final of the CAF Confederation Cup. The first time that we saw that since 2004, if my memory is right. But Neil also talked to me. What would you consider a success for Kotoko?
I totally agree with him. Getting to the group stage of the competition should be a success for Asante Kotoko. You know, this squad, I mean, let me say, I wouldn't say it's a young squad because we'll be able to maintain about 90% of the squad we used for last season. So coming into the new season, I mean, with this quality additions, we should be able to get to the group stage of the competition. And should we get there, I will consider that as a great success for Asante Kotoko.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm extremely grateful.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you for coming.
So your team, our team.
We are our team. When we go off, we'll talk about that. So let's just turn our attention now to bring you some of the fixtures of matches that will be happening in the Ghana Premier League this weekend. And these are some of the matches. In fact, one game already gone. Mediama SC won 4-0 against Vision FC. And Hohoe United, they come up against Young Apostle. Tachima 11 Wonders, who play Hearts of Lions. Kumasi Asante Kotoko. Their game against the Vienna Gold Stars has been postponed. Gold Stars will be in action against JS Kabili at the Accra Sports Stadium on Saturday. Swedo All Blacks, returning to the Ghana Premier League for the first time in 16 years, will be at home against Brighton Chelsea. Ediana Stars will come against Nations FC. Bechem United will play Basaka Holy Stars. Samatex, winners of the Ghana Premier League about 2 seasons ago, will come up against Kerala United. And Dreams FC will also host Hearts of Oak. And this is how we wrap up Prime Sports here with me, Muftaro Nabila Abla. Head on to myjoyonline.com and read some more sports stories. We appreciate your company.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, Mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again? Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late?
Of course.
Be the luckiest, go be from Georgia, be luckiest. From not the block, she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter why you're lucky, everybody go be that luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Say ya, God, the boom. If you're poor, what's that? So would the coming of the son of man be. Hey! Is that his car?
Everywhere.
Dial *712#. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Rites platform.
Hey, Charlie, what number? The malaria really knocked you down, eh?
Hey, Charlie, no joke. Fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu.
You and your fufu. But I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment.
Yes, I did. And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
When malaria strikes, take Malatu, containing artemether and lumefantrine. Comes in tablets and suspension for effective treatment of malaria.
Great to have you back.
Thank you. No problem.
Malatu is suitable for adults and children. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
In Ghana, West Africa, the mornings are somewhat, if not for the perfect companion. What a good day to start. It's always smiles knowing we are together.
Ooh, what a feeling. With Nasco, you're there for family. If you not be you, then who go there? Who got Nasco?
Work is always effective with Nasco Home Appliances. No wahala if the sun is up. We're there for your appetite. Never a dull moment to go for something chilled. Classic home appliance for the fisher folks.
Everywhere you dare, Nasco.
Good vibes only while you wait. The feeling hits very deep.
Feeling the vibe, come on, shake your body.
And Nijepa, I want Nasco Fie. Nasco, bring home happy.
Mama, amigo, ubuase.
Lubna wom.
What's it this? In Lubina Womangasa, Numanyanse, on Toma Nipa, when you fear doing watching, and Sasa Pin Fono, FDA, at Tridian Cratui at.
AI is transforming the world, and Africa is ready to harness its power. On September 23rd to 24th, 2025, Ghana will host the first ever Pan-African AI Summit, bringing together top minds to shape the future. The summit is uniquely positioned to catalyze AI-powered solutions for Africa's most pressing challenges. We aim to foster an ecosystem of innovation and collaboration to drive growth and increase productivity. The summit will champion policies and partnerships that prioritize marginalized communities and promote inclusive development. We believe Africa's digital transformation is key to unlocking the continent's vast potential. This summit will bridge the digital divide, empowering organizations to harness emerging technologies for sustainable development. Join us as experts, policymakers, and innovators explore AI's transformative potential through thought-provoking discussions and collaborations. Don't miss out. Register now at www.panafricanAIsummit.com and be part of Africa's AI revolution.
Every dress.
Hey! It's new, Leo. When it's quality, it always looks new. Every dress be new wailing with Printex.
Avoid gossip. Refrain from speaking ill of others or spreading unverified information. This can damage reputations and undermine trust.
Good Conduct, Great Life is brought to you by
Indomie.
Tastes great.
Kivo 4-in-1 Gary Mix. It gets everything inside. Champion taste.
Hello there, I'm excited to come your way with another episode of PM Personality Profile. Today we get to sit with a trailblazer, a man who loves Africa, a man who loves industrialization, a man who loves to play a lot in the boardrooms. You know him, Professor Douglas Batti, former PPA board chair, Public Procurement Authority, an immediate past board chair for MIF, Minerals, Income and Investment Fund. This man loves the unborn African child. This man loves everything women empowerment, a very kind and generous man who will help any woman who needs that help. Today I'm excited because we want to get to know him beyond his books that he's written, words of wisdom that he's been sharing, and why he loves to be kind to people, especially young women. Come with me because I am also excited. Hello there, I'm excited to come your way today, and tonight we sit with a trailblazer. Listen, you may have read about him, or you may have received or seen one of his words of wisdom maybe in the morning, and yet there's so much to know about him. And so today we get to learn and understand who Professor Douglas Boating is. Not just a trailblazer, but Africa's first ever Professor Extraordinaire for supply chain, governance, industrialization. So much you have to read about this man. A little over 90 publications to his credits. You cannot just finish reading some of his publications. But a little while ago, he was the board chair for Public Procurement Authority, and until recently as well, for Minerals Investment Income Fund. And today, we want to know where he was born, what's his favorite food like, when he's not writing words of wisdom, or when he's not writing a book or something, what really he would be up to. I can give you a tall list of his achievements, but the man is here himself, so we'll get to hear everything from him. So take a seat. If you need to drink some water, grab a cup of water, sit down and enjoy today's episode on Personality Profile. Prof, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon or evening to your viewers. Thank you.
Thank you. You have achieved so much globally, but I'm quite curious about what has inspired your journey so far up until today you seated in this chair.
Okay. First of all, what has inspired me? One, my mother, who obviously instilled in me humility, and also not to just think about myself, think about the wider community. In life, we are all servants to each other. And I believe that if you serve for the public good, you get your rewards.
Is your mother still alive?
She's still alive, and she just had her 85th birthday.
Ah.
She's the only person, as a child, I never fought with. Because she understood me and really knew where my strengths were. Mm. So for me, up until this day, is when my mother speaks, I listen.
I see.
Yes.
When you were board chair for these two, I know you're board chair, you're also a member of other boards, but these two, whilst you were honored, did anything strike you that as a board chair you may be taking decisions that will impact many, many lives?
Oh yes, I took up the position as board chair, but I also chaired Labadi Beach Hotel, which is now the most admired in the sub-region. When I was chairing these boards, for me what drives me is not tomorrow. It's next week, the week after, 5-10 years. That is what drives me. I'm not a short-termist. I believe in long term. And for me, the reason why I believe in long term is somebody did it for me. Kwame Nkrumah, what he did, I'm benefiting from it now. And I see it as my duty to also help to build for the next generation to come. I've always been passionate about women empowerment and also the unborn African child.
Right.
For me, that is what drives me now.
Are you an only child?
No.
How many are you?
I have 4, and then 2 from another my stepbrothers, yes.
Okay.
Actually 3. So we are 7 in total.
Okay.
Yes.
And where were you born?
I was born in the UK, but I was brought back to Ghana, and I schooled at University Primary, and then to Opokwari, and then I went back to the UK.
Ah.
Yes.
But when you were, at what age did you come to Ghana?
Oh, when I was very young.
When you were very young.
Yes. So I'm a KSI through and through.
Do you remember your days at University Primary?
Oh yes, I still have friends there. We've all grown up together, and it was fun. The school system has changed a bit, but during my time, it was very serious. We had our own inhibitions, but also they inspired us to try and do what is best for society. Yeah.
Did you, from where you are, did you envisage where you would be today? And if yes, at what age?
I really, let me give you some background. As a child, I wasn't very serious. I did not really know what I wanted to be. In spite of a lot of encouragement from my mother and also my dad, bless his soul. It was when I went back to the UK, and thanks to Queen Elizabeth, obviously giving me the opportunity, I discovered myself as to what I really want to do. And I got that through the fact that I could not really do all these menial jobs. So I started to question myself. One day I wanted to be a seaman, one wanted to be a doctor. I wasn't really sure. And then I'm soul searching, and it was when one day my mother visited me and told me that, you know, what is it that you want to achieve? Then I started to think. And my calling, I realized that was to make a difference to the wider community and not myself. I mean, I'm one of the few that did social sciences.
Okay.
And at a master's level, I did engineering.
That's a wide switch.
Yes, which is very unusual, and because of the way my mind works. And people like us, we are called nerds or polymathians because we're able to switch. You know, I did the examinations for a master's in manufacturing systems, and then I got in, and I did my master's, and I did my doctorate in engineering. It's very, very unusual, but I was able to achieve a lot of my colleagues things. I did economics. No,
you didn't.
My doctorate is in engineering. Yes.
I see.
I'm an industrial engineer.
Yeah, this explains the titles that you hold, especially in supply chain, governance, industrialization. But take me back to your parents, your mother, your father. I mean, in Ghana, if you have a friend who at a very young age traveled outside of the country, would describe you as quite privileged. Would you describe yourself as a privileged child?
I wouldn't say privileged. I would say I was lucky. I had a very caring father and mother who, especially my dad, education is the key. He really pushed all of us. So if you see my family are all highly qualified, and they instilled in us that the key to economic emancipation was through knowledge. I'm lucky to have such parents. There are some kids that are privileged, but they go haywire. My parents were strict, and especially my mother, who obviously when he tells me to sit down to this day at my age, I will sit.
You do?
Yes.
How does that make you feel? Because now you surely are telling maybe your children to sit, and then your mother still gets you to sit or stand up. How does that feel?
It's respect, and I appreciate what she's done for me. You know, so I always remember. I can tell you now, the socks I've got on today, if she was here, I wouldn't be wearing the socks.
What color would you be wearing?
Black.
A woman who likes to keep it simple and straightforward.
Exactly. Yes.
Yes. Let's go back to your university primary days. Do you recall your favorite subjects when you were in school?
My favorite subject was math.
At all level or at that very primary level?
At that very primary level, and also history. You know, I also was into art.
Okay.
Yes, I collect paintings. If you see, and I commission. For example, this one, I commissioned it in 2001. And there's a meaning behind this. This was commissioned in 2001. There's a meaning behind this.
What does it mean?
We are pulling each other
up.
Up. That is what Africans, we have to do. I'm not apologetic about my Pan-Africanism. We are one people, and we need to be able to help each other. That is why I do this in 2001. This is 24 years old.
Wow.
Yes. And so in 2001, I was thinking about what I wanted to do as a person. For me, it's not about somebody, you know, let me say this. When we say this, when somebody tells, Prof, I want to be like you, I said, no. I want you to be better than me.
Yeah.
Because that is how society will grow. If you want to be like me, then you failed. Be better than me. And that's what drives me. And so far, it's been very good. I've managed to uplift a lot of people that are going to be better than me. That is how we grow.
That's good to know.
Yes.
When you got to Opokuwari, was that your choice, or how did you eventually have your secondary level there?
I think that was chosen by my dad.
Okay, did he tell you why?
It's either Opokuwari or Prempe.
Why?
Yeah.
Are you from the Ashanti region?
I'm from the Ashanti region. My mother is from Bawku, Doti in particular, which is part of, Bawku is the airport area.
Okay.
That is where we are from. But apparently for some historical reasons, we moved to Nkari.
Okay.
Yes, so we identify ourselves as being from Nkari and Bawku.
Okay.
When we transition, sometimes we are buried in Bawku, sometimes we are buried in Nkari.
Okay.
Yes, and my dad is from Asokore, Nana P.K. Boating. Very witty, very futuristic person, and what I would call humane in terms of his values in life, always trying to help people. My mom is more of the serious side. Focus, focus, focus. Yes.
But are you the first child, second?
No, I'm the third one.
You're the third.
My elder brother is Ambassador Edward Boating.
Okay.
He used to be the Ghana's ambassador to China, and he was the person that brought CNN to Africa.
Wow.
Yes, and the SABC that you watch now, it was one of his ideas, and even ETV. And he also has done a lot for me, because in London, it was him that inspired me to go to South Africa, which unleashed my Pan-Africanism, because during those days in London, I used to, obviously, the apartheid days, demonstrating, and that's obviously that horrible regime trying to get a change. And it was him, when the choice came to either move to the US or to come to Africa. And then I went with him to South Africa, and from there was no limit in the sky.
I'll take you back to Opokowari.
Yeah.
How was school like for you? Did you engage in any sports? How was school for a secondary school?
Yes.
I mean, you hear stories of how persons were. I hope you didn't jump wall at any point in time in secondary school. If you did, I'd love to hear it.
No, I used to play football, and in fact, my name was called Dr. Binjo.
That was your nickname.
Yes, and Dr. Binjo was, those days, it was a balsam, Dr. Binjo's balsam.
Okay.
So they call me Dr. Binjo, and I used to play football a lot. Yes, yes, I was quite active.
Did you think that your football career you were going to push it, or it was just for pleasure and fun in school?
It was for pleasure and fun, because my dad, especially, was so keen on education that football wasn't one of them. Football said, no, you have to educate yourself, because education is the key. Knowledge is power. So it was just for fun.
What informed the decision to go to the UK after your secondary level?
My mom. Thought that obviously going to the UK might also get the best out of Douglas.
Okay. And
she wanted me to also explore other options. Because, at that time, people were not sure, who is this guy? Sometimes I could become very lonely, keep to myself. Sometimes also, that's who I am. Thinking. I was always thinking about the future. I was always, trying to find solutions. I'm a fan of, I protect trees. Okay. If you cut down a tree, I get mad. My mom, I think, believed that in the UK I'll be able to find myself. That's why she really sent. That's why I have a lot of time for my mother to this day.
Okay.
Because she really unleashed something within me, and society is benefiting. Not just Africa, the entire globe is benefiting from what my mom, the risk she took with me to send me there on my own.
What's your mother's name?
Martha Boating.
Martha Boating.
Yes.
Because we've heard mom's name in the last 15 minutes. Mom. Yes. It was really right that we hear her name. And when you got to the UK, how was life for you? You went to school. Did you do the typical Ghanaian young man life? Go to school, work a bit. What was it like for you?
I go to school, work a bit, but I still wasn't sure. And funny enough, I got scholarships. Because every exam that I sat, I passed.
Did you learn enough, or you were that particular student that will not learn, chit-chat with your colleagues, but when they take exams, they pass?
Yes.
That was you?
Yes. When sometimes I get serious, that's why I said I made a transition from social sciences.
That's wide, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
to manufacturing systems at the master's level.
That's a very wide one, because usually you take your master's in a course that you already have the basics for.
Yes.
That's interesting. And the UK, did you love it in the UK?
It's an interesting place. You learn a lot, and it also helps you to identify who you are. For me, I was sometimes also very rebellious to the racism. You know, so I spoke my mind at times, which got me into trouble. But what really drove me was the apartheid and the demonstrations. That really got me to think that, but we are one people globally, just the skin. We go to school with all these people, so why are we treated inferior? And that really got me to think. So when my brother, Ambassador Edward Boating, said, let's go to South Africa, and I went and I saw the place, it inspired me more. And my Pan-Africanist, you know...
Also was unleashed.
Unleashed, yes.
In the UK, you'd say that you do your work, you take your... Well, we move from the UK, now you're in South Africa. I'm looking for that one life-changing story that pushed you to unleash that Pan-Africanism in you in South Africa. Did you experience any level of the apartheid era, the racism era in South Africa, or you just read about it, or you just saw it? How did you come very close to it?
You know, my experiences started the Black Like Me in the UK. And then I realized that even when you are driving, you get stopped by the police. You go to shops, the way they will look at you. And when you are as dark as me, you know, you are stereotyped. That really drove me to think, but who are we? Over 1 billion people. But the respect for us, it's not there. That drove me to think, but we can change that narrative by proving to the world that we are also capable. That was a turning point. You know, again, I was lucky. I met a gentleman by the name, I was going to be an academic.
Okay.
When the thing within me was unleashed. Oxford, Cambridge, you name it, all the top schools, he said, you can come and do your doctorate. Then I met a gentleman from Puerto Rico called Raul Mendes. And he said, look, there's something within you, but I don't know what it is. So I'm going to take you under my wing, and basically I would fund for you to do your degrees, and also by help to transform the industry that I'm in, the pharmaceutical industry.
I see.
So he brought me into the company, and I was working, and at the same time doing my studies.
Okay.
It wasn't easy. And during that period, I realized that I am more than capable. You know, what I started off at MEC in the UK is called MSD, helped to transform the global pharmaceutical industry. My research, I was the first to graduate doing a Doctor of Engineering in the pharmaceutical sector.
That's big.
And that was thanks to Raul Mendes. Now, once I did that, I was asked to, at my age, joined us in the early 20s, I was part of a team that was controlling over $500 million supply chain.
In the pharmaceutical industry?
In the global pharmaceutical industry. It was my time that a product called finasteride was introduced. Finasteride is for prostate enlargement.
Okay.
We were the first company. It was my time when I was asked to reconfigure supply chains. There's a product called Mectizan. This is for river blindness.
Okay.
Which we did and was also introduced further into Africa. It was my time that a product called Propecia for male pattern baldness was introduced. You know, so Raul gave me the opportunity to really know what I can do. I'm an industrial engineer. And the processes that as part of a team we put together helped to save the company during those days, 91, 92, 93, 94, billions of dollars. And I was part of that team. This resulted in me becoming one of the youngest ever black like me to be admitted into the Institute of Directors in the UK because of those achievements. And I thank Raul Mendes for doing that. So for me, it's become part of my nature. Let me also help others.
Where is he now? Where is Raul
Mendes?
Mendes?
I think he's gone.
Oh.
He's gone.
Oh.
Yes.
By this time, was your mother understanding all the things that you were achieving? By this time, did she see that her wishes and what she envisaged for you, you were now on the journey?
Oh, yes. She did. And she's still proud of me, you know, in terms of what I've managed to achieve. You know, she was seeing it because she saw the transformation when I started to really unleash what was within me. And you know, I don't want to mention some names, but there are so many of us in Ghana, but sadly, they don't know what to do with us.
Why did you say that?
You know, the honest truth is a lot of the people that end up drinking and you know, losing their ways, they have my brain. But we get bored very, very quickly. And if you don't focus us, we get lost in the system.
Well, thanks to your mother. But beyond that, you sound to me as a man who was quite also intentional. You were able to navigate your way back every time you saw that you were being unserious, and you were able to take on challenges that have shaped your life till now, correct?
Yes.
Which means that others are not very lucky either to have a mother like yours or come from
a father.
family or a father like yours. By the way, what work was your mother doing?
My
what was her
mom went to
profession?
school. It's called New Oxford International. She was a fashion designer and went into school. The school started in 1976.
Oh, wow.
And my brother, Ambassador Edward, helped to market the school. The school today has looked after so many.
It's located where? In Accra here in Kumasi.
Yes.
Okay. And your father, what was his profession?
He was a forester. And she joined my mom at the school. My dad from Ascore, Nanabu PK Boating, joined my mom at the school, you know, to help to build the school.
And what point did you come back to Ghana fully from South Africa?
I'm still based in South Africa and here.
Okay.
Now, how did I end up in Ghana? In 2015, I think it was 2015.
So I wanted to know the time you took a stand to come to Ghana, but you have just been telling us that you're based both in South Africa and in Ghana as well. Why? Why have you decided to be based in the two?
I see myself as a Pan-Africanist, an African first, and I have the right to live wherever I want to live on the continent. A lot of people see themselves as Ghanaians, South African, Nigeria first. I see myself as an African because for me, there's no ocean separating us. If you look at the Maasai, they can walk from Tanzania to Addis Ababa. They don't have any borders. These artificial borders is not helping us. We are one people. So I chose to live in South Africa. South Africa, I'm called the son of the soil because I've delivered. I've done my part for society. A lot of what I would call my foot soldiers, they've got their masters and their doctorates. Over 400 of them just around, you know, also applying their skills. Hopefully all of them will be better than me. I chose to come to Ghana and it was based on a discussion I had with ex-president Nana Akufo-Addo.
Okay.
When he met me, he told me that, you know, Ghana is still your home, no matter what. So if you have something to contribute, yes, you see yourself as a Pan-Africanist, you also need to help your own country. When he said that to me, it struck a chord. And I decided that, okay, let me come. And he also gave me the opportunity, which I will never forget. Because of my background, he said, I'm going to put you at the Public Procurement Authority to help. It wasn't about the money, no. Because public service is a national duty. And I used to pay myself to come to meetings. The hotels, everything I did it myself. It wasn't government, because I know the constraints. That opened my eyes to the challenges that as a continent we face. And it gave me another opportunity again to chair the Minerals Income and Investment Fund. The Minerals Income and Investment Fund is not for today. For me, it's for 50 years. I will not see some of the benefits, but it doesn't mean that I should not do whatever I can. The investments that we undertook, for example, in salt, in lithium, in gold, it's not for tomorrow. It is for 10, 15, 20 years. And sometimes people don't understand why I encouraged, as a supervisory chairman, some investments. The salt that we have here has 15,000 uses. And the aim, that the reason why we invested in that salt is to try and create the feedstock to build a chemical complex, like a hub for Ghana. We have some of the most purified salt in the world. And the dream, not for me, but for the unborn African child, is to create a chemical hub like Singapore using our salt.
Did you face any pushbacks? You know, because for such fund or for such decision, it's a near political position.
Yes.
They call it public service.
Yes.
But did you face any pushbacks in most of the decisions you had to take as a board chair for both the BPA and then the Minerals Income and Investment Fund?
Oh, there were challenges, but if you know what you are about, you are able to convince the collective. Me as a chairperson, I do not believe in making unilateral decisions. It has to be a consensus. And it's worked for me so far. Every decision that any institution that I chair, we debate, we agree to disagree, but if it's in the common interest of Ghana, not a political party, then we go for it. There's a difference. I work for Ghana. If things work for Ghana, it benefits a political party, I'm happy.
Okay.
I'm not going to work for a political party to not satisfy the African child, to benefit the political party and not the nation.
Which one do you enjoy most? The Public Procurement Authority, the Minerals Income and Investments Fund, and even the Labadi Beach Hotel. Which one of the boards did you enjoy personally?
You know, I enjoyed both Labadi and the Minerals Income and Investment Fund. There's a reason for that.
Okay.
Last week, I was at Labadi, and it's still close to my heart. And when I go and I see the changes that I managed to supervise, and the people I walk around, and even the staff workers, the way they receive me, I know I've done my job. Myth. The current CEO, they are doing their bit. They are trying very hard. It's not easy because of the challenges that they face. But for me, I just want to sit back and one day realize that I was part of this. I want to see beneficiation of gold locally. I want to see the beneficiation of lithium into batteries locally. I want to see a chemical hub similar to Singapore in Adan
Right.
I want to see less women on the street carrying children on their back, selling bottled water. I want to see that we don't plan based on elections every 4 years. I want to see that we plan 14, 15 years ahead, because the election cycles is not helping us. We need to think beyond every 4 or 5 years. And if I have a role to play in that, I'm going to do it. Because I do not believe that you do things for political party. People come and go. Power comes today, tomorrow you are powerless. But Ghana will still be here. Oh my, oh my. So you have to do your bit. Yes.
On that, on my own mind, so you have to do your bit. To go for a quick break. When we come back, it has just brought to the fore why he founded My Future, Your Future, Our Future, MYO Global. I hope that you want to stay and listen carefully why he started that. And Professor has just been very kind to some of the people that we've told stories on, especially on the JoyNews channel. You may have seen the traffic classroom story, a young lady who happened to be selling water, hawking water in traffic around American House, and had her child as well doing his classwork. On the shoulders of the streets, Professor was one who was quite kind to this young woman who has just started her small business in the corner, taking that woman and both the child as well from the streets. So stay with us and we'll get to know. But when we come back, does he have kids? How many kids does he have? What's his favorite food? Does he play any sports at this age? Stay with us, we'll be back.
Uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, Mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again? Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late?
Of course.
Everyone to hush, everyone to hush. You go be the luckiest, go be from your be luckiest, from not the cause she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter why you're luckiest, everybody go be that luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Send your God up, boom! If you're poor, what's that? So would the coming of the son of man be.
Hey!
Is that his car?
Dial star 712#. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Rites platform.
So, Charlie, the deal there, I almost get her.
Syntax pipe, as tough as it can get.
You're so sorry with your back, sorry. Oh, what are you?
Use the film. What the cat never won.
We can catch him. Hey! Now, I'm by.
Utina and Kapai and Cabo.
Hey, madam, bye, menu.
A syntax pipe. Metono, Omukacham send a warden pa. Say a fee, say a foam. The other pipe we be a gum.
Syntax pipe.
Why, Eliki?
Come, madam. From today, Sintex pipe in my pipe. No 2 ways.
Winneba, pipe ben abe use.
Sintex pipe.
Sintex pipe.
In carry water. No wahala.
The Infantopim Old Boys Association MOBA presents the 10th edition of the MOBA Annual Engagement Series. Theme, Nananum Mutaipa, 149 years of sustaining legacy, building excellence. The date is on Thursday, the 25th of September 2025. The venue is the Ecobank Head Office Auditorium at Rage in Accra. The time is 4:30 p.m. Panelists include David Atuashon, MOBA 75, Bernard Charles Aqua, MOBA 85, Professor Lord Mensah, MOBA 95, and Augustine Owuswansa, MOBA 2005. The moderator is Emmanuel Johnny Kwame, MOBA 85. This event is sponsored by Ecobank Ghana Limited. Media partners, Joy FM, JoyNews, Asase Radio and Graphic Communications Group Limited. For further information, call 050-318-6258 or 020-460-9980. Kwaboche, Jin Shekan.
His uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again? Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late?
Of course.
Be the luckiest, go be from Georgia, be luckiest. From not the block, she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter what you're luckiest, everybody go be the luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Send your God down for boom. If you're poor, what's that? So would the coming of the son of man be?
Hey!
Is that his car?
Everywhere.
Dial *712#. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
Get ready for a night of worship and celebration this September 21st, 2025. All roads lead to the National Theatre for Bernard Mankwa's celebration of His Grace concert under the theme Thou Art Loosed, featuring an all-star lineup of anointed ministers Reverend Thomas Yawson, Dave the Music Box, Gina Bankram, Roderick Ejekum, La Famille, Empraise, and Presence Band. It's more than an encounter. Experience the freedom we adore as chains are broken and hearts are set free. And the best part, admission is absolutely free. With gratitude to our proud sponsors InnoLink, Reroy, New Professionals, Innovate, Specialize, Fomi Ghana, and Controlite. Time is 6 p.m. sharp. Media partners Joy FM, Adum FM, Asempa FM, Hits FM, Adum TV, Joy Prime, My Joy Online. Call 0554-074-766. Mark your calendars for September 21st and come prepared to worship and celebrate. See you there.
Welcome back to the show. We've been sitting down with Professor Douglas Boating, and I'm sure that a lot of things are coming into better perspective as you've been listening into the conversation. Prof, I have a sense, or I think I'd like to know why you started MYO Global, but tell me, and what's the long-term plan with it? And while you're at it, I also want to know why you started Nyansa Kasa. That's how you call it.
Yes.
What's the long-term goal with it?
Okay. MYO I started, MYO means My Future, Your Future, Our Future Foundation. Why did I start it? I basically realized that, the youth, they have to be inspired in some way or form. And when you see in the office, they are all under 30 in the office. I realized that if I'm able to create a platform that the youth can obviously relate to, then it will make a difference. What do? We look for projects that will inspire change, that will inspire not just communities but an individual to be able to go and inspire change in his or her community. A couple of projects have been funded. For us, it's not about the money per se, it's about the impact of whatever contribution you are making. Some people use money. I believe you can use also knowledge to transform lives. Some of the projects I used to supply sanitary pads to some adopted schools at my own cost, and then afterwards I got some partners to support. I've donated to disabled, and then more recently when I saw on TV your good program, it touched me. It said, no, one day this young man could be a medical doctor at 37 military and I might need help. So why don't I help? As humans, you never know where you end up. And I'm a passionate believer that we all have our turn. It will come. It's just that we are impatient. So let me help this boy's mother. Because if I'm able to help to transform the boy's life, it also help the mother. The mother will also go and help a community. A lot of my books that I've written, I donate. Because when people get knowledge, they can go and inspire change.
Right.
Within themselves and also within communities and even in businesses. I'm lucky that I'm able to get quite a few companies, especially in South Africa, that have obviously helped. Nyansakasa started during the COVID time. I was supposed to get on a flight back to Johannesburg. The day that I was supposed to leave, Kotoko got shut. So I got stuck. And to get my brain obviously taken along, I decided to send messages to my networks that don't give up. There's quite a few of you that are also facing the same predicament. And then I realized that, it was resonating with my people. So I decided to continue. And when I stopped, it comes out around between 5 and 5:30 every morning.
Okay.
And when I stopped, people were asking for just a couple of days, so I decided to continue. And for the last 5 years, every single day, it goes out.
That's impressive.
I get responses as far as Brazil. Arguably, apparently 1 million people, readers, have it every morning. So that is how Nyansakasa started.
Interesting.
Yes.
Interesting. Do you have family?
I have family. My wife and 2 daughters. One is a medical doctor and one is a lawyer. Both outside. One is in Ireland, one is in the UK. But I'll give you a story about my daughter. As people of color, we are not very good at swimming. I used to go with my daughter to swimming at school in South Africa, Every day you go, she will be swimming, trying very hard. But she always finished last. So I even stopped going. And then one day, she came home. Dad, I came second. Wow. So I started to dance. Wow, what a transformation. And then I could hear in the background, Dad, second from last. I nearly stopped dancing. But I said, no. She has improved.
Okay.
Slow progress is better than
no progress.
You know, the action that I took that day, it also unleashed something in my daughter, her confidence level. She's one of the few non-South Africans to be featured in the Star newspaper among the best for metric exams.
Congratulations to her and yourself.
She went to one of the top schools in the world, medical schools in the world, University of Cape Town, to finish her medicine.
That's a proud father moment here.
Yes.
How many times do you feel proud of her?
Oh, anytime I look at her, I call her Gogo, my mother.
Okay.
I laugh. Just that little inspirational thing I did, second from last, slow progress. So for me, I've not given up on Africa. The best is ahead of us.
You have received a lot of awards. Listen, if you entered Prof's office, right from the reception all the way to his private office, loads of citations, lots of awards. We really had to display a few.
Yeah.
Which one of the awards means a lot to you?
The one that means a lot to me is the Ghana Institute of Engineers Award. Because through that, I've even initiated an annual lecture series, which is called the Ghana Institute of Engineers Professor Batti Annual Lectures, which comes out every year. I deliver the first lecture, and hopefully this year we are going to have another lecture. And the reason why we collaborated is I want to get the best out of our people when it comes to engineering, and also want to use that to inspire the youth and especially women to go into engineering. I have already started an award scheme at UMAT where I'm an adjunct professor. I started last year and it's going to be continuous. I see myself as a servant of the unborn African child, and whatever I have to do to inspire the generation that is coming after me and after me to really contribute years to society, I'm going to do that. And that is what drives me now.
20 years from now, what would Professor Douglas Batti would be remembered for 20 years from now?
In 20 years from now, I will be remembered for serving the nation, for serving Africa, for helping with the African continental free trade area, which is a passionate thing of mine, because I believe that we've got everything, yet we are poor. Why am I supporting the African free trade continental area initiative? Is because Africa is not poor. Yes, there is poverty. But if we are able to import over 600 million worth of underwear, then there's something wrong with us. Why do I use underwear? And my claim to fame in South Africa was the fact that I studied, especially women's underwear, because women spend a lot on underwear.
Let's take a trip back to why you chose. How did you know that women spend a lot on underwear?
I went to the shops and I saw the prices of the underwear.
But you could have gone to the supermarket or anything. Why? What attracted you to the women's underwear shop?
Because of industrialization. Why are we spending so much?
Right.
And you know, when I went to the shops and I started to look, and I said, on average, women has about 10 of these.
That you are the minimum. That's
yes,
very minimum.
Minimum. Yeah? And when I worked out the numbers, I realized that.
So were you doing this math in the store? You went home.
You could go home and you start talking about underwear. Your wife will be in trouble. So I did all in there. One day I saw her standing behind me. I got the fright of my life. Who is this for? I said, it's for you. I'm still paying. But I did all the numbers and I realized that, wow, If we could only produce these underwears in Africa, over 600 million will stay in the continent. Why are we importing all this? Same with socks. You know what happened with socks when the terrorism thing got out of hand? Men, we were supposed to take off our shoes when we got to the airport, security reasons. Men never cared for these socks. There were holes in them. Now, afterwards, you have to wear the right socks because you don't want to take your shoes off.
Security point and
then there's the holes.
Yeah.
The demand for socks shot up, but who benefited? China, India. And I ask myself, we can do this. This is all part of industrialization. Why does Nigeria import over 150 million worth of toothbrushes? Why can't we do it on the continent? After is the key to Agenda 2063. And there are some basic things that we need to find a way of producing locally. Go to the shops. Why are we importing orange juice? Why are we importing pineapple juice? And the worst case of it is a coconut juice. And I ask myself, these are very simple things that we can industrialize on. Value addition. What does it do for us? You add value, you create jobs. GRA will be able to get more money for infrastructure, but we tend to import everything. Going back to the women's underwear. Do you know where yours is produced? Tomorrow, when we are putting one on, assume you wear underwear. That's it. Check. Where is it from?
Right.
Are you supporting the industrialization agenda or not?
I guess this question is not for only me, it's for you as well.
It's for you. Your socks. Where is it from? Your underwear. Where is it from?
By the way, in the search for and the calculations, did you come by one of your favorite female underwear brands? Which one would it be?
I'm not going to tell you because your boyfriend is watching. And it will cost him.
Anyway, Prof, do you have a favorite food?
You know, my favorite food is Dihu.
Dihu is kokonte.
Is it TZ?
TZ?
Yes.
Oh, Lord. Okay.
Why do I like it? Because it's very healthy.
Okay.
Yes, and it's very light.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. But were you getting something to eat in South Africa?
Unfortunately not. Unfortunately not. So when I come here, I really indulge.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yes.
Your second best food will be?
My second best food is fried yams.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And pepper.
And pepper.
Yes.
Do you like it with fish or?
Fish.
Okay.
But these days, you know, the fish, our rivers, you know, these environmental criminals that we need to sentence them to at least 20 years in prison. It's made people think about eating fish, which is rather sad.
Yeah.
Those criminals, they need to be brought to book. They can't hold the whole country to hostage because of gold. You can't drink gold. And if we are not careful, it's just a matter of time that we start importing water.
That's very profound, and I hope that when decision makers are watching, they're not just watching, they're at least listening. Do you like music?
Oh, yes. You know, during my heydays when my kneecaps were all good, I used to be a dancer.
Really?
I love dancing.
Oh.
I love dancing. I used to dance a lot to Off the Wall. You know Off the Wall? Michael Jackson.
Ah.
I used to dance a lot to The Whispers. I used to dance a lot to Kool and the Gang. I used to dance a lot to brass construction. I used to dance to Raphael Cameron. I used to dance to Sister Sledge. I used to dance to all this. And then when I'm relaxing, I like Vivaldi, the Four Seasons. I'm into jazz, Duke Ellington.
Okay.
I'm into, classical.
Okay.
Yes.
You have some
and then
sophisticated, very eclectic taste.
Yes, and then our own traditional, the Dr. KD,
okay,
the Koni Modes, and then the Nyunkro Adwa.
Those are very traditional.
Yes.
Very, very traditional.
See, so I'm a very wide.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, and of course my art. You see, a lot of these things are commissioned. All these were commissioned.
Currently, we have some new crop of musicians, and we're going to play a little game. I came with my card. There are a few things I suspect you'll be guilty of.
Yes.
And there are a few things that you will not be guilty of. So you will have this. I'll ask the question, and if you're guilty, you just say you're guilty. You just show it. And if you're not guilty.
Okay.
Okay. There you go. But there are a new crop of musicians in Ghana.
Yes.
Do you know Shatta Wale?
I know Shatta Wale, but I don't know the music that I don't know the music that well.
Okay.
Shatta Wale is the guy in trouble now, isn't he? Yes.
Yes, he is.
Rather unfortunate.
Yes. I'll fetch you one of his music at least at some point for you to listen to. There's also Stone Boy.
Yes.
Do you know Stone Boy?
I know Stone Boy.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you know Sami?
I know Kamido.
Okay.
And I know this Nigerian one. Davido. And is it Asafi? Saki.
Okay, you're not guilty yet, so put the card down. You're not guilty yet.
I'm not guilty, yes.
So you know Asake.
Yes.
And I see why you like Asake because of your taste.
Yeah.
And then you know Davido.
Yes.
You know Stoneboy here. Do you know Samini?
Yes.
Samini.
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's start with our guilty or not guilty question. So I will read out the question, and if you're guilty, you show me. I have ever hidden my favorite food so nobody else in the house would find it.
Guilty. If it's Diego, yes.
Okay. I have danced in the mirror and thought, I could be on stage.
True.
Of course, because you're not guilty. Perfect. I have snoozed my alarm more than 3 times in one morning.
Guilty.
Okay. I have watched a full series in one weekend. No regrets. Do you watch movies?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You're not guilty. Okay. I have pretended to be on an urgent phone call just to avoid someone. I have said I'm 5 minutes away when I hadn't even left the house. I bought something I didn't need just because it was on sale. Guilty. You're such an honest man. I have Googled myself to see what comes up. You don't? You don't Google yourself?
There's so much being written about me. So I just don't, no.
Okay, I have given a serious speech, but secretly worried about my outfit more than my notes. You're guilty, eh?
The reason why I want people to focus more, sometimes I use it to also promote my African designers.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So you actually pay attention to...
Yes.
Okay.
So sometimes I dress very unusual to prove a point.
Okay. And do you get that? Do you get people getting the point that you want to prove?
Yes. Yeah. For example, last year, at a conference, I wore pink.
They say real men wear pink though.
And the pink socks.
Okay.
And people were saying, but this is for the women. And I was trying to make a point that there should be more women.
Oh, thank you so much.
At the event.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I walked into a meeting, not fully prepared, but improvised like a pro.
That one, I don't do. I'd rather not go. So it's more not guilty.
You're not guilty.
Yes.
Okay.
Especially if it's a board meeting.
Okay.
You have to go prepared.
Considering that you've written so many books
on governance. Yes.
Boardroom governance.
Yes.
The negotiations.
Yes.
So talk about a few of your books.
Yes.
I've given you a polite smile when someone made a point I completely disagreed with.
Yes, that is called you are agreeing to disagree, and you have to be polite. Yes.
So you're guilty of that.
Yes.
Okay. I have ever used networking as an excuse for fun. If you wanted to leave home and it was difficult to leave, what's the excuse you would give?
With my wife, I have to be very careful. So, obviously, I wouldn't say I'm guilty. I'm not guilty of that.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
You know, when you've been together for over 30 years, you know what either ticks the person or not. Yeah, so you have to be very careful and be respectful of it. Yes.
Wait, I'm just going to play you some few, some music, and then you attempt to see if you can tell. And these are not the typical ones that you know, the classical and all of that. No, these are the ones that we're just asking about whether you know or you don't. Okay. Let's see. So, okay.
I've heard this one, but I don't know who the musician is. I've heard it.
Listen.
I've definitely heard this one.
Listen. Prof, you mentioned his name. He said his name is Paluta.
Paluta. Hey, Paluta. Okay. When you're as young as me, you know, just listen. Yes. Paluta.
Okay, let's try this.
Is this one also called Baba?
No, that's Daddy Lumba.
Daddy Lumba.
Late Daddy Lumba.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
My God. Okay, let's try this one.
I know Abin Waha.
All right.
I know Mekramo.
Okay. Okay, that's one.
And then the other one, what was for the elections? What's it called? Mintie will be
Okay, let's try this and see. Or maybe what I'll do is when I play, I'll give you two names for you to choose.
Yes.
Okay, that's all.
This one, I used to dance to this one.
Okay.
Yes, but I don't know the. I used to this one. I know because it's a dance music.
Okay.
Yes.
In your when you were young, you're dancing to the.
Yes.
Wow, that's
yes.
now. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, if you like. I want to believe that you indeed like.
If you play me brass construction, whispers, Dr. KD, that one I could close my eyes.
But thank you so much for sitting with us, Prof. Yes. It's a real pleasure sharing the moments with you. So far, you've written a little over 90 publications, but for the books,
yes.
Which one is your favorite?
The boardroom governance.
Okay.
Because boardroom governance has a role to play in our industrialization agenda.
Okay.
This one is my favorite.
Okay.
Yes, because if we get it right in the boardroom, a lot of things would naturally unfold. You know, boardrooms are not just in organizations. Ministries are boardrooms. They make decisions that affect you and me. Parliament is a form of a boardroom because they are passing laws that affect you and me. And if we get it right, you know, nothing is stopping us. There's no limit in the sky for Ghana. We've got so much here. The mindset. We need to work on the mindset. And governance, which is simply about doing what is good for the common good. That is what governance is all about. It will really help to open up, not just Ghana, the rest of the continent. You know, because so that one day my dream is for you to be there. I'm going to go to South Africa to work, and there will be no xenophobics. Yes, that's my dream. And can we do that? Of course we can. For me, I call myself an African because a Chinese, we don't say I'm from where? Guangdong or from Peking. I'll give you a story. You know, I was on a plane, and then a guy sat next to me and he asked me where I was from, because seeing a dark chocolate like me. I'm not black, eh? We are dark. We are dark chocolate. Yes. And he asked me where I was from, and I said I'm from Africa. He got confused, and then a couple of minutes later he came back and said, where are you from? I said, but I asked him, where are you from? He said, I'm an American.
Okay.
And I said that, okay, I'm also an African. No. I want to know where you are from. I said, where are you from? He said, I'm from Chicago. I said, okay, I'm also from the part of the continent called Ghana. And that struck a chord. To this day, we are still friends, and the African. Yes. So for me, we are all Africans first, before we were separated by our artificial borders. And if you start thinking that way, it makes it easier for you to see the 1.3 billion market than the 32 million. Ghana, how many people here? 32.
Yeah.
Yes. Is that our market? No.
Goes beyond that.
Our market is a 1.3 billion. And it all starts in the boardroom. Think beyond your national boundaries. Think African, because the market is huge. I've given you an example about the socks and the underwear.
Yeah.
Just imagine we produce underwear, 600 million. That is minimum.
I believe it, Prof, because Victoria's Secret is not a cheap underwear to buy.
Thank you.
Prof, thank you so much. You get to dance sometimes still.
Oh, yes.
You do?
I used to be a dancer.
Even now, your kneecaps are strong enough?
It's strong enough. We can dance, but you need to play the right music.
That's the thing. You can only dance to the ones that you also cannot dance to.
Which one is that one?
The ones I've just played for you. Even Chatawale, it is pam. We don't do jazz here.
No. What's how do you pronounce it? Chatawale.
Prof, say pam.
Pam.
Thank you for watching the show today.
Yes. Pam.
So, Charlie, the deal there, I almost get her.
Syntax
pipe, as tough as it can get.
You're so sorry with your back, sorry. Oh, what you was that thing? What the cat never won? We can catch him. Hey! Now I'm pipe.
Between a pie and carbon.
Hey, madam, pipe menu.
A sentence pipe. Metono, Omukacham send a one day pa. Say a fee, say a foam. The pipe we be a yen gum.
Syntax pipe.
Why a leaky?
Come, madam. From today, syntax pipe in my pipe. No 2 ways.
We need a pipe ben abe use.
SINTEX pipe.
Syntax pipe.
In a carry water. No hala.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again? Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late? Of course.
Coffee be the luckiest. Coffee from Georgia be luckiest. From not the block, she be luckiest. Yeah, you coffee be luckiest. No matter why you're lucky, everybody go be that luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Send your God up boom. If you put it toy, so would the coming of the son of man be.
Hey!
Is that his car?
Everywhere.
Dial *712#. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Rites platform.
The season is on pause, but the game goes on. Discover virtual football in the off-season in the 1xBet app on 1xBet Football. Always with you.
Announcing Ghana's first unlimited photocopier leasing. Yes, from just 983 Ghana cedis, you can lease a multifunctional photocopier and print unlimited. Yes, unlimited and free paper every month. Guess what? That's not all. Toners, repairs, and maintenance all are free. And oh, I'm not kidding at all. And we cover the whole country. Yes, the whole country. What are you waiting for? Just visit us at www.valexlease.com or call 0244 644048. Remember, terms and conditions apply. Valix Lease, affordable document management solutions.
How may I help you today?
We'd like to open a bank account.
Sign here, sign here, sign here, and here. And now you draw direction to your house. I need your thumbprint. And I'll need your birth certificate too. No, I need the original.
A lot has changed since you banked like this. So have we. We've made it easier than ever to open an account online and bank on the go through our mobile app, online banking, and more. EcoBank, a better way to bank your way.
Sign here, and here.
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Well, so this is our continuous coverage of the fallouts from the Gbenyiri conflict. Foreign Affairs Minister Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa in your shots now, just arriving together with other Ghanaian officials and Ivorian gendarmerie as well. It's almost sunset on this side, and the minister is now exchanging pleasantries. But scores of people, and this is why we're saying this is important, because scores of people, close to 13,000, we understand from the Interior Minister briefing, have been seeking refuge in this part of Ivory Coast. So you can see on their faces, obviously, Ghanaians, some of whom are already speaking Akan here, and I can hear some of them, of course, speaking Akan, which means that ostensibly we will have some Ghanaians who are here. And it is obviously to confirm to us that these people that we see here, and so many more of them, are our counterparts, those who are seeking refuge now following the Binyeri conflict. Not a good spectacle for us, and given the fact that these are Ghanaians, and is the reason for which the minister has been in and out of Ivory Coast in just the last 48 hours twice, and making over a 6-hour journey just to make it here into the community. And if you're watching us now on the JoyNews channel, we have indeed the latest for you. Minister Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa there in your shorts, receiving some briefing, obviously, on what the situation is and what the way forward will be. In fact, earlier today, the minister was in Abidjan, engaging with the Ivorian authorities. He's now receiving briefing on what the situation is at this camp and what the way forward will be. It's almost sunset, as you can see in the shot now, and obviously they're asking that the cameras calm down now, so that it will allow the minister now to see firsthand all of these people you see in the shots now. So many people, well, I can count hundreds of them myself, pointing out to how serious this situation is. Listening a bit of a French, but we'll try and get the full announcement shortly and what the minister actually means. But let's get up close and see what is being said.
Foreign minister at Ghana.
So an applause for the Foreign Affairs Minister who has arrived here. We do not get the full import of the announcement, but if you're a magician, probably like me now, it will definitely mean that that's a welcome to the Foreign Minister who's made it here after his engagement with Ivorian officials. The DC for Sona Tuna Kalba is also here, and that's why all of these people are here, just to hear what the way forward will be. We'll get you the latest, but of course you're seeing live pictures now from the tent providing temporary shelter for our counterparts and Ghanaians who have for days now spent time here seeking refuge following the outbreak of conflict in the Binyeri community. They've crossed over into the Ivorian territory, and the briefing we received from the Interior Minister is that there are obviously over 13,000 of our people who are on this side. We're awaiting an official statement from the Foreign Minister, but before we do so, the DC for Solatuna Kalba is also here. He might want to make a few words, and then when that goes on, we'll update you.
Has sent a high-powered delegation led by the Foreign Minister to the government of Cote d'Ivoire and he has come here to them today.
His Excellency John Dramani Mama, we either know very tre about what aka Cote d'Ivoire number
that as yesterday he was actually in Abidjan and met with the leadership in Cote d'Ivoire here.
Jan ubenka Abidjan na we mune oko aka no very aka.
As they are aware, they were supposed to have landed yesterday as they gathered at the school park, but because of the weather, that's why they could not be here.
Aja atase kentia wota waka alle senton na se long abia park po yo e check how we kentia abalma kara weather aware yetase banyara ka aware ye alisu ba matwon wai.
But because of the importance of meeting them, even today he was to fly to this place by helicopter, but he has to change because of the weather to go to Tamale and use Tamale now to come back to them here.
I went now and be able to fly jai. We Iraka abe Abidjan na hotel chain abe Atamal. Na de aka na emune na wo suaka.
The principle is just that there's relative peace back in the Savannah region, and most of their compatriots are going back and doing their daily works.
Your government back home, led by our president, is very concerned about your plight.
I would waka President Mama Gwere who did over. I won't trust of where Katia, Yesina at one mark. How we Katia, a cat won't be over. A John Mama, where they would do what. Because we've been no England, no chora, you chose Alaja and Seka in Gapan was.
President Mahama wants me to convey to you our sincerest apologies, and we want you to know that what you have gone through, we feel it, we empathize with you. It is a very sad situation. We do not expect that we will have these communal clashes where there will be conflict and it will lead to the loss of lives and destruction of property. So first of all, as the government responsible for your safety, we owe you a very deep apology that this has happened. We take full responsibility, and we know you are in pain, you are in distress. We are here to really offer succor, offer hope, offer solidarity, and we ask that you will be calm and really give us the hope and the belief that we will take full control of the situation and we will resolve this crisis. So first of all, we are here to empathize, to apologize to you all for what you have gone through. We regret the disturbances, and we know that you are in distress. You've left your homes, you've left your farms, you've left your property. Some of you have lost your relatives. We take full responsibility, and we want to really convey our regrets. This should never have happened, and we are going to make sure that it does not happen again.
I don't be your companion, but we are Katia. I don't a president told Katia what you're Katia Gafra. Oh, then Gafra yo quiz. Now you're Katia Yilliana Ambassador, Eti Umenian yo job, Numbalto. Our minute, so we can just say, Barasi Porodas, Yelsen, Japatia, Alajita. That's all be doyapo. Eti we are Katia. Gafra, a president Yaka Gafra, Colombia Kentia Gafra, Etibono Cross Kentia, Alta Yin, I Demontan Pierre, Lela am a Pierre, so Kalejum, who Emra Kentia, Baswara Kentia, Atalawo, Anton Jai, Echeva Trina Soil and Eka Weekentia, Bantuana Imuna, number 2 Associate Weekentia, Ingabalawa, Atalawa Jai.
President Mahama also wants me to convey the appreciation of the government of Ghana to the government of Cote d'Ivoire, led by his brother, President Ouattara. That is why the first thing I did when I arrived was to go to the seat of government, Abidjan, and to meet with my counterpart, His Excellency Yiadom, who has been phenomenal with his brotherhood and the hospitality that he has extended to my delegation. He met us at the airport. He has hosted us. We've had discussions about how to take good care of you and to give you extra support. And President Mahama wants us to thank the government and people of Cote d'Ivoire. You have demonstrated brotherhood. You've demonstrated that we are one family and you are true Pan-Africans. And it reminds us also of what we did in 2010 when there were disturbances in Cote d'Ivoire. You also sought refuge in Ghana, and we gladly received you, welcomed you, hosted you, made sure that all our Ivorian brothers and sisters were safe. Now it is your turn to also take good care of our people, and it shows that we are really brotherly countries. We are good neighbors. We value the friendship and the bond of solidarity that exists between our two countries. So we want to thank President Ouattara, Foreign Minister Yiadom, our prefect, the governors, all the volunteers who have been helping to take care of our people on this Cote d'Ivoire side in Vonkoro. We want to really thank all of you for the love, the compassion that you have demonstrated. We deeply, deeply appreciate it.
Lassa Ouattara ne anu very abujum abullo bamba aba kopel yo ja na weekend ya bandira wa wodaka aba diwa ne popel na wamla ka aba anya weekend ya yelmi na ba ina anu sa sol ne yen baba intele jumu dem pulfu yo Ouattara done ya foreign affairs minister na wo dem pulfu na wo ko akoro ba ne aba no verbal ba ja ne bika akoro ala Cote d'Ivoire weapon etele juma ba mon pa le ban to tase ka weekend ya popia ba dem popia na ba emuna ba kose na ba kose eti wala ya weekend ya anto taswala ka weekend ya 2010 wo emuna ajeme ngba na ka Cote d'Ivoire andime na me emuna ba jongo bia Ghana antonyo ne ba emuna ba deba na ba emuna na ka ba so alejo a weekend ya nyene weekend ya yelmi na ba ina yer baba.
I also want to single out specially the security services. President Mahama has asked me to convey his deepest appreciation for the professionalism with which they have attended upon this situation, making sure that they fend off those who wanted to cause further harm, protecting those who run here for refuge, taking good care of you. I've heard about the extra effort in making sure there is amenities, water, electricity. The security services have really done a good job, and President Mahama says that I should thank you especially for all the good work that you have done since this conflict.
Kula yarkentia papaya wujira anokuya ndeba na security soja sena police siaka ala Cote d'Ivoire na upul ba na ja ansend bojum alle ka weekendia aba bonfulo ba ndina ba me enguna ne ba tura so na ba gusi ka yelbia bala posie ka ba kasle wata tana kana eti wudin pulfu yo jana ko a security se me yakentia a full soul de me na full PL de abala jitale uda fufu na wako na weke ntia aleba wa wonyama popela bojuwa jilo ba mpinse ne akuone abumba nkose ntia lejum apufu taba anumberba nyaba jija.
I also want to thank my own staff, the officials at the embassy in Cote d'Ivoire, the Ghana embassy in Cote d'Ivoire, led by our chargée d'affaires, Madame Hilaria, and her team. They have been on the ground, making sure they are coordinating, filing reports to my office and keeping me abreast which has also helped me to report adequately to President Mahama. So President Mahama has asked that I also thank our Foreign Service officials, our Research Department officials, and all of you who are helping right in the Regional Minister's Office, our DCs, our assemblymen who are helping us with this situation. We want to thank all of you for the tremendous effort you have put in to keep our people safe.
Now
the latest census that has been conducted indicates that you have reduced to about 5,309, and so that means that more than half have returned. We want to encourage all of you to return. President Mahama, as Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, has put in place a number of measures. There's been massive security deployment. Camps have been established. A committee has been set up to mediate between the traditional leaders on all sides, and calm has been restored. So I'm here to deliver a message to you from the President that it is time to go back. Don't be scared. You will meet adequate security. You will be safe. So we encourage you to go back. You will observe that your colleagues who returned home are okay, they are safe, they have not had to rush back here. So that should give you confirmation. If you had any doubt that the situation has been resolved, that should give you confirmation. The almost 8,000 people who have left have not come back in a couple of days now. They are doing very well, they are okay, they are being fully protected. So we want you to go back, the 5,309 here. We think that the time has come for all of you to go back, and we are willing to help you, to assist you, to offer the needed logistical support for you to go back to your homes, because everything has been resolved and it is safe for you now to return. President Mahama wants me to convey that message very clearly to you.
President Mahama Yerka, I want to
And I know what I'm talking about because on my way here, I made a stopover in your communities to assess the situation myself. And I can confirm that from what I saw, normalcy has returned and people are going about their everyday activities. I saw some people on the farms, some are cooking in the open, some are washing. So I can attest that everything is safe. Don't be scared to go back. This is the time to go back. We want to assist all of you to go back. We are not happy with this situation. Schools are in session. Our children have to be in school. And we are really concerned that if you stay here, it will affect their academics, it will affect their future. So we want to appeal to you. Everything is okay. Everything is safe. The security have been deployed and they are manning the various communities, and the chiefs have assured us that they have reined in the youth, and we are not going to have any reprisal attacks. So please go back home. We want to encourage all of you, the 5,309 who are left here. Please listen to President Mahama. Trust us. We will protect you. Please go back home. You will be safe.
We're just going into one of the rooms where we're set to see the living condition of the people here. The foreign minister is being given a tour just to see the living condition of some of the people, as you can see. So the minister, they're getting full briefing on what the status of people are, the living conditions, and what the situation is. And we're bringing all of this to you on the JoyNews channel. It's quite dark in here because obviously this is a makeshift facility, so you wouldn't expect that everything will be set, but this is enough shelter to house our people who are in distress. And the message from the Foreign Affairs Minister is that you would have to come back home because this is not the end of it. And he's expecting that over 5,000 of our compatriots will be moving back into the Ghanaian territory. But for now, Vancouver is where we are now, where the Foreign Minister is seeing firsthand for himself the condition here. He's getting more briefing on what this room holds. But of course, this is just a makeshift structure. And I must also point out that there's also support from some international partners as well. I see the UNHCR here. Obviously, this is a humanitarian crisis, so you'd expect that they would also be here just to, give a sense of what's happening here. So the Honourable Minister is also giving a second tour into the other, facility there, just giving you a sense of possibly the condition in there. This looks like another housing facility, spacious enough at least for 1 or 2 people to go in, and so that explains why he's been taken here. He's also receiving more briefing from the DCE, just to indicate to you clearly that, there's a little more work to be done. Honorable, it's quite a sad situation here, but you're asking our compatriots to come back home.
Yes,
what's your message to our people?
The message from President Mahama is that they should come back home. They should look at the situation with those who have returned. They are safe. They have not been compelled to run back here. About 8,000 of them have returned, and they are doing well. I was with them earlier. You were with me when we drove through the communities, and they are doing fine. Right. So I've been assuring them that they should not be afraid. They should go back. President Mahama is expecting them to come back home. So we expect the latest census we did, 5,309 still here, and we expect all of them to return. But in the meantime, we'll make sure that those who are staying here receive the care. That's why President Mahama gave me the 6 million CFA to donate for support, particularly those who need some medical bills sorted out and who will want to be assisted to go back. And then I've also observed that we need to provide electricity here. Right. I've been told that there is a fee we need to pay to the local authorities, so I've asked the regional minister to quickly get us the invoice so that we can take care of that.
What kept you going? What kept you going? It's been a very long journey for you. What kept you going?
Compassion, love for my people, and a strong determination to duty to serve the people. That's what service is about. It's not always going to be as planned. Sometimes it's going to be very turbulent, it's going to be risky, but you have to keep going for God and country.
Right. Thank you so much. And there you have it, the Foreign Affairs Minister now leaving a facility which is housing some of our compatriots. 5,000 of them, we understand, are yet to return. The expectation is that by tomorrow, some of them will make that journey back home, because now, according to the Ivorian authorities and also our security officials, there's relative calm. And so the expectation is that all of these 5,000 individuals would have to return. The minister also making a donation on behalf of the president, 6 million CFA, which is quite a substantial amount to help out for food, feeding, temporary shelter, more lighting in this facility, and some other items that will be of importance to the people in this area. Scores of them. It's getting a bit dark here because it's sunset, and so that tells you that obviously this will be the end of the road for now, but we'll be expecting that some more Ghanaians will be joining us back home. Blessed Sugan reporting for JoyNews, Ivankoro, Ivory Coast. Okay. So, what's your name, sir, and why are you here?
Please, I'm called Joel.
Joel, how are you and why are you in this camp?
I'm doing good.
So what can you say about what happened here?
Yeah. Surely on that's 22nd of August of 2025. I was just there. We were farming in the house. When I realized I was hearing a shoot near our village. So when I realized people came out with guns, started killing people like fowls, destroying houses and properties. So it made us run to the bush. So the following morning we tried to cross the border here. Why? Because they have been circulating, because they go and come, and that made us too scared, and then we ran out of Ghana and into Ivory Coast. Yes.
The minister is saying that you'd have to return. Are you willing to come back home?
Yeah. We are willing to come back. Why? Because there is our normal habitat, but per how the situation is, it makes us we fear. Yeah.
So would you want to come back home anytime soon?
Yeah, we want to come back home, but as for now, we really come back home, but our mindset will not be in home.
Why?
Why? Because how the one will be having a house staying. When you go now, where will you stay? Will you stay on the tree? You have no home to stay. Now animal is better than us, so this made us afraid to go back home.
So your message to the president? Say thank you to the president.
Okay, I'll say thank you to the president of Ghana and every person who had the mercy on us to support us on this issue.
for amazing, B for big wins, C for cash in your wallet. It's the ABC game, as easy as ABC. Just dial *262# and pick 3 letters like WIN or FUN and stick as low as 1 Ghana cedi. With just 1 letter correct, you stand a chance of winning up to 1 million Ghana cedis daily and get paid instantly to your phone. And guess what? Even if you lose, you get 10% cash back. No wahala, no waiting, just winning. Try it now. Dial *262# because life should be as easy as ABC. Play responsibly. Approved and regulated by the NLA.
Adum TV, ye.
Get ready, Ghana! The Springboard Roadshow 2025 is here, connecting through 16 regions, inspiring 500,000 youth in one amazing experience. Join Comfort Okran, Reverend Albert Okran, and other amazing speakers for practical insights, mentorship, training, and real opportunities to shape your future. Entry is free. Dial *718*50# to register now or call 0308-255-775. Follow us on all social media platforms at Springboard Channel for updates. Springboard Roadshow is brought to you by Mastercard Foundation, Springboard Roadshow Foundation and partners.
Announcing Intriguing! Ghana's first unlimited photocopier leasing. Yes, from just 983 Ghana cedis, you can lease a multifunctional photocopier and print unlimited. Yes, unlimited and free paper every month. Guess what? That's not all. Toners, repairs, and maintenance all are free. And oh, I'm not kidding at all. And we cover the whole country. Yes, the whole country. What are you waiting for? Just visit us at www.valexlease.com or call 0244-644048. Remember, terms and conditions apply. Valix Lease, affordable document management solutions.
Enjoy a stress-free shopping experience with unforgettable discounts and amazing prizes. This is the EcoBank Joy Business SME Fair, the biggest sales bazaar where buyers and sellers meet. Whether you're a small business owner, a bold startup, or just passionate about the future of businesses in Africa, this is where you need to be. 3 days of exhibition and networking, over 150 SMEs and startups, ranging from food, textiles, fashion, consumer electronics, home decor and appliances, furniture, automobile and technology, and loads more, all under one roof. Hey, yeah, don't call me, don't call me. Don't miss out on the EcoBank Joy Business SME Fair from the 31st of October to November 2nd at the Gouda Park, Accra Mall, off the Spintex Road. Gate open at 8 a.m. each day. To register as an exhibitor or vendor, call 0500-238-383 or 0244-453-929. The EcoBank Joy Business SME Fair is powered by Joy Prime and sponsored by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and MTN Business. Welcome to a new world of business. Media partners: Joy FM, Hits FM, JoyNews, and myjoyonline.com.
The season is on pause, but the game goes on. Discover virtual football in the off-season in the 1xBet app on 1xBet Football. Always with you.
So, Charlie, the deal there, I almost get her.
Pipe, as tough as it can get.
You get so sorry with your back, sorry. Oh, what are you are talking about? What the kind of way? Well, you can catch it. Hey! Now, I'm pipe.
Between the pie and carbon.
Hey, madam, pipe, man.
Hey, a sentence pipe. Metono, Omukacham send one dempa. Say a fee, say a foam. Yeah, the pipe we be a yannick dumb.
Syntax pipe.
Why, Eliki?
Come, madam. From today, Syntax pipe in my pipe. No 2 ways.
We need a pipe ben abe use.
SINTEX pipe.
Syntax pipe.
In the carry water. No hala.
Get ready for a night of worship and celebration this September 21st, 2025. All roads lead to the National Theatre for Bernard Mankwa's celebration of His Grace concert under the theme Thou Art Loosed, featuring an all-star lineup of anointed ministers: Reverend Thomas Yawson, Dave the Music Box, Gina Bankram, Roderick Ejekum, La Famille, Empraise, and Presence Band. It's more than an encounter. Experience the freedom we adore as chains are broken and hearts are set free. And the best part, admission is absolutely free. With gratitude to our proud sponsors InnoLink, Reroy, New Professionals, Innovate, Specialize, Fomi Ghana, and Controlite. Time is 6 p.m. sharp. Media partners: Joy FM, Adum FM, Asempa FM, Hits FM, Adum TV, Joy Prime, My Joy Online. Call 0554-074-766. Mark your calendars for September 21st and come prepared to worship and celebrate. See you there.
Something new is coming. Something exciting is coming. Joy 99.7 FM is giving you more of what you love sooner.
Well, you can tell everybody.
That's right.
Fam, listen, I've got news for you. This is Lexus Bill, host of Drive Time on Joy FM. And now we have an early start. Drive Time on Joy starts from 2 p.m. from hence. Monday to Thursday from 2 p.m. to 5:30. Join me on the best late afternoon radio show. More time means more great stuff, more great conversations, more giveaways, more interviews, and all the fun that you get to enjoy on the best late afternoon radio show. Drive Time on Joy with Lexus Bill.
One side,
one side. Let's meet at 2 p.m. Monday to Thursday, and on Fridays from 3 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. on Drive Time on Joy. Yo, 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 yo!
Saki, Sam family. Ebusian Batan Mrs. Maud Otu, Madam Emma Tete, Wing Commander Isaac Saki, Mr. John Asare, the Saki family of Cape Coast, Mrs. Betty Bannerman, Professor James Kwashi Sam, Madam Gwendolyn Sam, the Sam family of Salpon, Christ Embassy UK, Worldwide Word Ministries, and Prophet John Anoche announced the death of their beloved Joey Reynolds Asare, aged 69, whose sudden death occurred on 12 June 2025 at the Bank of Ghana Hospital. Funeral arrangements are as follows. There will be no waykeeping. Far past 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Burial service Saturday, September 20, 2025 at Lisani Event Center, Lashibi at 9 a.m. Interment Community 9 Cemetery, Tema. Thanksgiving service Sunday, September 21, 2025 at Worldwide Word Ministries, East Legon at 9 a.m. Final funeral rites Sunday, September 21, 2025 at Kingsbridge Royal Hotel, ARS Runabout, East Legon at 2 p.m. Attire Saturday, black. Sunday, black and white. Widower William Asari. Children Sharon Ahin, Ahmad E. Ahin Accra, Alan Ahin UK, Davida Ahin UK. Grandchildren Yofi Azepa Ahin, Papa Kwesi Adom Ahin, Jojo Aseda Ahin, and Kukwa Achede Ahin. All friends and sympathizers are cordially invited.
Something new is coming. Something exciting is coming. Joy 99.7 FM is giving you more of what you love sooner.
Well, you can tell everybody.
That's right.
Fam, listen, I've got news for you. This is Lexus Bill, host of Drive Time on Joy FM. And now we have an early start. Drive Time on Joy starts from 2 p.m. from hence. Monday to Thursday from 2 p.m. to 5:30. Join me on the best late afternoon radio show. More time means more great stuff, more great conversations, more giveaways, more interviews, and all the fun that you get to enjoy on the best late afternoon radio show. Drive Time on Joy with Lexusville.
One side,
one side. Let's meet at 2 p.m. Monday to Thursday, and on Fridays from 3 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. on Drive Time on Joy. Yo, 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 yo!
Something new is coming. Something exciting is coming. Joy 99.7 FM is giving you more of what you love sooner.
Well, you can tell everybody.
That's right.
Fam, listen, I've got news for you. This is Lexus Bill, host of Drive Time on Joy FM. And now we have an early start. Drive time on Joy starts from 2 p.m. from hence. Monday to Thursday from 2 p.m. to 5:30, join me on the best late afternoon radio show. More time means more great stuff, more great conversations, more giveaways, more interviews, and all the fun that you get to enjoy on the best late afternoon radio show. Drive time on Joy with Lexusville.
One side, shoulder.
Let's meet at 2 p.m. Monday to Thursday, and on Fridays from 3 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. on Drive Time with Joy. Yo, 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 yo!
Corporate Kumasi, get ready. The much anticipated Love 99.5 FM Corporate Games is here on Saturday, 11th October 2025. All roads lead to the Pajo Park, KNUST, as top corporate institutions in Kumasi come together for an action-packed day of fun, networking, fitness, and fierce competition. Expect exciting activities including football, CEO penalty kicks, female 5-a-side football, volleyball, table tennis, sack race, lime and spoon, flip the bottle, athletics, draft, pool games, and so much more.
Corporate Ghana, yours truly, Steve Zando here. My name is Melvin, the Enigma of Love 99.5 FM.
My name is David Akwete.
Love FM Corporate Games to be staged at the KNUST Pajo Sports Complex.
My CEO, what's in office one Wakasasa, Uni Bonamo. Come show me we see. I would love to see you there so we can have fun together.
Love FM Corporate Games, always bringing you closer to the action.
A for amazing, B for big wins, C for cash in your wallet. It's the ABC game, as easy as ABC. Just dial *262# and pick 3 letters like WIN or FUN and stick as low as 1 Ghana cedi. With just 1 letter correct, you stand a chance of winning up to 1 million Ghana cedis daily and get paid instantly to your phone. And guess what? Even if you lose, you get 10% cash back. No wahala, no waiting, just winning. Try it now. Dial *262# because life should be as easy as ABC. Play responsibly. Approved and regulated by the NLA.
Adom TV, Yewazoye.
People look in envy at Rwanda, Malaysia, and Singapore. What it took to get them where they are we prepared to do that? Singapore still has corporal punishment, but all the human rights lawyers are in Ghana though.
Dr. Zaneto Ajiman Rawlings, daughter of Ghana's revolutionary president J.J. Rawlings, unleashes in her first ever podcast conversation, only on Talk Nodeku Prize.
A trader who damaged some part of the overpass, put away for 2 years in jail. But are we going to be able to do that to a politician who does the equivalent of damaging that, where a road should have been built? They got the money and it wasn't done.
In your own constituency, we had a student taking the life of another student. Some make the argument that because we opened the floodgates for everybody to now access senior high school, that has fanned into flame what we're saying today. What do you make of it?
I'm probably going to get some backlash for this one. Good governance is not just about going for elections and making sure that the result you got overall was clean. And then what?
We've piloted a number of aircraft, even piloted alone before the unfortunate August incident happened. What came to your mind?
May I be honest with you?
Please do. There's a post you made exactly 950 days ago.
Oh, God.
What informed this?
It's just...
You're one of the people whose names have been dragged in the mud because of your father and the party. You sometimes have to just forgive and let go.
Sometimes the loudest voice is not the most honest voice. And I'm not under any illusion that my father was loved by everyone.
Can be achieved. So personally, that is what moves me in the choice. And I always want to be sure that the person, in a way, it might sound some way, but I want to be sure that the person, whoever is ministering, is not the stage is doing that thing. That is their life to an extent. And you will know when you meet people one-on-one. And so I like to invite people, at least have some level of relationship with the person and find out about the person. There are many of us that invite people for programs and we don't know about them to do these things, but it must be done and done well as well.
That's right.
And over the periods, God has used friends, amazing people around, people sometimes don't even know, will send a seed in there, and then we get it being done. So I want to encourage everyone. I would love to have your seed come. So we do this together.
Great.
And to the honor of Jesus.
Brothers with the same heart. You realize that even after your programs, you enter into another's program, and there's that lingering in the atmosphere because the spirit is one. Right. You understand? So it's important. That's why we keep bringing the same people, because you want them to bring the weight of glory and experience from what they have into your event.
The next thing I'll see is that the video is on YouTube. That is where it stays. Then I get confused and I go like, Ninoy, why is our man video and songs not on the very radio and TV stations for validation purposes? Because whilst I was coming, I was listening to you on the YouTube and you were talking about the fact that, you don't want to sway away from the worship, you keep the creativity simple, concept simple. Yes, I get it. But I believe that me getting to know you was not you being the pastor. I got to know you because you're a minister of God, like you release songs. So I was even asking, is Pastor Isaiah a gospel artist or like, a pastor or something like that? So there's that confusion over there. So please, I want to find out, when the recording is done, what happens? Is that your style so we can stay like that? Or you are looking forward that in the future, some of these songs will actually enter some places? Or unless maybe per your concept and your direction, there's nothing like me was semi fan to radio and I say TV, so keep quiet. You understand? So I want to understand that side. Thank you.
Right. Thank you for the question. Of course, it will be a joy to let the songs that are recorded find spaces and for more to listen. That's why people like you are around here, and I'm about to talk to after the meeting. God bless you.
I've been talking to you, so.
Like this, after 16 years. Because we've been asking for why Pastor Isaiah not doing some of these things. I realized in your statement you mentioned that you had fear for fame. So I was like, okay, then that will be the reason why you are not granting interviews. Because listening to you today, you have a lot under your belt. You are deep. You are supposed to be granting the interviews. At least because there are a lot of issues in the industry that you can address. Listening to you, the kind of wisdom you portray today, I feel that you should be granting more interviews, because there's a perception about Pastor Isaiah that he doesn't like interviews. That's why his sons, the Ajale, the Kokutei, and the rest, when you call them for interviews, they don't want to. Sometimes you send them a message, they don't want to respond because they think you are calling them for interviews. So I will just wish you do more of these things.
Yeah.
I think this is what I want to
Okay, so let me just say a little. Thank you so much for this. I mean, sometimes it's not just talking. You can talk and say things you didn't say. And there's a huge difference between being able to sing so beautifully, anointedly, but you can't really communicate certain things. And so the advice I give to a lot of the brethren around me is that make sure you have received the ability to communicate well.
A question, but I think all questions regarding diary is clear and everybody's clear. Looking at the excesses in the fraternity, gospel fraternity, worship scene, worship leaders and all that, assuming it was an institution and you were the president of the institution, what is that one thing you firstly correct? Thank you.
Wow. I think that I will want to address an issue of purpose. I will want to put everybody together and address the issue of purpose. because I think that when purpose is not known, abuses and excesses will be found. So the fact that people are gifted, are you supposed to do this at this time, at this space? Right. Purpose. So if I'm addressing the issue of purpose, then it means I have to take you to the one that created you. One of the things that I will look at in that space, in that same purpose, is I want to see all music ministers genuinely have a walk with God. Because when I look at the space and how some of us do certain things we do, it's like God is not ruling our lives. Because if he's ruling our lives, some things we will not do. We have singers who are drinking and they are standing on the altar. We have singers who can't submit to their pastors. We have singers who don't have a church. We have singers who don't read their Bible. We have singers who are fornicating left and right. But because we see people move, we think they're in the move. And I feel that that is what is making the world insult us. And the insult is too much. It should never be the darkness you have a word to say against light. And it means that those in light, perhaps they are too light. So if I were an institution, I might say that all go on break. We are having 3 months recess. We bring men of God even amongst us who can teach. We are on a retreat. Review those songs you are writing. Because one of the fastest way to teach theology is to sing. Now you are not theologically sound and you are spewing things. So as the teaching is going on, you are not helping the growth of the saints. We are saying that he himself took your infirmities and your diseases. You are saying that infirmities is okay. You get the idea. Now we have a lot of young ministers who are depressed.
Chief, how are you?
I'm good. Yourself?
I'm also doing well. What's your name?
My name is Jay Gabra. I play the role of Bernard in Boing Boing. Yes.
And you are?
I'm Vera Enam Ajia, and then I play Gabriella in Boing Boing.
Is this your character?
No.
This is not your character. Okay, so let's switch into your character. Okay. That's fine. So please, who are you?
I am Vera Enam Ajia, and I play Gabriella in Boing Boing.
Now that's the character. So on Sunday, right?
Yes.
On Sunday at the National Theatre, 21st of September. Is it free?
It's affordable when you get to the gate.
Affordable when I get to the gate.
Oh, yes. Oh, it's quite free, but when you get to the gate, we'll give you 100 reasons why you have to come and watch the play. So yes, it's the rate is quite cool, affordable. It's just 100 cedis. The times are 6 p.m. and 8:30 p.m. Just come and have a great time. And Boing Boing, basically, it's a play that's dealing with a bachelor who lives in Accra, dealing with 3 fiancés. And what's unique is the fact that the 3 of them are all flight attendants. So he has the reason why we are using Boing Boing, because, planes, they take off and stuff like that. And so each of them is with a different airline company, and they have different routes so that they don't meet. Otherwise, if you go and hire all of them from Ghana Airways, and they all have the same schedule, Asantehemaa. Yeah, exactly. So one night, he's having a good time, obviously. And then one night, there's a storm. So those who are supposed to go, those who are supposed to come, that kind of thing. Those who are supposed to go couldn't go. And now they all come and meet the one who has now come. And it's like that night, it's just chaotic. So it's like somebody's going out and somebody's coming in. Somebody's like going out again. Somebody's coming in. That kind of chaos and everything. So I have a best friend, fortunately, who came to town that day, who was helping me manage the chaos. But as to whether we succeed or not, you have to be at the National Theatre, Folks Place, on Sunday, 21st September, 6 p.m., 8:30 p.m. to find out. Yes.
Guys, I want to go because you see how to manage 3 girlfriends at the same time. It's a whole course on its own. But I'm not saying that's what I'm doing. That is what the man is doing. That's his character. Anyway, tell me, before I even come to your character, how do you see the whole theater business that we have in this country for now? For some time now, we have a lot of theater presentations at the National Theatre, different places. You being an actress on stage, you being a stage person, how will you address the kind of theater things that we are actually doing in this country for now?
Okay, with theater work, I think it's going on well, it's moving well, because when you are part of the theater, you are able to express whatever you want to show your audience very well. And then the management for theater work is also improving. Yes.
But now we have, when it comes to theater, the whole workforce is different. When you come to film, it's different. But on theater, you have people that are actually managing the floor, those that are doing the stage, those that are changing props. It's a whole network on its own. How is your funding like?
The funding, which funding?
Funding in terms of what you're doing. How is it coming?
That was just a funny way of responding to a question, because it's like there really isn't any funding. So you find us doing a lot of things just to gear up interest. And once you're doing that, I have a lot of people, Ghanaians and free stuff. They're like, oh, can I get a ticket? And I'm like, oh yeah, this is how much it is. Oh, I was saying, give me a free ticket. And I was like, oh, but we need to support ourselves. This is our livelihood. We need then 95 pages for you to just come and take a free ticket. So it's like we are doing a lot. So when it comes to funding, there's a lot more that we need. Because just like you rightly said, film and stage are so similar in terms of the kind of crew you need. The director, the people who manage the floor, the lighting guy, the sound, all those aspects. The only difference I'll say is the fact that with film, you can be like, I don't like this scene, let's reshoot it. But with theater, it's a live audience. Yeah, so if you miss something, or perhaps there's a blackout where there's not supposed to be a blackout, you have to handle everything live. And sometimes the audience reaction you get, it may take you off if you're not careful, because you'll be enjoying it so much, you forget where you are. And recently, the theater productions are picking up, but with doing this, I have to ask myself how they are funding, because it's time consuming, and you have to remember your lines and the kind of crew you need to run it, build your sets and everything. And then afterwards, you have to pay your actors. So you realize it's a huge ball game. If the right investment is put in it, everybody will get their rewards. We also get our rewards, so that now that we are doing it for the passion and everything, when the money comes, it makes it twice, it makes it twice as fun. Like, oh, now we are getting something out of it. But for now, they're funding. What funding? What funding?
Vera, can you describe your character for me? I'm told that all the ladies, they have the name Jean, and so what's that name Jean for you in the play?
Gabriella.
So what exactly are we supposed to expect from you come Sunday?
Okay, so with Gabriella, she's one of the fiancés of the architect, and she's very aggressive. Yes. And then she sees certain things to be fishy in the house, because there are certain things that go on in the house, and then she will have the idea that no, the gentleman is having someone else is going out, but it's just that she didn't get